We good to start? Nope, never mind.
You are good to go now.
Okay,
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
and we're 6 o'clock. Perfect. Good evening and welcome to the June 22nd, 2022 Henrietta Town Board meeting. Before I call the roll to order, I will just note that we have additional seating outside as well as downstairs. When it comes time to talk, we are going, you'll have, there were index cards. If you haven't gotten one, you put your name on it, turn it in. The tall gentleman holding the basket in blue is where you can get them from. If you're at one of the other sites, we're going to let you know. We'll announce the speaker as well as who's on deck. So that way you'll have plenty of time. If you're in one of the other locations, you'll have plenty of time to get here. So if you can't find a seat here and you'd rather find a seat somewhere else, or if I will tell you the other seats are more comfortable than these old ones that have been here for 40 plus years. Like I said, you'll have plenty of time to come up and speak. With that said, I'd like to call the meeting to order, so please call the roll.
Councilmember Safranek,
Here.
Councilmember Bolsner,
Here.
Councilmember Page,
Here.
Councilmember Belanca,
Here.
Supervisor Schultz.
Here. Jenny, were all mic levels good for you?
Lisa's is a little quiet.
Here.
Is that
Much
better?
better. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll begin tonight with a silent prayer followed by the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, a couple of notes about tonight's proceedings. Since the vast majority of people who are here in the audience are here to speak on one particular special use permit, as that special use permit is expected to go very long. And as our staff all have families that they need to get to, what we're going to do is we're going to do the rest of the agenda first, and then we're going to do the special use permit for Planned Parenthood of Central and Western New York. The rest of the business we should be able to conduct in far less time than what's going to take place for that special use permit. So just want people to know. So again, just so you're aware of what's coming. First up, can I get a motion to approve the minutes of the preceding meetings?
Supervisor Schultz and fellow board members, I make a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting from June 9th, 2022.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Safranek,
Aye.
Councilmember Bolsner,
Aye.
Councilmember Page,
Aye.
Councilmember Belanca,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye. First up, we have special use permit application number 2022-025, Relaxation and Health Spa LLC, 3029 Brighton Henrietta Town Line Road, to provide reflexology services along with aromatherapy and hypnosis. Do we have representatives from Reflexology present? Please come up to the microphone, introduce yourself. If there's other applicants who wish to speak, please have them sit at this table, so because we need people to speak into the microphone. So if you're also part of the if you're part of the contingency for this application and wish to speak, please sit over there. Okay, go ahead, introduce yourself and how you're related to the application.
Hello, my name is Christopher Jones. I'm the husband of the applicant, Wang He, and we're applying for a permit to have a.
Could you pull the microphone a little closer to you? Thank you.
We're applying for a permit for a relaxation and health spa on Brighton Henrietta Town Line Road.
Great. So I want to tell us a little bit about your business and the location you've chosen.
Well, my wife has been doing this for several years for several different companies locally here in Henrietta. One of them actually went out of business not too long ago, and the one that she's currently an employee at is going to be moving. So we decided to carry on for her to do it as her own business under her own, own guidance at the spot that we picked, which is pretty close to our home. So that's convenient.
In terms of, so in looking at the location, when I go to 3029, I see that it labels the adjacent property as relaxation. Oh, I'm sorry, that's Acupoint Relaxation.
Correct.
Is that related or is that
That's actually,
competition?
that's actually where my wife currently works.
Okay,
And they are going to be moving to a spot over on, I believe, East Henrietta Road at some point in
oh,
time.
actually, they're up.
Which, yeah, they're.
204
they're-
Amsden Drive, okay.
Yes, they're number 3 on the
Oh,
thing.
Gotcha.
So because they're moving and that's kind of inconvenient, so we decided to have our own, and the building right next door became available at a convenient time. So we contacted them and
Great.
Yeah.
And how many people do you expect to be employed there?
that's a good question. I would only a few, I think maybe 2 or 3 employees at the moment.
So primarily a family business?
Yeah.
And I assume since she's been working at Acupoint, she has a license to perform, I don't know if reflexology falls under massage or,
It does.
It
Okay.
does.
so she has a
Yeah.
license
Yeah,
from
she's-
New York
yeah,
State.
Yeah, she's licensed
Practice.
by the New York State.
Great.
Okay.
Those are the questions I have. Others?
How many customers at one time do you expect to serve? Like how many parking spaces do you think are going to be needed?
That's a good question. I expect 2 or 3 rooms, so 2 or 3 people at a time.
And how many cars can fit into that parking space at this time, do you think?
I haven't measured it, but it looks like about 3 can fit, and there's a overflow lot in the, is it 4? Oh, there's 4. Oh. Yeah, so they expanded to 4.
Please
and then
repeat
there's
that because
overflow.
the microphones won't pick that up for the minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was told that the owner had enlarged the 3 spots to 4 in front, and then there's overflow parking in the back for extra.
Okay, great, thank you.
The questions?
It's not a question, but a statement. Are you aware that if this special permit is granted, that you also have to receive building operating permits prior to construction or occupancy? And it may include proper signage as well. Are you aware of that?
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
Thank you.
very much.
Are you planning to make any significant changes or updates to the building?
Oh, we don't own the building, so we're renting. So I think they're just doing, I think he's already done a new roof and cleaning of the outside, painting of the inside and things like that. Other than that, we don't expect to be doing anything.
Okay.
But
and it's
we will
currently
be
a commercial?
updating the sign out front though, of course.
Okay, great. And it's
So-
currently operating as a commercial building?
Yes, yeah, I believe there was a CPA there before.
Great, thank you.
If people could please silence their phones, I would appreciate it. Any other questions from the board? Any questions from the public? Anybody online? And I will note, I see at least one call-in participant. If you're on a phone and you've dialed in and need to raise your hand, it is *9. Will essentially raise your hand for the Zoom call. Hearing none in the public, seeing no hands raised, hearing no further comments from the town board, I'm going to close the public hearing for special use permit application number 2022-025, Relaxation and Health Spa LLC. Someone wish to put forth a motion to approve or deny the special use permit?
Mr. Supervisor, fellow town board members, I'd like to make a motion to approve application number 2022-025, Relaxation and Health Spa LLC, located at 3029 Brighton Henrietta Town Line Road, to provide reflexology services along with aromatherapy and hypnosis in an industrial limited commercial zone district and a mixed-use redevelopment area overlay district, tax account number 149.19-1-5, or as more particularly described in plans on file in the town clerk's office and posted online at henrietta.org/projects. Planned hours of operation are Monday through Saturday from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. and Sunday from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Seconded.
On the application, it says industrial. Can you? I don't know if someone can confirm whether it's industrial or industrial limited commercial.
Steve, this is Jenny. They did fill out the application as industrial, but in looking at the map, it does have that overlay.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay. Any further comments? Are there any restrictions that, additional restrictions that need to be placed in this special use permit? I'm not aware of any, but. Okay,
Just says it's licensed.
hearing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Safranic,
Aye.
Councilmember Bolzner,
Aye.
Councilmember Page,
Aye.
Councilmember Belanca,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye. Thank you, congratulations, and congratulations to moving from employee to business owner. Hopefully it goes well.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And you're welcome to stay for the rest, but you're not required to. Next up, we have special use permit application number 2022-026, Panera Bread, 823 Jefferson Road, to establish and operate a restaurant with dine-in, takeout, and drive-through meal service with outdoor seating. Do we have a representative from Panera here?
Yes, can you hear me?
And
Okay, hello, everyone. My name is Joshua Saxton. I'm a civil engineer at Pastor Associates. I'm here representing the client today for this special use permit application. I'm going to share my screen. Can you all see the plan?
you can.
Okay. So I stated this,
Hold on one moment. I just want to check with the town clerk. Is on the view that's going out to the public, are you able to see the interpreter? Because we cannot see the interpreter on our view in here.
Yes, it is spotlighted, so they are locked on the screen.
Great, thank you. Okay, please continue.
so I stated this project's located at 823 Jefferson Road. It's also named Menotti Crossings if you've driven by on Jefferson Road. The current entire parcel only has the Hobby Lobby, which is located in the back of the site. So this is the current Hobby Lobby building that is up currently. And this project is for a proposed Panera Bread in the northwestern corner of the site. Kind of showing the layout of it. There's multiple drive-through options, a actual traditional drive-through where you order at a window, a rapid pickup area where you don't have to order, you can just drive through and they actually give you the food, and as well as a pass-through lane. So if you have to leave the line at any time, or if you're just going through from this parking area, you can circumvent the site in the drive-through area to get out to the main parking lot. Parking will be served in this northern area as well as south of the actual building. There is dedicated ADA spots located right in the front of the building to reduce the amount of time it takes to park and get inside the restaurant. There will also be a reciprocal access easement for parking. So if these spots all fill up, maybe during a rush hour for lunch, people can park in the lot to the south and access the site that way. So some other site features, there's a stormwater management area up to the north, as well as a dumpster enclosure to the west in kind of adjacent to the pasture lane. We're at the planning board last night. We did receive conditional approval. One of the conditions being achieving the special use permit for the restaurant with outdoor seating that we are going for today. So I'm here to answer any questions that the board may have or the public as well.
So it looks like that there was a former parking lot and entrance in the very northwest corner that's already been closed off as part of the Menotti Crossings construction. Is that correct?
You're saying over here to the west?
Yeah. No, right. Essentially, if I'm looking at the site development plans that have the aerial imagery underneath.
Yes, that's been removed. A lot of these are just gravel lots currently. And they've been waiting for tenants to go up to take them, so.
Great. I do know as I was at the hearing last night, I do know there was a request to, and this is more the plaza than you guys, to land bank the parking lot to the farthest east along Clay Road to increase the amount of green space on the overall development. I'm just relaying that to the town board since I don't know that. Well, I didn't see all of them at the planning board meeting last night. So, and I assume this is a relocation from your Highland Drive. Is that where you are today, or?
Yeah, I believe it is. Main move is for the, the actual drive-through access for the site, so.
I don't have any other questions that I didn't get answered essentially last night at the meeting. I don't know if others. Well, actually, could you highlight the outdoor seating? Is that gray area to the right hand side?
Yes, this patio area, kind of
Okay,
this concrete area here. So.
And is there some kind of bollards or heavy duty planters or something that would keep cars from accidentally driving into that area?
I believe the patio area is going to be fenced off, but we can also, it might be coming during the planning board review process, and some pedestrian safety, so that someone isn't walking across the patio area and someone doesn't, jump the curb and cause an accident. So that's something we can definitely look into.
Great. Okay, other questions, other board members?
What's the current square footage of the building that you have right now?
So it's around 4,600 square feet for the Panera Bread building.
The current building?
Are you talking for the Hobby Lobby to the south, or?
No,
There's
the current building that Panera is in right now.
The one on Highland?
Do you know what the square footage is of that building?
I do not.
Okay.
I believe this building is of comparable, interior size though for that. But I don't know the exact square footage of the Highland Drive location.
Other questions?
Right at the moment, it's a big empty
Right.
area. I think it's ripe for development. So
Yeah.
I think that makes a lot of sense right there.
It's a great improvement because it's going to be much easier to get into. So I'm excited for the drive-through also.
Okay, I'm just writing out, I'm gonna add the condition about the bollards, or I'm saying sufficient barrier. Any other comments from the board? Any comments from the public? Any comments online? And hearing no further comments, I am going to close the public hearing for special use permit application number 2022-026 Panera Bread. I'm going to put forth the resolution because I do have one condition. Fellow board members, I propose to approve special use permit application number 2022-026 Panera Bread 823 Jefferson Road to establish and operate a restaurant with dine-in, takeout, and drive-through meal service with outdoor seating with a sufficient barrier around the outdoor seating to prevent traffic from accidentally entering the patio.
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Safranic,
Aye.
Councilmember Bolsner,
Aye.
Councilmember Page,
Aye.
Councilmember Belanca,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye. Congratulations, and I can't quite say welcome since you guys have been, Panera's been operating here, but it'll be a nice addition to Menotti Crossings. If you're unaware, Menotti Crossings was named by the developer in honor of Peter Menotti, who was our long-serving deputy town supervisor and also chairman of our planning board. So we miss Peter a lot, so we're glad to see businesses going into the plaza named in his honor. Sorry if I'm getting a little verklempt. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You too. Next up, we have special use permit application number 2022-027, AccuPoint Relaxation Foot and Spa, 204 Amsden Drive, to renovate the first floor into a foot and spa center. We have representatives from AccuPoint
Yes.
here.
Yes. Hi, everyone.
Hello.
My name is Candace Jiang. I'm the architect and also the representative of AccuPoint Relaxation Food and Spa. As you guys all know, is currently is an existing business on Brighton Henrietta Town Line Road, and the owner bought the building at 204 Amsden Drive, and they're gonna move all the business over there. Anybody have question?
On pulling up the location, I accidentally pulled up 204 Antler Drive and was like, where the heck's that? Okay, so you're right across from the former Growmore facility.
Yes.
Current, there had been a science business or something there, I
Gotcha.
believe.
Could you tell us a little bit more about, like, how many employees are you looking to employ?
Yes, I'm not sure about how many employees, but I know from the design, there are 5 spa room. So I guess probably there are like more than 5 employees.
And I assume that these individuals working there are all licensed by New York State?
Yes,
And is there going to be exterior renovations or just interior?
interior, just the interior, but there is a ramp that which we add to next to the entrance, make this place accessible.
Great. Yep, I can see it on the plans there.
It's just-
Other questions?
Can you explain what exactly you're going to be doing there? I mean, is it going to be pedicures? Is it going to be, what exactly is it that you're going to be doing?
I'm not very sure about the business, but so as you see from the floor plan, they have a couple of chairs for the foot spa. That's is for the foot spa section, and the other rooms are just for the regular massage.
You don't have a representative from the business itself, just the architect?
Oh, yes.
Foot massage locations, I think, are becoming more popular and common.
Do you plan to add any signage at all?
Yes. Yeah, we submit the signage permit application as well.
Will it be roadside or on the building?
It's on the building.
Thank you.
How many parking spaces do you believe you have at the moment?
As if you can see from the site plan, I believe there are more than 10 parking spots.
And you feel that's adequate for the employees plus the customers that will be coming and going?
Yes, for sure.
So if you have 5 rooms plus children's spa space plus employees,
Mhm.
I'm curious how 10 spots is going to be adequate.
We do have couple, if you see from the site plan, yeah, I think we do have couple more space that close to the building, which the customer that can't reach. I think that is for our employee.
Okay.
Except aren't those spaces going to be filled by the wheelchair ramp?
The accessible parking spot is, I guess, is the first 1 or 2 that along the parking space.
So if you're going to have handicap parking, that's going to be denoted as handicap parking. So if you're not handicapped, you can't park in there. So that's going to reduce your parking spaces even more.
Mhm.
Where are they planning on putting any off parking? You're not planning on putting it on Amsden Drive, are you?
No,
So where are you planning on putting it?
I'm sorry, can you repeat your
I
question?
just don't see how 10 spots is going to be enough for 5 rooms plus employees, plus handicap parking, plus a ramp.
Can I go back and count how many parking spots, and I can give you the exact the count?
Yep, that would be great. While you're doing that, I will ask our Director of Engineering or our Director of Building to weigh in on, you know, what the ratio is from floor space for this type of business. In other words, if they're activating all of the floor space, how much parking would they need? I know like restaurants, it's 1 parking space for so many seats. I just don't know what it would be for a massage.
Okay,
So go ahead and do your count. I'm just asking the either the Director of Building or Director of Engineering to weigh in if you can get me that number.
sure.
Chris or Kevin, did you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Supervisor, Kevin Wilson, Director of Building and Fire Prevention. I'm looking at our off-street parking requirements. Looking for the best match. We don't have specifics to, we don't have anything specific to massage, you know,
Right.
parlors here. I've got,
I don't think we cover it in our code.
we got medical dental facility that's 1 per 200 square feet.
But I mean, wouldn't it seem to make sense that there should be like 1 per
1.
bed? I don't know. That just.
Yeah,
seems-
we can look at it as, I mean, if you have 5 rooms and you have 5 work employees and then at least 5 clients, that's 10 right there.
Right.
As far as
The other thing I'll
floor
note-
space and 10, I didn't look at the site plan that she had laid out for the parking.
The parking isn't,
Parking's not well laid out.
yeah, I don't see the parking detailed on the site plan. I see that the ramp is going to be, it looks like it's going to be going down into those couple extra parking
Right.
spots that are right next to the building.
Yeah, I mean, or again, they wouldn't be able to activate all the rooms. Because I agree with it being on a residential street.
Yeah.
We do not want to see tenants parking on that residential street.
No.
Steve, there is space in front of the building towards Amsden where they could add parking.
Okay.
I believe this house is on sanitary sewer, so there wouldn't be a septic system there.
Right.
We have to verify.
So yeah, I think we should do it condition upon, in other words, that they can only, they'll be limited in the amount of floor space they can activate for the business based on the amount of available off-street parking.
Yeah, and no on-street parking.
Right. No on-street parking. And the amount floor space that can be activated will be dictated by the amount available off-street. As dictated. Or at sole discretion of Director of Building and Fire Prevention. So discretion. Director. Any others?
Just curious, would they just need a variance if they were going to add parking spots in some other?
It looks like they're well below the, in other words, they have more green space than is required. But that would obviously, any addition, they would need to get approval for their site plan. It probably could be done administratively. If not, it would have to go in front of the planning board.
Got it.
But that would be a decision of the Director of Engineering and Planning.
Okay, great.
But like I said, there's a maximum amount of, I believe for this commercial district, I think it has to be 30% green, which it,
Okay.
right, residential it was greater, much greater than that. So as this is a converted, even with the parking they added, it's still, there's still a lot of green space left. So, but again, that's going to be ultimately up to either the director if he's doing it administratively or the planning board if it's being done by the board. Any other questions, comments? I will note that if this has to come back before here again, please have a representative from the business present as well.
Mhm.
I get you're put in this strange position, but if you're not fully conversant on the business, it's not the best for us to, when we have to ask these questions. So
Okay.
anything else? Anything from the public? Anything online? Then hearing no further comment, I'm going to close the public hearing for special use permit application number 2022-027 Acupoint Relaxation Foot and Spa. Okay, I'm going to put forth the resolution since I've noted the conditions that people had requested. I propose to approve special use permit application number 2022-027 Acupoint Relaxation Foot and Spa, 204 Amsden Drive, to renovate the first floor into a foot and spa center with the following conditions. There shall be no on-street parking. Second, the amount of floor space that may be activated for the business will be dictated by the amount of available off-street parking at the sole discretion of the Director of Building and Fire Prevention. And third, that any change in the parking field must be approved by the Director of Engineering and Planning or the Henrietta Town Planning Board.
Second.
Any questions or further discussion? Any questions from the representative for the applicant? Do you understand those conditions as placed upon?
Yes.
Hearing no further discussion, please call the roll.
Councilmember Safranic,
Aye.
Councilmember Bolsner,
Aye.
Councilmember Page,
Aye.
Councilmember Belanca,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye. Congratulations, and like I said, again, I can't welcome you to the town since this is already operating within the town, but congratulations on your new location.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You too. Next up, we have a public hearing on the proposed local law with respect to relaxing the limitations on uniformity of dwelling types. So basically, there's a old piece of code that basically said that you can't have more than 30% of any one dwelling type in a neighborhood. So a dwelling type would be Cape Cod, ranch, raised ranch, split level, 2-story, salt box, those type of things. I don't know why this restriction was first put in there, other than the only reason I could see it being put in there is to prevent neighborhoods from being cookie cutter. But as you see in modern construction today, what they do is they might all be raised ranches, for instance, but they will have varying floor plans that add a shed dormer or a gable dormer or 2 small gables, or they'll, bump out room, or they'll push the garage forward, or they'll push the garage back. So instead, we're changing the wording to say that no more than 30% can be of any one dwelling type, or that we didn't say that, there had to be a variation of dwelling type or floor plan so as to prevent an overly monotonous appearance. So basically, we're trying to avoid the cookie cutter look. So it serves the original purpose, but makes it more in line with the actual building practices of today. Any questions? Any comments?
Makes a lot of sense.
Anything from the public? Anything online? And hearing none, I am going to close the public hearing for the proposed local law with respect to relaxing limitations on uniformity of dwelling types. Yes, I noticed I missed one. Yeah, I did. So next up, I have a public hearing to consider the conveyance of lands as open space to the town of Henrietta, Lehigh Ridge subdivision. It was funny because I missed that the first time reading through, and I was wondering why I was sitting here. Now it makes a lot more sense. Go ahead. And Jenny, if you could bring up the map that shows the public space, that would be great.
Sure. Good evening, everyone. My name is James Creedicos. I'm with BME Associates. We were here in front of you for this project. You guys were the lead agent for the seeker determination, where you provided the conditional negative declaration back on your March meeting. We did receive overall preliminary subdivision approval from the planning board last night. So now we're here in front of you to complete one of the final steps with the open space acceptance for the subdivision. There are a couple changes to this map, very minor, based on some comments we received from the town engineer, as well as some other incorporations we're going to be looking to do with modifications to some water quality treatment practices, specifically adding a bioretention area that is going to be incorporated into one of the open space areas. So the total acreage now is going to be closer to 26.225 acres. I will get over an updated exhibit consistent with this to the town, so you can include that if you see so fit. As kind of discussed as part of the project, the plan is to create a park district for all the homes that are going to be included with this subdivision, so the town can maintain the lands using those funds. I believe the plan is to basically do low maintenance for the larger area, the teal shaded, as well as the blue area, which is to the northwest corner there. That is going to have a portion of the Lehigh Trail through it as well. The only difference, I think, from the plan that you guys saw back in March is we did make some revisions to an area kind of in the southeastern portion there. The orange highlighted area is an additional open space area that we incorporated that had to do with some resulting from preservation of a area identified by SHPO, the State Historic Preservation Office. with a sensitive resource there. There was an old house foundation as well as an out parcel building that was documented back when the Belfry Golf Course project was being presented. We didn't get all that information from SHPO until we actually had submitted their project. We went through a process of identifying where that location is using their historical records as well as some of our field survey and verification. What we're going to be doing is placing that area in a conservation easement, and then it's going to be put in an open space and dedicated to the town. That is really the only deviation from what we did before. But if you have any other questions on the project, I'd be happy to entertain them.
Great. So let me just make a couple of points of clarification on so we had a meeting with the Commissioner of Public Works and talking about how, what our plans are. There's going to be some trails through the Cyan section. The plan is that those will be mowed paths. So the ground has some elevation to it compared to the surrounding lower lines where the ponds are, which should drain the water off from them. So they should stay good and dry. But those are a lot easier to maintain and install than like a wood chip path or a stone dust path. Since the rest of it's going to be taller grass, probably brushed hogged once, maybe twice a year to keep I call them the weed trees from growing up. When you regularly mow on a weekly basis, the paths, they come up looking really nice. I know I do this on my acreage behind my house. So it works really well. The only place we might do something other than mowed grass is if there turns out to be a wet area, a soggy area. Although a lot of times you can fix that with an underneath drain tile to get the water. It's water flowing from one area to another. Obviously in the purple section, in the upper left corner, that's going to be around the Lehigh Valley Trail. The magenta portion is immediately adjacent to town property. It's all wetlands. It's protected wetlands. So that's just going to be let to go wild like the rest of the wetlands. It's to the west of the Lehigh Valley Trail, and that goes where it goes under the thruway. But like I said, that we really don't have a whole lot of use for other than it's additional protected wetlands. One of the things we've had a number of discussions on, and we still may do sometime down the road, is a major tributary of Red Creek comes through there. It brings water. There is a pipe under the thruway that continues the streams from the south. And when it rains heavily, that contributes a lot to, there's some areas with downstream flooding. So one of the things we're looking to do is put a weir at the north end of that. If you're not familiar with a weir is, it's a dam of limited height with an opening. And what that means is the opening is sized such that the normal flow of the stream can go through, continue unabated. If during rain events, what'll happen is the normal flow of the stream can go through, not the higher rate of water that's happening during the rain event. And so the water starts to back up. The dam is situated such that if it reaches such a level that it would start to impinge on surrounding areas, it would top over the weir and continue on. So what that would do is it would essentially be a detention area to hold that water back, to give more room for the water north of there coming through, especially since some of that comes from the large neighborhoods to the north of Town Hall, which absolutely have problems with flooding during really heavy rain events. So the idea is if we can detain that water there and let it out slowly, it should help with everything downstream from that. Because of that, any of the stuff in the lowest line, the lowest 2 feet of elevation, essentially during a really heavy rain event could fill up with water. So again, we're happy that it's town land that we would be doing this because it essentially makes the land completely useless to people who are there. So, but taking it over, like I said, it would help with that scenario because That is where about approximately where the creek comes through, so. And then finally, for the historic site, the plan again is we'll probably brush hog that once or twice a year, because we don't want to see trees taking root there, because we don't want them to go down and disturb the foundations. I don't know if our town historian would have an interest in applying for a grant to actually excavate those sites. Or, if there's a school that might be interested in doing that. It's an individual who was a drummer in the Revolutionary War. So there is some historical significance to that. But again, the idea is they're going to cap it to protect it. And that if we so desire, we could excavate it at some point in the future and make it an actual historic, an archaeological site. So, but that's not a decision we're going to be making today. But obviously, I think that's important that a historic site like that, if it can be under the control of the town, I think that's advantageous.
Yep, and actually on that note, as part of our review of this project, we did complete what SHPO refers to as a research design scoping for that. So I think our applicant would be happy to provide that, and even has some rough cost numbers to complete that
That'd be great.
excavation and removal. So
Because that would allow us to go after a grant. So if he can provide that, we can use that to apply for a grant if our town historian is interested in doing that. So.
absolutely.
And then finally, I'll note that there's a large area under the utility lines, the high voltage utility lines. At some point down the road, we may want to make the choice, and some of that's going to depend on what we have for trails. I'd rather wait till this all plays out before we potentially talk to them about turning it over to them. But, as a possibility, if we don't want to maintain it, we could arguably turn it over to the power authority. And I think it's now National Grid. It used to be Niagara Mohawk. But I'd rather wait on that to see, because I don't know exactly what the trails are going to look like. And I'd also want to have feedback from the residents, the neighbors to the north, the existing properties. But that is something we can consider down the road if we decide we want others to take care of it. Although, like I said, if all we're doing is brush hogging it once a year, I don't think it's going to be that great a maintenance issue. So that's the plans if we do decide to have them convey these lands to the town. So I just wanted you guys to be aware of that. Questions from the board? Questions from our town attorney?
Yeah, just one thing I thought about, you and I talked about this a little bit, is the idea of the park district. As we all know, when we designate something or say the word park upon taking land, then it gets stuck in that category in terms of protecting the public trust with respect to parkland. So if that is not something we're definitely sure about, let's make sure on this resolution or on these conditions that we make it clear that we're not accepting this as parkland. It's just a possibility for the future.
So the one that I will say, and it's going to be hard to designate, we cannot, and I don't know that we can have the park under the utility lines. I don't know that
Okay.
that's a legal use. So I would certainly exclude that. I would certainly exclude the simplest thing it would be.
Can I
is-
make a suggestion?
Yep.
You can always designate as parkland later. I'm just saying, if you take it now under the guise of parkland, then it becomes
Right.
stuck as parkland. So if you take it now and say maybe parkland later, you can always,
Right.
you always reserve the right in the future.
And I believe that we have other park districts that preserve non-parkland too. So I realize that they're called park districts, but
We can look into,
yeah, we can
we
look.
can
into
take a
that.
look into
And
that.
again, we're not authorizing that today, but I agree. They certainly would be, town lands. We have taken dedication of other town lands. I could conceivably see part of it becoming what I refer to as a neighborhood park.
And you could absolutely take it as general open space or town lands without any park designation, and then decide later to put it into a park designation if it's fit for that.
Sounds good. The key being, like I said, in terms of when we're taking land from a development and they're not going to create an HOA, when it's a clustering development, essentially they want to give it to the town so that the residents don't have to bear that cost going forward, or the developer doesn't have to bear that cost going forward. I have a problem putting that burden on other taxpayers. So the cost of maintaining those lands that are part of the clustering, that's why, like I said, I was talking about that. I believe we should create a park district so that the burden falls to the people living there as opposed to somebody who's far away. If it were what I will call a townwide park, so that's like Tinker, Veterans, ones like that, that's another story. That's one that's intended to be shared by everybody. But these neighborhood parks, and I bring up Bell Manor, Kenwick, and when I say those names, most people aren't even aware that we have those parks, Andrews even. It's because they're essentially neighborhood parks. They serve that neighborhood. Those are the ones, as well as not just parks, but also, like I said, some conservancies. So we have some areas where the land was donated to be what most people think of as forever wild, effectively as a benefit to those taxpayers. Well, it still requires, forever wild still requires some maintenance. And so again, typically what happens is they're called a park district, even if it's not a park, but it's a special tax that gets charged to that folks in that neighborhood to cover the cost of that benefit that they've essentially received. So. Any other questions? Do we have an actual resolution for, oh, we do, okay.
I believe so, but
And
it
it's as
doesn't,
open
it does not
space.
say parking. Yeah, it does not
Perfect.
state park land. It just says
Right.
open space.
Yeah, so like I said, there is a chance that the southern portion of the Cyan, we may turn into a neighborhood park, but again, we'll make that designation when it's ready to be done. The other lands, if the historic, the town historian decides to turn that into an archaeological site and it's a place that people can visit. In other words, while it's an archaeological site, it would not be a park. But let's say it's fully developed and they provide some means for people to go there, it's at that time that we would turn it into a park, so. Any other questions on that? Any other comments? Anything from the public? Anything online? I see our online list has grown. Then hearing none, I'm going to close the public hearing to consider conveyance of lands as open space to the town of Henrietta Lehigh Ridge subdivision.
Do you want me to read the resolution or do you want to wait?
Let's just wait. Let's do it in the order. So thank you very much, and we'll introduce the resolution in a little bit.
Have a great rest of your night.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I don't know. Okay. And as I mentioned earlier, our plan is to get through the rest of our business before holding the public hearing for the special use permit application number 2022-013, Planned Parenthood of Central and Western New York. So that is going to be a significant amount of time. Can I get my first resolution? Oh, actually, sorry.
Say, are we
Yeah,
doing
no.
that resolution?
So let me talk about the individual was not able to make it tonight. But I do want to talk about it a little bit. So we were going to read a resolution to acknowledge the donation of a historic tree or a tree that was planted in honor of Matthew. Did anyone ever get the proper pronunciation? Vetromil. Matthew Vetromil has been missing since March 1st, 2021, when he was last seen in Orlando, Florida. And his family wanted to bring attention to missing persons, is the case of their son, as well as overall awareness to the plight of missing persons and their families. The town park was actually a place that he loved to go as a child, so they actually planted a tree in Veterans Memorial Park in his honor. But I'd read, because she's not going to be able to make it this meeting, we're going to postpone the resolution till next meeting when she'll hopefully be able to make it. But I just wanted to talk about it because we've got a large crowd. And, you know, I can't imagine being a parent and have your child go missing. And, you know, it's now been over a year. I just can't imagine what the family is going through. So if you could have the family and especially Matthew in your thoughts and prayers, very much appreciate it, because so it's just, I just can't imagine what they're going through. Okay, and I guess I'm on for the second resolution. Fellow board members, I have resolution 14-209, 2022. Whereas Henrietta Public Library Friends and Foundation Incorporated has donated $100 to the Henrietta Public Library for the acquisition of community bookshelves. And whereas a check in the amount of $100 was received by the library director. Therefore, be it resolved that the Henrietta Town Board acknowledges this donation and thanks the Henrietta Public Library Friends and Foundation for their generosity.
Second.
Discussion.
Just, I know that the Friends and Foundation has done a lot for literacy and for the library in our community. And I just really appreciate all the time and energy that all those volunteers put in.
Anything to, I don't know if you want to add something as liaison?
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing the heart and the soul that people put into the library as volunteering over there. And, you know, I know a lot of people may not think that a library is necessary in a community, but we've got some amazing people that serve on both the board and the foundation and the work that they put in, and they're not paid for it. They just do it out of the goodness of their heart. So if you don't have an opportunity, or if you haven't been able to take advantage of all the resources at the library, it's certainly worth looking into. It really is an amazing group of people over there. And we're so grateful for everything that the foundation does to help out the library.
And going back to the comment about the people who don't think libraries are as necessary in this day and age, they haven't been to a modern library. They haven't seen the vast increase in usage, books, ebooks, movies, online access, you know, especially for people who do not have high-speed internet connections. During the pandemic, even though they were closed, they moved all of the Wi-Fi access points to the outside of the building, the perimeter outside walls of the building, so that people could pull up in the parking lot and get high-speed internet access to help with their schools. So they do an amazing amount of stuff. And like I said, I think it's great that there's so many folks willing to help them out, especially the Henrietta Public Library Friends and Foundation. Any further comments? Anything from the public? Anything online? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Safranik,
Aye.
Councilmember Bolsner,
Aye.
Councilmember Page,
Aye.
Councilmember Belanca,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye.
Mr. Supervisor and fellow board members, I have resolution number 14-210-2022. Whereas the Henrietta Public Library Friends and Foundation Incorporated has donated $3,550 to the Henrietta Public Library to put towards summer events and supplies. And whereas a check in the amount of $3,550 was received by the library director, therefore be it resolved that the Henrietta Town Board acknowledges this donation and thanks Henrietta Public Library Friends and Foundation Incorporated for their generosity.
Seconded.
So I'll open by repeating everything that was just said. I don't know if there's anything else needs to be added.
Well, I'd just like to say, I mean, you listed out a lot of wonderful things that the library offers, but their events and activities, their education, you know, from story time to book clubs and writers club, all these events just contribute so much to everyone in our community. And this is going to go a long way to help with the some really fun and excellent summer events and activities for everyone.
Well said. Anything else? Anything from the public? Anything online? Then hearing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Safranik,
Aye.
Councilmember Bolsner,
Aye.
Councilmember Page,
Aye.
Councilmember Belanca,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye.
Mr. Supervisor and fellow board members, I have resolution number 14-211/2022 to authorize bills payable for June 13th, 2022 through today, June 22nd, 2022.
Second.
Any discussion? I'll say thank you, Joe, for the long hours spent. For whatever reason, the company that sells the library books can't put them all together on one invoice or even a couple invoices. Every book has its own invoice. So Joe had to go through a whole lot of invoices. Any other comments? Anything from the public? Anything online? Then hearing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Safranik,
Aye.
Councilmember Bolsner,
Aye.
Councilmember Page,
Aye.
Councilmember Belanca,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye.
Before I start this resolution, I would like to apologize if I unintended mess up anybody's name. And if anybody has any corrections, please don't hesitate to correct me. Mr. Supervisor, fellow town board members, I have resolution 14-212/2022 to appoint Bridget Bartholomew as an adult member, to appoint Pharrell Tumani and Morgan Wysokarski as student members, and to reappoint Tracy Sun and Alyssa Carolyn DeFries as student members to the youth board.
Seconded.
Nice job with those, Millie.
Yeah, I agree. Any further comments? I think the work that the youth board does is great. And, it's again, primarily at volunteers. There are some town staff that help with the stuff as well, play a huge part in it, but the youth board itself, they, a lot of time spent putting together programming and education and other services for our youth, as well as honoring youth in our town with the Youth Hall of Fame. So,
Yeah, and I think a big part of what the youth board does is hear from the youth in our community and help them to bring forth things that they see for themselves that would benefit youth within our community. So it's not just adults saying this is what you need, it's the youth themselves saying this is what we feel that we need, and we're going to work towards doing that.
which, as you can see, the board is constituted of both adult and youth members.
Mhm.
So,
That's one of the really nice benefits to it, is that they do take opinions of different ages, and the events that they do are fabulous.
Yes.
If you haven't done any of the events, please do the events. They put so much into them and they're just incredible.
I'd like to add also that Chairperson Reglo is very excited that both Tracy and Alyssa decided to continue for 2-year terms. Very excited also that Morgan Wysokarski is one of the youngest members we've ever had on the youth board, and that's really been an age group that has not been as represented in the past. And he was excited to tell me that there really were only 3 openings, but their bylaws allow for them to add 1 more than currently. And since there was so much interest, just a very exciting time for the youth board.
That's great.
great, thank you. Any comments from the public? Anything online? Then hearing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Safranik,
Aye.
Councilmember Bolsner,
Aye.
Councilmember Page,
Aye.
Councilmember Belanca,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz and fellow board members, I have resolution number 14-213/2022 to authorize the purchase of a 2022 one-ton double cab pickup truck for the Highway Department from Denoyer Chevrolet, Inc.
I'll second. I have no idea.
Okay.
It looks like, I don't know if there's an
Sounds
extra
good to
O in
me.
there. The new year, I don't know. Obtaining vehicles has been extremely difficult these past few years, so we're starting to get to this. This is a bit heavier duty than we normally would go for. It's a bit higher in price. But it's what our highway superintendent has brought forth, because it's pretty much the only thing we can actually find. You know, one of the things that happens, there's this normal mini bid process through the state, and they put stuff on the contract. The most recent one essentially closed before it opened, and there will be no additional vehicles for the rest of the year on the contract. So a handful of people who got lucky, so to speak, and won the lottery. A couple of those towns were able to get vehicles. The rest of us did not. So, you know, as we said, when we went out to the mini bid, we received no response. And so we did get one response that was a 1 ton, again, bigger than we typically would have gone for, but it will serve the purpose. It will more than serve the purpose. It's a little heavier duty than we need, therefore a little more expensive than we otherwise would have paid. But at this point, we don't have a whole lot of options. So comments from the board? I will note that there were 2 open trucks for replacement. I don't feel there was a second one, but at that point, in my opinion, we'd be too far over budget. I will also note that we've been doing additional work for the county. And so our revenues from doing work for the county have exceeded budget. So even though this is higher than what was budgeted, the delta between, or it's our revenues are up more than this expense is up. So even though it's over budget, we are still looking to come on budget or just under budget. So any other questions, comments? Anything from the public? Anything online? And hearing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Safranik,
Aye.
Councilmember Bolsner,
Aye.
Councilmember Page,
Aye.
Councilmember Belanca,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye. Fellow board members, I have resolution 14-214, 2022 to authorize a change in the 2022 IRS standard mileage rate for use of personal vehicles on official town business.
Second.
So it is not very often that the IRS does a mid-year adjustment. But as you can imagine, with rising prices, they felt it necessary, especially with rising gas prices. So this is the official mileage rate. We've always followed the IRS approved rate. And so they're doing a mid-year adjustment. So we're following that. Any comments? Any questions? Anything from the public? Anything online? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Safranik,
Aye.
Councilmember Bolsner,
Aye.
Councilmember Page,
Aye.
Councilmember Belanca,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye.
Mr. Supervisor and fellow board members, I have resolution number 14-2015, 215, excuse me, -2022 to call for a public hearing to add a chapter to the town code regulating outdoor fires and open burning.
Seconded.
So this town code will mostly be just bringing over code that currently is across 3 locations. It's in the state fire codes. It's in the state DEC, environmental conservation codes, and it's in the Monroe County codes. It makes it very difficult for residents to know what they can and can't do, what kind of setback distances they can have. It also creates problems if somebody's in violation. It makes it very difficult for a sheriff deputy to actually cite them for their violation of fire code. So we're centralizing it all in one location. The only thing that the town does have the authority to increase distances or essentially to have fire codes more strict than the state. We can't be more lenient, but we could be more strict. We at this time have not opted to do that, with one exception, and that is for recreational fires and recreational bonfires. So the only difference between a recreational fire and a recreational bonfire is essentially the size of the combustible material. Bonfires are obviously bigger. So in that regards, the intent of those, unless it's a campground or a place like Camp Possibilities, some, a Boy Scout camp, a Girl Scout camp. The idea of having a recreational fire is not that I have them 7 days a week, constantly. So, but we have had some problems with people living in residential areas who are doing that. And so we are putting a restriction on the maximum number of times per week that you can have a campfire in a residential, basically in an area that isn't approved as a campground. That's really the only thing we're putting in over the current written code. And again, we believe that that was the spirit when the code was written. It just was never included in the code, and therefore we're adding that specifically to the town code. So, but again, this is the public hearing will be next week. The code we've written, but we haven't put it into local law form. We've been rather busy this week, and all you people out here are largely why. Next week we'll get that local law written and published, but it's 3 weeks away till our next town board meeting, so we have some time to get that done. So, any questions, comments? Anything else from the town board? Anything from the public? Anything online? Then hearing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Safranik,
Aye.
Councilmember Bolsner,
Aye.
Councilmember Page,
Aye.
Councilmember Belanca,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
All right,
Mr. Supervisor and fellow board members, I have resolution number 14-216/2022 to accept the Monroe County Stormwater Coalition Joint Annual Report.
Second.
any questions, comments? Anything from the public? Anything online? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Safranik,
Aye.
Councilmember Bolsner,
Aye.
Councilmember Page,
Aye.
Councilmember Belanca,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye,
Mr. Supervisor, fellow town board members, I have resolution 14-217 /2022 to hire personnel and make the attached changes.
Seconded.
any discussion? Anything from the public? Anything online? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Safranik,
Aye.
Councilmember Bolsner,
Aye.
Councilmember Page,
Aye.
Councilmember Belanca,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye,
Supervisor Schultz and fellow board members, I have resolution number 14-218/2022 to approve conditions of preliminary subdivision plat regarding open lands for the Lehigh Ridge subdivision.
second. I'm just reading the final thing. Yeah, so it doesn't, there's nothing in the resolution that specifically identifies it as parkland.
And the map doesn't say parkland on it either, right?
Right.
I didn't see that on there. Okay.
Okay, any further discussion beyond what we had at the public hearing? Anything from the public? Anything online? And hearing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Safranik,
Aye.
Councilmember Bolsner,
Aye.
Councilmember Page,
Aye.
Councilmember Belanca,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye. Fellow board members, I have resolution 24-219/2022 to issue a negative declaration and adopt local law number 13 of 2022 to approve a local law regarding limitations on the uniformity of dwelling types and subdivisions.
Second.
So again, we largely talked about this in the public hearing. Any further comments or questions? Anything from the public? Anything online? And hearing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Safranik,
Aye.
Councilmember Bolsner,
Aye.
Councilmember Page,
Aye.
Councilmember Belanca,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye.
Mr. Supervisor and fellow board members, I have resolution number 14-220/2022 to issue a negative declaration and adopt local law number 14 of 2022 to approve a local law to implement a local energy code, including New York Stretch.
Seconded.
So as discussed at the public hearing at the previous meeting, hold on a second, there it is. The New York Stretch Code basically calls for more energy efficient homes. For new home constructions, typically the additional cost is measured in the single thousands of dollars. If it's somebody who's getting a mortgage, the energy savings will typically exceed the additional cost to the mortgage payment. So the payback is almost immediately. For those who are paying cash for their home, the payback is usually within a couple of years. For those, it does also affect if somebody is doing a new addition, but it doesn't require them to update the whole house. They would just have to, any of the new construction they're doing, or if they're replacing their windows, they would have to be Windows compliant with the stretch code. We are implementing this with a local law effective date of November 1st. So that gives people who are currently have projects in the pipeline time to get those projects through that are, if they've basically sold a house to somebody based on the current code, it's not fair to them to change it and say, okay, when you start building, you have to meet the new code. So that gives them at least 4 months to build that. We've reached out to NYSERDA to see if they'll extend beyond that. I'd prefer to go to December 31st, but until we hear from NYSERDA, we're going to stick with the November 1st because we know we can do that date. And we'll go from there. So I don't know if there's any additional questions or comments. Nothing from the board, anything from the public? Come on up.
Hello, Town Board of Henrietta. I thank you very much for all your previous initiatives to help protect our environment and work for green action, namely LED lighting upgrade and the Community Renewable Energy Aggregation Program, which we're adopting during this year. I thank you very much for your optimism and drive to do things green and improve our environment. In this case, the Stretch Energy Code is a higher, more stringent code, but it will benefit the building residents because they will save energy on, and that's money right there. So they save money right there. And there is a variance. It's allowed to have unlimited variances during that first year of the Stretch Energy Code for people who have already started building project planning, for them to require, just apply for a variance and say, hey, we already put in our bid for the windows for our house. So could we just have a variance to use these windows we've already ordered? And those are available during that Stretch Energy Code first year. But thank you very much for considering doing it. And hopefully we'll get our $50,000 for getting it done by the end of June. Thank you.
Thank you. As someone who built my new home to these more stringent standards, I will say, even though my new home is twice the square footage of my old home, it actually takes less energy to heat and cool because the house is so efficient. So they really do make their measurable difference.
And Pat, I would like to thank you because you have gone over and above. You're not paid for this. You just have a passion and a heart for this. And I want to thank everything. I want to thank you, your time, your commitment to the town. It's just amazing. And the committee that you work with, just really a wonderful group of people.
Yep. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you so much.
Just want to make a quick comment and a question. Just wondering if this new reg that you would pass is perhaps the wisest move in these uncertain times in the construction and the real estate and the supply chain and inflation and et cetera, et cetera. We're already having a downturn in the housing industry, which was at unprecedented levels in terms of pricing, as you guys well know.
Downturn, the prices have gone way up, not down.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm saying that the prices has been at an unprecedented level because of all of the issues within our system that is weighing on almost every aspect of the economy, but particularly real estate. Real estate has been, I've been in real estate for 30 years and I've never seen prices and competitive bidding and et cetera, where people are bidding 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, $100,000 over.
So just to be clear, this has no effect on that whatsoever, because existing houses aren't required to upgrade.
I don't mean the existing, I'm talking about new construction.
Correct. And the new construction, again, when you're looking at the additional cost as part of the total, it's minuscule. It really is.
And I understand.
Let me finish,
Go ahead,
please.
go ahead.
And when you then look at, again, the immediate savings that come into effect, it actually does, it helps the residents because it results in their lower monthly costs.
So what I heard you say specifically that, and it wasn't specific, but it was general, that it's in the single thousands of dollars,
Correct.
right? So that could be 9,000, 8,000, 7,000, 6,000.
Typically more 3 to 4.
But the point is, I mean, we don't have the facts, but I'm just going by what you said. And my point, let me finish. My point is that in the real estate market that we're in, whether it's existing or new, but we're talking about new, is it the wisest thing to do to add any additional cost until we get through this unprecedented times that we're living in?
So
That's all.
So I do think it is. Let me add a couple things. The reason I can't give you a specific cost, because it's obviously depends on the house built, right? A single floor ranch cost, it's going to be small. You know, a 4,000 square foot house, it's going to be much more, right? So that's why I can't give you specifics. Right. But let me add a couple other things too, in terms of, you know, you're actually already seeing a decline in new home builds in some areas and the market in terms of purchase, not because of the construction costs, but because of the adjusting of the interest rates. There has already been a roughly 40% reduction in new home starts. If you want to see an indicator of the economy to come, it's new home starts. And so, you know, in that regards, again, it's lower. And as pointed out, this doesn't take effect until near the end of this year. Hopefully some of that's been recovered. And also, as Pat pointed out, if there is somebody who is feeling the crunch from it, they can get a variance. And basically the variance allows them to relax to what the current energy codes are. So again, if one of the things that our sustainability committee is going to look to do is to educate, put some material to educate the home builders so that they can explain to the buyers why the energy efficient home is better. So to answer your question directly, I do think it is wise. You know, the problem you have with a lot of the builders is they will build to the cheapest level they can. And oh, by the way, they'll charge as much as they can based on the market, right? So not all of the new home price increase has to do with the supply chain. Often it does. Sometimes it's just because that's the price they can command in the market, because that's what existing homes are going for. You know, one of the things we've seen, Lisa mentioned this at a previous board meeting, the average price, this part I know, the average price in Henrietta used to be around $150,000. What she has said is you can't find a house for sale in Henrietta under 200,000. So
Well, you can find it for sale. You just can't purchase
You
it.
can't purchase it at that price, right? You know, and again, 2 years ago, we purchased the house across the street from us for my father-in-law. It was assessed at 130,000. It went on the market for 170,000. To get it, we had to pay 183, and we only got it because we had an escalator clause, and it was an all cash, no contingency offer, not even on inspection. So, I mean, that's the way the real estate market has been these last couple of years. So again, in terms of what generally drives those prices is the market, not the cost. Now, with that said, don't get me wrong, a builder is not going to build homes at a loss, or they're not going to be in business for very long. But a lot of times that markup has to do more with the current housing market is greater than the cost, significantly greater than the cost to build a home, and therefore they can make more margin on it. So
I appreciate that. Thank you.
My apologies, sir. I didn't catch your name and affiliation.
Clay Harris.
Okay.
Clay Harris, because he's not at the mic right now. So yeah, I apologize. When you come up to speak, please introduce yourself. Any further discussion? Anything online? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Safranik,
Aye.
Councilmember Bolzner,
Aye.
Councilmember Page,
Aye.
Councilmember Belanca,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye. So we have one additional resolution that was not originally on the agenda. And that is because we actually have a SUV available, and you have to act quickly or else they go away. So fellow board members, I have resolution 14-222, 2022 to authorize the purchase of a vehicle for the Public Works Department.
Second.
So this is one we'd originally gone out to bid. There was nothing available. We added Sourcewell. They said they had something that would be available in June. Here we are in June. The vehicle that they claim to have had for us hasn't even been built yet, and it is not anywhere in the production schedule. So we don't know that it's going to happen. And this is a vehicle that we've had a need for. We've had other people sharing vehicles. It is starting to impact their ability to do work this summer. So our Commissioner of Public Works called around. We found multiple vehicles, all under the threshold that was set out by the original authorizing resolution. All of them are within $460 of each other. That's the range. But we would like to go with the most expensive, which was $32,174, because it is they're all, interestingly enough, they're all Ford Escape SEs. So Ford apparently has had some production. But the one that we would like to select is actually a hybrid. And so it gets better gas mileage, and we estimate that the payback will probably be within the year with the rate of current gasoline prices. So in addition, that also aligns with our commitment to sustainability and to reducing our carbon footprint. So we in the town we passed a resolution sometime back allowing us to purchase by best value, not just solely by best price. So it is the opinion of myself, the Director of Finance, and the Commissioner of Public Works that the best value for the town is the Ford Escape SE Hybrid for $32,174. So questions, comments? And basically we have to let them know first thing in the morning or we lose the vehicle. So fortunately it happened to occur on a town board meeting night. So any further questions, comments, anything from the public? I can see Pat smiling back there. Pat Wardinger, our chair of our sustainability committee. Anything online? And hearing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Safranik,
Aye.
Councilmember Bolzner,
Aye.
Councilmember Page,
Aye.
Councilmember Belanca,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye. That concludes our resolutions. At this time, any town staff members who are not needed to partake in the special use permit application, public hearing for Planned Parenthood, you're free to go home for the night. Do we want to take a break before we start this? Give people a chance to use the
Supervisor,
restroom?
if there's anybody that has any other public
Oh, you want to
comments,
do the public comments first?
well, just not from this.
Oh,
particular-
you're right. Good point. Good point. The
Mhm.
public comments, yeah. Council member Safranik brings up a good point. Are there any other discussion items or comments from the public not related to Planned Parenthood application? Any announcements or anything like that? Are there any announcements the town board wants to put out prior? Okay. Do we want to take a break now, or do we want to hear some feedback and then take a break in a little bit? Sounds good to me. Okay, couple ground rules. Craig, do you have a ballpark as to how many people have turned in cards? Can you get me those cards? So we've got a lot of people who wish to give opinions.
Looks like 40 online.
Yep, there's already a couple people with their hand raised online. So we've got a lot of comments to get through. If you could try to keep it short. And if someone else said exactly what you want to say, you are welcome to say, I agree with that person, or I agree with the person who said this. You don't have to go into all the details. If you have something pertinent, new to add to it, by all means, add something new. But often what happens at a lot of these discussions is there's a lot of repeated information. And again, that can really continue on. We've got a hard stop at midnight. So again, we need you to work with us to keep it short, so that we can get out of here, right?
One last announcement in case anybody did not get a chance to fill out a card.
Sure. If anybody did not get a chance to fill out a card, you may see our deputy town supervisor. He's wearing a blue and gray Henrietta shirt. He's standing in the doorway. Okay. Couple other things. I know based off of a lot of the emails and comments at previous hearings, there's people who would like us to rule otherwise, but I have to repeat that this is a land use decision. The law is pretty clear in terms of it spelling out the 10 criteria that we should or must consider when evaluating a special use permit as to whether we approve or deny. One of the things we do on that is, we then review that. It is, I will say, quite often we will get applications from businesses that perhaps the business itself or the founder of the business or something they do or something the founders or CEOs have said run contrary to our personal beliefs or our religious beliefs or whatever. Just as a police officer, you wouldn't want a police officer who only applies the laws that they agree with. We can't be a town board member who only applies the law to organizations we do or don't agree with. We took an oath of office, and part of that oath of office is to uphold the United States and New York State constitutions, and included in there is equal protection under the law, equal application of law. We have a duty to apply the law fairly and equally to all applicants. I know it pains some of the individuals on this board because of the subject at hand. I know there's a lot of you who probably think I believe otherwise, but I am actually not for abortion. I would not want to get one unless perhaps my wife's life was in danger. But I don't get to impose my personal beliefs. We have to follow what's in the law. With that said, I will also say I am someone who is pro-choice. Just because I don't believe in an abortion doesn't mean I need to force those on other individuals, those beliefs on other individuals. I do wish Congress or Albany would put together what I would consider reasonable laws in this regards, because I think, like with all rights, this is an issue of comparative rights. Unfortunately, I've not heard many lawmakers in Albany or Congress who have done such. Don't assume because I have a particular letter after my name that I am in agreement with other members in my party, especially those who have, in my opinion, gone from the pro-choice opinion to a pro-abortion opinion. I am not with those people. With that said, again, we have an obligation to apply the laws fairly and equally and to consider the 10 points spelled out in our town code with regards to this particular application. It has not been easy. We have certainly spent a lot of time on this. We've had more attorney-client privileges on this piece of legislation or on this particular application than we have on anything else in the 4.5 years I've been here. So please do not accuse us of taking this lightly. We do not. Everybody up here takes their role very seriously. It's not easy. It really isn't. So like I said, I just would ask that you keep that in mind. In addition, please keep outbursts not just to a minimum, but don't have them, right? Let the person at the podium speak. Do not shout out something else. Do not shout out interruptions. When you come up to speak, you are to speak to the town board. Don't turn around and speak to somebody in the audience. We're going to ask, everybody's going to get a chance to speak once if everybody keeps their comments in a reasonable amount of time. We don't expect there to be people to speak twice. I don't know that we're going to have that kind of time, or speak a second time, I should say. I will say, however, if there is a point of clarification we need from a previous speaker, we may call somebody up for a second time. Did I miss any of the ground rules? And so, as I said, I don't know how many people are outside this room, but what I will do is I am going to call up the first speaker. I will announce who's on deck and then who's in the circle. If you don't know your baseball team, the person on deck is next, the person in the circle, they're behind. So that just gives you time. If you're not in this room and you hear your name called for being on deck or in the circle, you can come on up and come into the room and so that you'll be ready to speak.
And Mr. Supervisor, will be rotating between in-person and online.
Right, periodically we will, I'll be calling online and our town clerk will activate that person to speak.
Let's take a quick minute pause. The audio outside has stopped. So we have some reconfiguration of some of the residents going downstairs over the side. So they were able to run in here the past couple of minutes.
Okay. Yep. Okay. Okay.
Sure,
So
what was said.
if you couldn't hear that, basically there's a, oh, is it all set, did you say? Becky?
No, not Becky.
Or-
No, I was saying I couldn't hear what was said.
Oh, okay, sorry. So there's an audio problem outside, so people are being relocated. So it was suggested we take a bio break now while they're trying to resolve that issue, and or people are relocating to downstairs or inside, because there have been some seats that have opened up inside here. Okay, so let's take a 5-minute break and we will reconvene at 1:45.
Okay.
The room is not unmuted, so we can't hear anything that's being said.
There we go.
Thank you.
Go ahead and start over, please.
Sure. Supervisor, town board, thank you for allowing us to be here again tonight. My name is Christian Olick, Chief Financial Officer, Planned Parenthood of Central Western New York. Our application for a special use permit to operate an Article 28 diagnostic and treatment medical facility should be approved. The proposed use plainly meets each of the factors listed out on the town board for considering special use permit applications. And therefore, the board should approve the application and issue a special use permit for the proposed facility. The proposed facility will provide necessary services to the public, is consistent with town zoning and comprehensive plan, and does not involve construction of any new structures. Rather, the proposed facility will fill vacant space within an existing building located in a purely commercial area of the town. First, the proposed use is consistent with those permitted and existing in the relevant zoning district. There are already numerous medical facilities in the area, including another recently approved medical facility near the site. The proposed use also aligns with the purpose, intent, and design standards of the district. And consistent with the intent of the district, the facility will provide necessary services to the residents. There will be no exterior changes to the existing structure other than a sign change. So the proposed facility is already consistent with the design and development standards of the area. In addition, the use aligns with the goals of the town's comprehensive plan. It will fill a currently vacant space and promotes the mixed use vision for the commercial area. Next, the proposed use will not produce any smoke, odors, contamination, other nuisances, material hazards to the public. It will not create any material adverse environmental impacts under the State Environmental Quality Review Act. The project constitutes a type 2 action and therefore requires no further review under the act. There's nothing about the physical conditions of the site that would make the proposed use unsuitable. The proposed use will not create a significant impact on public infrastructure, utilities, or emergency services, so it will not create any kind of inadequacy for these services. Finally, the proposed facility will not modify the site layout, so it will not change existing traffic patterns and will have no impact on access to parks and other open space resources. It's also important to note that the proposed facility would be allowed in the town's commercial B2 district. It's only because the proposed location is in the commercial B1 district that a special use permit is being required, as you know. The proposed facility is permitted as a right in the B2 district and would not require a special use permit or other use related approvals to be located there. Planned Parenthood of Central and Western New York actually looked at properties within some of your B2 districts, but found that those areas would have actually been closer to residential neighborhoods than the proposed Jefferson Road location, which is not near any residential properties. The proposed Jefferson site is actually surrounded by commercial districts to the east, the south, and the west, and the industrial commercial district to the north. As a result, Planned Parenthood of Central and Western New York settled on this site because of its location in a purely commercial area to ensure convenient access for the patients and avoid placing the facility closer to a residential neighborhood. In summary, each of the factors listed out in the town code for considering special use permits weigh plainly in favor of issuing a permit. And therefore, tonight we respectfully request that the board approve the application and issue a special use permit for the proposed facility. We've also submitted a letter for the public record and that summarizes some of these same points that I brought up tonight. In addition to that, in the last meeting, I know there were numerous points made by some who came to the podium. What I would say non-factual information about our business and medical standards. We have submitted various letters and materials to the public record that I believe the board has access to, so that both the board and the public can review them and gain a full understanding of our complete list of services. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
So one of the points that's been brought up on a number of times, either at the podium or in letters or emails to the town, has been a claim that there would be an adverse impact on emergency services because people would need to be rushed to the hospital. Do you have any statistics on how many ambulance transfers have occurred from either your Greece location, any of your other existing locations?
I think the closest example would be our University Ave location. It's actually going to be larger than this site, but I think proportionality, I think it would give you some idea of that. We've had, in 2020, we had 2 ambulance transfers, and in 2001, we had 3.
2001 or 221?
2021, I'm sorry, we had 3. And then the year before, we had 2.
Other questions?
Is the performance of an abortion a surgical procedure?
I'm not the medical professional to answer that question, but yeah, yeah.
Please introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Michelle Casey. I'm the president and CEO of Planned Parenthood of Central Western New York. We do what we call in-clinic abortion services. At this site, we would do medication abortion to 11 weeks and in-clinic abortion to 13.6 weeks, which is in first trimester, which 93% of abortion procedures happen in that time. It is not considered a surgical procedure by New York State Department of Health. It's a very safe procedure. It's way safer than carrying a pregnancy to term. It's 99 point something percent safe. Like it's one of the safer procedures that you can have. And that is in some of the documentation that I submitted.
So are the people who perform these procedures, not the pill, but the actual physical procedure, are they doctors or are they PAs, mid-levels? Are they, what's their?
Most of the people at our affiliate who do the procedure are MDs, but we do have physician's assistants who also, or one physician assistant who also does that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I assume, just to follow up on that, that you don't even have a operating room at the facility.
Oh,
right?
no,
Yeah.
absolutely not.
So anyone who required a surgical abortion would need to go to a hospital with an
Right,
operating
like something later in pregnancy or something terrible went wrong with the pregnancy, that would happen in a hospital setting, not in an outpatient setting like what we have.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
How much parking do you think that that you'll be utilizing on a regular basis to accommodate both employees and patients?
Yeah, I'd say employees, we have about 9 or 10. In that particular site, the landlord says that it looks like most of the employees park kind of in the back of the building. I don't know if any of you have been around the back of that building, but there is parking. It sounds like that's where employees park, and then that large front area, maybe 300 to 400 spots, is open to anyone that's coming to service the, that particular area. Our particular use is minimal from a parking perspective, even though, we have, I think, plenty of spots there. We use we probably have 4 to 5 patients an hour. So assuming all of them are driving cars, that gives you kind of a scope of what we do. I would say with with our patient demographic, I would say probably more like 50% of those would be taking public transportation. So, but even if all 100% of them did, it'd be, 4 to 5 cars an hour.
No, I know you have a variety of services, and I remember from last meeting, it was about 20%, 7,000 out of 35,000 were abortion, and the other 80% were exams and stuff like that. Are all the visits by appointment, or are some of those service walk-in?
Yeah.
Most of the services are by appointment. People can schedule online or through our call center, but we do take walk-in appointments from time to time.
So again, and it's not like, in other words, it's not like a restaurant where there's ebb and flows for how many people are queuing up. It's your visitations are pretty well spread out over the day because of appointments.
Yes,
accurate?
because of appointments and just our capacity, like
Right.
there's only so many people we can see an hour. So if we get a walk-in who comes in at 2 o'clock in the afternoon and we've had a bunch of no-shows, we can see them. If everybody has showed up today and there's no space to see that person, then we have them make an appointment and come back on a different day.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
You mentioned that you were planning on changing out the signage. I know that's not typically a town board thing, but I was just kind of wondering what kind of signage we were going to be.
Typically at our facilities, it's either the name, Planned Parenthood, or we have what they call a nested P logo. But I would say it's consistent with the other signs that I've seen in that plaza and quite frankly, across other medical facilities and, other signage that's consistent within the district.
It looks like that plaza has some kind of sign standard because they're fairly consistent. So
Yeah, and it would be on the building. There's no signage available out toward the road.
What percentage of your patients are local and what percentage come in from out of the area?
The majority of our patients come from Monroe County. We do get some people who come from Livingston County. We just submitted a grant, so I happen to have some figures from out of state at the top of my head. And it's really in the single digits, 10 or less, maybe coming from Pennsylvania or Ohio, which we do get some traffic from there. But really, most of our patients come from Monroe County, sometimes surrounding counties, and sometimes the Monroe County people go further out if they need to.
That's 10 per year?
Year.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
any other questions? Okay. I suggest you sit over here. So again, first up, we have Craig Martin. On deck is Anthony DeRosa, followed by Dorothy Hayes. So Craig Martin.
So under our Constitution, we have a government for the people, correct? Which kind of tells me that you guys all report to us in a large sense. It seems to me that a large number of the people that have been attending these meetings and petitions that have been put up are against this. So my problem is, how do we balance the will of the people, the people who the government is for, against this land use issue? And, you don't necessarily want to tick off all your employers, right? Because there are elections coming up, and I'm not using this as a threat, but just in a general sense, if people get upset enough, they're going to want to change things around. From what I can see from the last meeting, online petitions and other things, it seems like the majority of the people are not happy with this. So how do we balance the will of the people against this land use issue? I don't know, but I go back and forth on what is the right way to do that.
Right. So, I will just point out that you can add up all the people here and they don't even represent 1% of the eligible voters in the town. One of the things when you have something like this, you can't look at this does not represent a slice of the electorate in town. The people, in other words, there've been advertising on radio, social media. There's been a campaign to get people here who are against this proposal. So the idea that this somehow represents the quote unquote will of the people is not accurate. And I will also point out that we are not a direct democracy. Our founding fathers did not believe in a direct democracy. We are a democratic republic. So it is not a vote of the public. It is a vote of the elected representatives. And if you don't like what I've done and wish to vote me out, that's your choice. I ran for office because I didn't like what I was seeing coming out of town hall before me. If somebody here wishes to do the same thing, I applaud them and give it a shot. I was very happy in retirement. I'm very happy to serve the public. But I'm not one of these people who grasps for power. If people want me out, I'm out. It's that simple. So you do have, we do answer to the people. In my case, every 2 years. In the other board members' case, every 4 years.
So if there was a clear majority, would that change anything?
Nope. Because again, this has to be a land use decision. If you want to see that change, go to Albany and get that change. But the way it is right now, we are required to apply the law, equally and fairly. So again, I honestly don't know what the turnout's going to be. There are differing opinions on the board. You will see in the material, there is a majority opinion and a minority opinion as far as the how we interpret those 10 points. I can't tell you which one's the majority opinion and which one's a minority opinion until we vote. Obviously, one is associated with an approval resolution, one is associated with a denial resolution. We're on a lot of stuff, this board is unanimous. On this particular one, we are not. Well, actually, I shouldn't even say that. I don't know that we are or not, but we certainly had enough to consider both an approval and a denial. So again, we'll see which way that goes, but
All right.
so.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Next up, we have Anthony DeRosa and Dorothy Hayes is on deck, followed by Don Neal.
Good evening, town council members, town supervisor. Thank you for letting me speak. I'd like to endorse that Planned Parenthood be allowed to move into Henrietta. I've been a Henrietta resident for 30 years. I raised my 2 children here. We enjoy all the amenities that Henrietta provides, and I believe it would be a great service to the residents of Henrietta to have Planned Parenthood in our community. It would provide great healthcare services, which are in need, especially for those who do not have insurance, healthcare insurance, and allow families to thrive and grow and have children develop a healthy, prenatal care and so on. So I think for me, it's a no-brainer. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Dorothy Hayes, followed by Don Neal on deck, and then the first person online will follow.
Good evening, and I appreciate having the opportunity to be able to address you tonight. My name is Dorothy Hayes. I'm co-director of Rock Love Will End Abortion, which is a sidewalk advocacy group here in Rochester that really does offer women true choice. At last month's meeting, we were told that basically your hands were tied because abortion is legal. So if you're saying that really you have no discretion in this issue, why are we all here? Why are we discussing this? And I'd say because we're here because this is precisely what you were elected to do. This is why people entrust their vote to you. Your responsibility and obligation is to protect the town, to handle the cases that aren't routine, because there are some businesses, even though they might check the boxes, they're not a good fit. So while some may argue that the speakers aren't addressing the application, I say our concerns are very pertinent to the discussion. Planned Parenthood is not just another business. They're certainly not another healthcare provider. How many podiatrists do you know attract protesters or sidewalk advocates? They're not even just another abortion provider. They are the largest provider of abortion in the country. They use their money, power, and influence to support and promote to the extreme across the country and across the world. They fight any restrictions, removing vital protections from women. They have fought a ban on late-term abortion and partial birth abortion, a parent's right to be informed of a minor daughter's abortion, giving women information on fetal development, restrictions on abortion after viability and after a fetus can feel pain. They oppose giving baby care to babies who are born alive from abortion. They support what we now basically have in New York, unrestricted abortion throughout pregnancy, non-physicians performing abortions, and eliminating all criminal penalties for abortion. This isn't healthcare, this is crazy. and history will not be kind to us. Last month, many women spoke of the pain that abortion and specifically Planned Parenthood has caused them. Ms. Casey dismissed them. She dismissed all of us and our factual, well-reasoned concerns about Planned Parenthood, the legitimacy of this process, and whether they are an appropriate fit for the town. But look at their history. Look at what they do and who they are. On a national scale, they have been caught making fraudulent Medicaid claims, lying about the services they provide, playing sleight of hand with their statistics, and sheltering human traffickers. There's no dispute that Planned Parenthood has been financially compensated for body parts of the children they abort. What's being investigated is systematic violations of federal law. So this isn't just, you're not just letting in a single provider here. You're in bringing in a business with connections across the country to this kind of behavior. And you think that they're going to pay attention to the regulations after they move in? And I'd like to know personally too, from this Planned Parenthood, what are the most recent dates of their last inspections? They're powerful. They play by their own rules. And when Ms. Casey said Planned Parenthood would be in Henrietta, no matter how this process goes, it sounded more like a bully than a partner. This should be a concern, especially when you look at the effect they had on the university neighborhood. And when we're talking about resources, a stress on resources, it's not just ambulances. It's the police that have been called for legitimate sidewalk advocacy. And so people there legally, but the police have been called over and over again for really no infractions. So I also have a few questions. Why is there a certificate of need through Erie County and not Monroe? And you have a specific district reserved for medical use. And the CEO said that they would move to B2. So why are we discussing this? Why is this necessary for them to be in B1? However, I would argue that Planned Parenthood isn't even appropriate for B2. This is a business that likes to hide behind a medical smokescreen, but their reason for being is to kill children. And this, again, this medical need, there are within the area, federally qualified health centers, which are held to a higher standard than Planned Parenthood, offer any except for abortion. And I'm not sure if some of them even provide that. That anything anybody going in there could want or use for whatever they can afford. That's their mission and that's their purpose. So the fact that they're saying that they're needed here medically is not true. The fact that they're needed here for abortion is not true. And that they really do have an impact in the neighborhood. So I'm asking you here tonight not to be a pawn in this industry, but to be leaders of your community. This is a battle for the soul of Henrietta. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, so hold on before you speak. I've got a couple things to point out. I did not say our hands were tied because it's legal. I said we cannot deny them for just because they perform abortions, because abortions are currently legal in New York State. If they were performing an illegal activity, that potentially could be a grounds for denial. In terms of commercial B2, it is far from the only place that medical facilities open up. The difference is in a B2, it is specifically enumerated as not requiring a special use permit. In commercial B1, as well as industrial, there are basically three categories for uses. One is allowed with special use permit, and one is prohibited. In commercial B1, it falls into the first category of allowed, in commercial B2. In commercial B1 and industrial, it falls into the allowed with special use permit. We have a number of, in fact, Jenny, could you bring up the PDF that has the other locations? Okay, so these are other locations within Henrietta, that there are medical facilities. This one is in an industrial. Am I looking at this is a U of R one. So again, there's a Dunkin' Donuts in there. There's a family dental group. There is a Air Force recruitment. It is directly behind, or excuse me, directly in front of a Residence Inn. It's on Jefferson Road in an industrial district, and it was approved with a special use permit. Next. This one looks like it's the commercial B2 district. This is on East Henrietta Road. Directly on the other side of those trees are private residences. So again, if you're feeling this way about Planned Parenthood moving into your town, imagine how you would feel if they were moving in directly next door to you. Right? So that is one of the things that we as town board members are considering. We understand that you do not, there's a lot of people who do not like Planned Parenthood. We get that. Right? So then one of the things we look at is if we turn them down here and they move into a commercial B2 district instead, is that better for the town or worse? I personally think it's worse. I think it's better. This is an allowed location. I think it's better that it be there, but that's my opinion. Each town board member has their own opinion. Next slide. This is in a commercial B1 district. Again, it's not part of Plaza itself. It is, but it's a string of shops. So like there's a scuba diving shop. There is a Walgreens, Wegmans is nearby. Starbucks. So again, it's in a retail area. This was a commercial B1, would be approved under the exact same special use permit. Next. This is in Southtown Plaza. This is a little bit different in that this is both a medical and retail facility. So it's Sterling Optical. So this is in the same section of Plaza. That stretch of Jefferson Road includes 3 plazas, Southtown, and then the 2 plaza structures that are Jefferson Plaza. So there's 3 plazas there totaling about 750,000 square feet. And about 3,860 parking spaces. That's not counting the employee spaces in back. That's just for use by customers. So again, there is already at least one medical, and yes, they also sell retail glasses, but they perform eye exams and other medical services. Next. This is one that was recently approved. If you can't make that out, that is the new University of Rochester Orthopedic Center. It is in the mall. It is about 64 times the size of this particular application for Planned Parenthood. They are looking at 1 million visitors a year. So obviously a much more significant, I think all across Planned Parenthood of Central and Western New York, they had 35,000 visitors. They're talking about 1 million a year at one location. This is also in a commercial B1 district. It's within the same mixed use revitalization area overlay district that also encompasses Southtown Plaza and Jefferson Plaza. This was approved by this town board 1 or 2 years past using the same town code section 295-14B6 that the current application is under. Next slide. And so this is the plaza that we're looking at. Again, so you're looking at that the proposed use is roughly 1% of the square footage. And the parking, if you go out to 100 people, let's say people, they were talking 10 to 20, but let's say there's 100 cars. More than because you want to count, let's say you want to count all the protesters' cars. That still represents less than 2% of the total parking field for the plazas. So again, when I look at that, going back to your question, why is it a B1? Because it is not inconsistent. And the 2019 update to the comprehensive land use plan specifically broke out these areas. We referred to them as tired retail areas. look at Southtown. I don't think there's anybody in this building who can tell me Southtown is alive and thriving. Jefferson Plaza is doing a bit better, but they're not doing great either. And so one of the things we had said is let's look for other potential uses besides just a traditional retail, right? And we have some of those in there. There's a number of locations in there that are already not retail. Across you've got a billiard hall, you have across the street, you've got Altitude Trampoline Center. So again, there's a lot of uses that are non-retail in this plaza. In terms of the need, we don't assess need. You know, people say, well, why does this need have to be there? That's not one of the criteria. People say, oh, there's other facilities in the area. If that were true, McDonald's, Wendy's, Burger King, they'd all have to move because they all locate immediately next to each other. Right here on the corner, just down the street from us. At one point, there was a drugstore pharmacy on each of the four corners. There would still be four of them there today, except one of the pharmacies bought out the other one. So now there's just three pharmacies. So, you know, again, it's quite common for similar businesses to be located near each other. Although I will say that I'm not, you know, someone did get me the list of federally qualified health clinics. I appreciate that. Most of those, I did not see one that was located in Henrietta. There are a couple other facilities, but again, from a criteria standpoint, that is not something that special use permits are judged on. Our hands are not tied. You ask, why do we apply the standards? You heard some of that today. We talked about the one application who did not appear to have sufficient parking. We have turned others down. Because they didn't match. I will say it's not common. Typically what happens is we point out to the applicant what your deficiencies are, and the applicant often tries to correct that. If they can't or are unwilling to correct that, then they're turned down. The more common thing where you see denials is when it comes to a rezone, because a rezone is new legislation. In that case, we're essentially creating new law. We're not applying an existing law. When you're creating new law, we have full discretion to say no, right? When we're applying a current law, we have to justify our actions within the scope of that law, and we have to apply it fairly and equally to all applicants. So I think that answers all of the questions that were raised. And like I said, it clarifies that you are effectively, I won't say misquoting me, but mischaracterizing what I had said. So with that said, sorry, Mr. Neal.
All set?
I am. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Don Neal. I've been a resident of Henrietta for 45 years. And I would like to talk a little bit about the founder of Planned Parenthood. It was Margaret Sanger back in the 1920s and 30s. She went around to the ghettos in New York City and actually rounded up African Americans and took them into her clinic to perform healthcare issues. She was a racist. She would have been charged with hate crimes at this time in our country. She performed abortions and sterilization on Black women, primarily because she wanted to, just like Hitler, get rid of Black women or anybody that she deemed herself as unfit to continue with it. She wanted to destroy the Black race. And she founded Planned Parenthood on that. She used lies and deception to get the Black women to go along with their so-called health care. Okay, currently Planned Parenthood uses similar deceptive means and stuff like that. They have a long history of no images of babies shown to the mothers because they know like 70% of the women would change their mind. They perform abortions on minor children many times not notifying the police as required by law or the parents. They use abortion pills for about 50% of their abortions nationwide. In no way do they let the parent, or it's a 2-pill process. They take one pill and then they come back X number of days later, I'm not sure what it is, and they take a second pill, okay? Between that, after that first pill, doctors from outside the abortion area say that these women can save their babies if they change their mind. But again, lies and deception. They don't tell those people, those babies, that thing. There's strong indication of a link between breast cancer and abortion. Again, there's not a single case, according to them, of any woman ever getting breast cancer after having an abortion. Yet in India, a study that was passed with 200,000 breast cancer patients, they found that if a woman had an abortion 11 to 14 years prior to them being diagnosed with breast cancer, their first abortion, they would have a 1,500% increase in the likelihood of them getting breast cancer. Again, Planned Parenthood doesn't tell you that. We don't need, I know you addressed the issue of needs, but this is a dirty business that's done in secrecy, and they destroy lives. Unfortunately, the Black community falls victim to this. 40% of all Black pregnancies, according to the Democrat and Chronicle, result nationwide, that is, result in abortions. This is an attack on the Black community. They know it. They get government funding for this thing. This is their cash cow thing. As you can see, there's a lot of people here that are vehemently opposed to this. Unfortunately, we're in a state that loves Planned Parenthood. An awful lot of politicians gain an awful lot of revenue from these people or other people who support that. You can find a way not to allow this. I know you can. But like I said, I've been here for 45 years. It would spoil what we have in Henrietta to have an abortion clinic here. After 63 million abortions in the United States since January 22nd, 1973, at 11 o'clock a.m. when they announced it, 63 million. Apparently, they're not having any issues trying to find a place to perform these abortions. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. One note I will make on founders, if we're talking about founders, the founders of this country founded the country with the idea that Black people were property, counted as 3/5 of a person in terms of votes. What they did, the stuff they did to Black individuals would be hate crimes today. I don't know at all how much of your stuff about the founder there is accurate or not. But I will point out that, again, historically, there's been a whole lot of problems. When I was born, racism was legal, sadly. It's only recently that women were able to have bank accounts without having a male cosigner. That's ludicrous, right? So again, I get it. Anyways, next up, we have our first person online. And then we have Brooke Lewandowski and Christine Kemp on deck.
Sarah Timmerman, you are all set.
Hi, my name is Sarah Timmerman. I did attend last month's meeting as well and was able to attend in person last month. As I said, then I am the Rochester chapter president of NOW, the National Organization for Women, and we represent people all over the county. And personally, I am a resident of the East Side. And so this would be somewhere that I would use if I needed these services. Last week, a lot of comments were made about how there's other clinics with comparative services, and specifically the place Compass Care was said probably over a dozen times in the couple hours I was at the meeting. And so I looked up and compared their services, and for them, well, besides the fact that they don't actually perform abortions, with which Planned Parenthood does, their services are listed as STD testing and treatment, diagnostic pregnancy services, pre-termination evaluation, and a service called abortion pill reversal, which has no medical backing, versus Planned Parenthood of Central and Western New York. Their services are listed as abortion care, birth control, breast exams, colposcopy, emergency contraception, gender affirming hormone care, gynecological care, health counseling, HIV testing, counseling and education, HIV prevention through PrEP, HPV vaccine, in control within Rochester, PAP tests, pregnancy testing and options counseling, restore sexual assault services, smoking, cessation, STD testing and treatment. Obviously, I'm sure every single service is not provided at every single location, depending on size and staffing, but it shows that much more services are provided at a Planned Parenthood, and which is why I'm throwing my support behind this use permit being approved. And there are so many people, as the gentleman said earlier, I agree with him, that lack financial access, such as insurance, and rely on clinics like this to be able to receive these services, which is why it is vital. I myself am a young person who uses a lot of these services in various ways, and I would enjoy having a clinic near me where I'd be able to utilize these services. As I said, I am on the east side. I'm very close to Henrietta. I'm about one town over. And I would enjoy having this clinic there. And I think it would be great for the area. And last month, it was discussed how it's on a bus route, so it's very accessible to people, which I think is really great. And as the meeting goes on, I just wanted to throw that out there and remind people of basic healthcare services are a necessity and legal in New York State. And this would provide those services. And thank you so much for your time. I know this meeting is going to go long, so I won't go any longer with what I have to say.
Thank you. Next up, we have Brooke Lewandowski with Christine Kemp and Michelle Casey on deck.
Thanks so much. Hi, Supervisor Schultz and the Henrietta Town Board. I'm Dr. Brooke Lewandowski. Along with the letter that I wrote in our email exchange that happened today, I come to you today wearing 4 hats. I'm a former Planned Parenthood patient. When I was a graduate student at Syracuse University, I wasn't able to obtain birth control from Syracuse. I'm a current board member of Planned Parenthood of Central and Western New York. I'm a sexual and reproductive health researcher and epidemiologist at URMC, and I am a voting Monroe County resident. I'm pleased to be here in support of moving the Planned Parenthood clinic within your town limits. Special use permit application number 2022-013. Supervisor Schultz, you asked me in an email if there were 4 other abortion clinics in a 5-mile radius and if there are 9 county health clinics that provide OBGYN services. As I responded, that information is not correct. There are 2 other abortion providers, and the county only provides STI and HIV testing and treatment. So then I was thinking about it. I've been thinking about it all morning, and I actually came here today because I'm wondering why that information matters. And you actually said that earlier in your comments. Planned Parenthood of Central and Western New York had a clinic in Greece that had a full patient panel. There was a planned closure of that clinic because the landholder sold that building. And so Planned Parenthood of Central and Western New York is simply looking for a new location to provide legitimate reproductive health care services that are subject to rigorous supervision by the state health department to existing patients. The state health department, who has a best sense of the need for all services throughout the state, granted Planned Parenthood a certificate of need, meaning that the state agrees that there are patients that need reproductive health services in Henrietta that are not already served by other providers. Beyond abortion, Planned Parenthood provides myriad health services such as breast and cervical cancer screening and hormone therapy for transgender, non-binary, gender non-conforming folks. I'm a lesbian and it's Pride Month, happy Pride. Before Planned Parenthood of Central and Western New York began providing hormone therapy for transgender, non-binary, gender non-conforming folks 2 years ago, they needed to travel to Ithaca to get care. Ithaca. That's just ridiculous. I ask you if any of these reasons would be applicable to an application for a podiatrist. Actually, someone already brought up a podiatrist. Half of all people need reproductive health care, and almost everyone has feet. So for example, your podiatrist removes toes due to complications for diabetes. You go there for plantar fasciitis. Your podiatrist wants to move locations, but people are protesting because there are other podiatrists within a 5-mile radius. And that county health department does diabetes screening. The town board rejects the podiatrist application, and now you're traveling to Ithaca for your plantar fasciitis. Tell me how this makes sense. Planned Parenthood of Central New York is a legitimate healthcare provider that is governed by New York State Department of Health, Article 28, and is regulated by a vast scope of laws. There's a demonstrated need for these services in Henrietta, and this application fulfills all town board requirements for operating a clinic in this existing and vacant space. Also, since I'm an epidemiologist, I looked up the India study, and I just have to say that while there was an association between abortion and breast cancer screening, the study talks about the fact that breast cancer is a hormonal disease, and that if there's anything that has to do with hormones, then that would be associated with breast cancer. In the same study, breastfeeding for less than 1 year was associated with breast cancer. Taking oral contraceptive pills was associated with breast cancer. Being in menopause was associated with breast cancer. Being over 50 years of age at menopause was also associated with breast cancer at higher risk than the risk for abortion. So thank you all for support of this application.
Thank you. So if you wonder why I asked that, I'm insatiably curious. And a number of people in their letters had stated, I figured out later on that one of the people who had said something about the Monroe County, they were in error, but someone else corrected it that it's federally qualified healthcare clinics is what the other ones are. And so finally was able to find that list. But like I said, it doesn't necessarily have an impact on that, but I like to know the real answers. So that's why I was reaching out, and I reached out to both people who supply that information, as well as, because we'd gotten your letter, you sounded like someone who might know about those clinics. So I asked about 4 people that question, and I got some good answers. So I appreciate that. Thank you. Next up, we have Christine Kemp, followed by on deck will be Michelle Casey, and then online.
Thank you. Good evening, Supervisor Schultz and fellow town board members. My name is Christine Kemp, and I chair the Board of Directors for Planned Parenthood of Central and Western New York. It is so funny that I was called to the podium at this time because I work at a federally qualified health center in my day job, responsible for overseeing the quality of clinical care in the medical practice. And I've been working within the federally qualified health center movement for over 10 years. So Planned Parenthood of Central and Western New York, just like FQHCs, as we call them, is a safety net provider. And what this means is that Planned Parenthood, and I'll say we, although I am not an employee, and I defer that much of all the hard work is on the backs of the employees of Planned Parenthood in Central Western New York. We specialize in care provided to folks who fall through the cracks in our traditional medical system. These are people who have not been able to afford or access care at other health centers or other places in the community. These are people who live in poverty or come from other communities of need. And it is a privilege to serve these patients because these patients have too often heard loud and angry voices distilling to the message that they are not welcome here. This privilege to serve these community members is no easy task and is not without this, as Brooke mentioned, not without the protection of very heavy state and federal regulations. I will spare you the onerous and heavily detailed regulations of Article 28 of New York State Public Health Law, Title 10, which governs diagnostic and treatment centers, just like Planned Parenthood and FQHCs. It is a deeply onerous, yet a deeply essential task to be able to have the privilege to perform these services. And I will spare you these details and list all of the truths that we hold on to in this movement because I trust that all of you will listen to the healthcare providers in your community and be able to distinguish between what is true and what is outright falsehoods designed to manipulate and steer the conversation away from the basic need we came to this podium to address, a land use issue that ultimately results in the privilege to take care of your residents who seek our help. In this conversation, I implore you to listen to these professionals in the room. These healthcare voices and the workers which we represent are the same that have been heralded for over the past 2 years as essential workers and critical heroes in our community as it responds to the pandemic. In return, we ask for one thing, and that is let us keep doing the work to serve your residents in your community. It would be our pleasure to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Michelle Casey, followed by our second online person, and David Stevenson is after that. Go ahead.
Thank you again for letting me speak today. I know that it's been stated many times that this is a purely land use decision, and but it seems like there's a lot of talk about abortion care. And although I think that really shouldn't matter, I really want to try to clear up the facts. I think, like, I'm not a historian on Margaret Sanger, but I think if you Google her quickly, you'll see that she did not believe in abortion, though. So if you just do a quick Google search. So, and there's a lot of problematic things about Margaret Sanger.
Can you please quiet down in the audience? Thank you.
There's a lot of problematic things about Margaret Sanger. I'm not going to hang my hat with her. I think there were some definitely difficult things with her. So I submitted a letter that outlines our services and some facts about abortion care. I want to make a few points here. At PPCWNY, we provide high quality, affordable, reproductive and sexual health care and education to everyone who needs it. We cover an 18 county region and have 9 bricks and mortar healthcare centers, a mobile unit, and a virtual telehealth clinic. Across our affiliate, we provide around 35 to 40,000 patient visits a year, with around 7,000 of those visits being for abortion care. Our health centers offer a variety of healthcare services, including but not limited to abortion, contraception, breast exams, gender affirming hormone care, STI testing and treatment, HIV testing, prevention counseling, and education. The anti-groups will tell you that we only provide abortion care, which we proudly provide this service. While we proudly provide this service, this claim is patently false. And if, as an affiliate, we also assist individuals in enrollment with health insurance, and through community partnerships, connect individuals to needed services and care that we are unable to provide ourselves, such as medical specialty services, behavioral health, food pantries, housing assistance, childcare, referrals for domestic violence, substance abuse issues, and more. For most of our patients, we are their only healthcare provider, and we work to address primary care basics like blood pressure, smoking cessation, and screen people for substance abuse and mental health issues. We are dedicated to improving the social determinants of health for our patients. PPCWNY provides medication abortion for up to 11 weeks across all health centers, and 4 of our 9 health centers. We also provide procedural abortion up to 13.6 weeks. Anti-abortion activists have used inflammatory and false rhetoric in an attempt to raise an issue with locating a Planned Parenthood health center in Henrietta. PPCWNY would like to directly address these false claims and provide accurate information about abortion. Abortion is a phenomenally common experience. Nearly 1 in 4 US women will have an abortion by age 45. People of all religions need and use reproductive health services, including contraception and abortion. Abortion is safe. Abortion has a safety record of over 99% in the US. In fact, CDC data shows pregnancy and childbirth are far more dangerous than getting an abortion. Most people support abortion rights. 80% of the American public thinks that abortions should remain legal, and wide support for abortion has been found in several surveys. Most abortions occur in early pregnancy. 93% are in the first 13 weeks of pregnancy. 6 in 10 women having an abortion are already mothers. About 75% of the people who have abortions are living close to or below the federal poverty line. Why is abortion access so important? Abortion access is critical to bodily autonomy. Whether someone decides to end or continue a pregnancy, they need access to quality medical care. Research has shown when people are unable to access abortion, it leaves long-term impact on their economic security, financial well-being, and development of children. Lack of access to this care has the most impact on Black and brown people, young people, and people with low incomes. People denied abortion will also be more likely to stay in contact with a violent partner, more likely to raise the child alone, and face more life-threatening health complications. By contrast, supportive abortion policies have been shown to lower poverty rates, improve safety and health, and better developmental and educational outcomes for children. When we offer the full spectrum of reproductive health care, including abortion, we create healthier communities. We are unsurprised that the anti-abortion extremists in the region are resorting to misinformation and fear-mongering. Anti-abortion activists inventing false claims about abortion and people who have had or provide them is a tactic they use in an attempt to control our individual decisions. For women obtaining care at publicly funded family planning centers, 6 in 10 consider it their usual source of medical care. For 4 in 10, it is their only source of care. For a majority of their patients, the local Planned Parenthood Health Center is their source of primary care services, and in the absence of other primary or other health needs or concerns, can be the only provider they see in a given year. I would like to share with you 2 stories that I think will help broaden your understanding of the issues. The first one is from an anonymous father that sent this story to our affiliate. He says, I am the father of 4, 2 of whom are beautiful women. Both of my girls sought abortion services from different Planned Parenthood clinics in upstate New York, separated in time by many years. I have come to learn their experiences and the complexity of their decisions. I also have heard many friends and colleagues speak about abortion, and I am concerned these decisions usually occur without any understanding of the unique circumstances of patients. So I believe it is crucial to clearly communicate what it is that you do, provide high-quality evidence-based care, partner with patients at difficult times, support informed medical decisions, ensure patient safety, provide and support an uncritical atmosphere. Planned Parenthood's patient-centered care has served women for many decades in a setting of the collision of individual medical decision-making with those of external groups. It is important to continue this work and clearly communicate. Words matter. And then I want to share a second excerpt from a recent article in Elle magazine. It was just released this week from Commissioner Bassett, who's the commissioner of the New York State Department of Health for New York State. In a recent article, she discussed her abortion and that she had, as she was about to begin her internal medicine residency at Harlem Hospital. She stated, "Abortion is not a single choice. Rather, it is one tangled with many. The right to learn, the right to work, the right to mental health, and the right to start a family when one is physically or financially able, when one chooses. Had it not been for the abortion that I received before I began my internship, I would not be New York State's health commissioner today. More importantly, I would not be the committed mother that I have been able to be for my 2 adult daughters over 34 years. These 2 wonderful women might not even be here. My career and my children are a product of my own hard work and choices, underpinned by a society and healthcare system that once understood the necessity of an individual's right to choose their own destiny. New York State legally protects access to the full range of reproductive health care. This right shouldn't be impinged upon." So I understand that some people don't like what we do. And that's really okay. I mean, that's what's wonderful about America, right? Is we all get to have our opinions. But I would just say to them, don't use our services. What's okay is not blocking others from having access to the services just because they don't agree with them. I don't get to decide to close down a church because I'm not of that faith, right? I'm happy to answer any questions that you have that may be related to the land use or other services that we provide. Thank you very much for your patience and letting me speak this evening.
Thank you. Next up, we have our second online person, followed by David Stevenson and Jordan Dick on deck.
Miriam, you are all set.
All right. Hi there. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Miriam Bauer, and I'm a pediatrician with Elmwood Pediatric Group. In our practice, we take care of kids from birth until age 22. And so a lot of our patients do need gynecologic and reproductive care. And while there are many absolutely fabulous OBGYNs in our area, the wait for a lot of our patients to be seen for their first visit can be as long as 3 months. And payment and confidentiality really can be issues for our patients as well. In addition, many teens and young adults just don't have transportation, and so physically getting to a provider can be difficult. Having a Planned Parenthood in this Central Henrietta location, which is actually quite close to both of our offices, as well as being close to colleges and public transportation, in my opinion, as a pediatrician, will lead to safer and healthier patients. So, for example, if a patient has a sexually transmitted infection such as chlamydia, which affects 1 in 4 teen and young women at some point, and they wait 3 months, that can lead to long-term infertility. The services that Planned Parenthood provides, including routine gynecologic care, evidence-based sex education, counseling for pregnant patients, safe abortion care, gender-affirming hormone therapy, birth control, and again, the screening and treatment of sexually transmitted infections are all really critical for the care of our teen and adult patients. So I know you have a lot of people talking, but basically with the above in mind, I would very much ask the Town Board of Henrietta to please approve the special use permit as requested by Planned Parenthood. This will help to keep our community safe and healthy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have David Stevenson, followed by Jordan Dick and Pat Wardinger. Oh, actually, it looks like Pat wanted to speak on stretch, which she already did. Is Pat still here? Okay, so then the person 3 away is John looks like Gramlich. Go ahead.
Hi, Dave Stevenson, Henrietta resident for 36 out of the last 45 years. Directly owned a home almost 33 years. I guess I'd like to address the comments by this pediatrician. She was advocating for confidentiality of services by Planned Parenthood, by the minors using Planned Parenthood services. I think the question that we should be asking Planned Parenthood, are they going to
Could you
honor
hold
and
on one second? I'm
respect?
sorry to interrupt. Could you mute your mic? The online folks are saying the coughing's making it hard to hear. Could you tap this mic to see if it? Okay, thank you. Sorry to
I
interrupt.
think the question we should be asking Planned Parenthood is, are they going to honor and respect parent notification and parent consent for procedures being dispensed to minors? I haven't heard that issue raised at all today. Why should we believe an agency that won't respect those things? The pediatrician was directly talking about confidentiality of services. Do minors have a right to confidentiality to do things behind their parents' back without notification or consent? I'd like to see those issues addressed by the board. Thank you.
Thank you. If a representative from Planned Parenthood could address the question of whether minors can get an abortion without legal consent. All services.
It is part of the New York state law that minors can give permission to themselves, consent for certain types of care, and sexual and reproductive health care is a grouping of services that they can provide that for.
If I may, as a parent of younger children, once my children turned 12, the doctor informed me that I would need the consent of my teenagers in order to be fully aware of the services that they were accessing, which helped ensure that they had privacy between themselves and their primary care physician, their doctor, which I was perfectly comfortable with.
But it's a common practice to that when you go to the pediatrician, they excuse the parents for a portion of the visit so that the pediatrician can speak with the patient independently, because sometimes there's things that won't be said. A teenager may be sexually active and not say that to their parent, but need to say that to their pediatrician, where they may need access to birth control or STI testing or something like that. And like Dr. Bauer said, the risk of infertility and such for letting STIs just sit there are high. So
Appreciate that. Thank you. Next up, we have Jordan Dick, followed by John Gramlich, followed by our third online.
Hi, board. Thank you for letting me speak today. I just wanted to clarify something. When it came to I believe it was the town planning comprehensive land use is the document you guys are referring to as far as the legalese that comes with this type of zoning stuff. I do believe that there's a component there where it says that these processes would require an applicant to address potential adverse impacts on existing and future land use, including impacts on neighborhood character and identifying mitigation measures as necessary. Is that accurate? I just want to make sure I'm using the right lingo, but I pulled it right from the page 12 of that land use document. So I'm quoting it correctly.
So I'm not sure I don't have that whole document memorized, so I don't know if that's talking about a rezone, which this is not.
It's specifically talking about the special use allowance, just for clarification. So it's not like a big, I just want to make sure that I'm not misquoting. So I just want to.
Again, so that is incorporated in our code, which are the 10 points we have to follow. Again, I don't have it fully memorized, but we absolutely, when we sit down this, we go through them point by point and write them up. So.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I want to make sure we're on the same page. So the reason I bring that up is because it may have been mentioned prior. I just want to make sure it's been said that it has been proven that there have been negative impacts in the community and the businesses around Planned Parenthoods in the past when it comes to sex trafficking and predatory patients, the victims of predators being brought in, like minors and stuff like that. And whether you may believe them or not, I would just also mention that may have mentioned before, but then on top of that, that if let's say this is a possible case, because it may bring in people like that because they're not being reported, I would just recommend, and maybe you guys do have an answer for this, but recommended routine checks on like the health requirements, stuff like that, make sure they're following them correctly to New York State standards. I don't know if that's a thing at all, or if that's something that they're just automatically held to. I don't know if that's relevant here, but I just want to make sure that that's made a case, because there have been accounts where they weren't following these measures when it comes to reports, or just potential malpractice that would happen with any medical center. So I just want to bring that up first.
When you said proven cases, did you mean proven in a court of law?
I believe so. I may be inaccurate, it may be speculation, but whether it's speculation or proven, I just want to make sure that there's some sort of accountability there in case that it were to occur.
New York State Health inspects facilities. They're the ones who enforce New York State health codes. We've had 2 businesses shut down for violation of health codes very recently. So I know they absolutely do pay attention to it. They do. So.
Okay, I just want to make sure that was addressed as far as the Henrietta holding to those standards. The other thing I want to point out more personally is, as someone involved in Henrietta, not specifically a local, but I do have work there, and I do have people there in my community that I partner with and stuff like that. I do want to note that Henrietta, because of Planned Parenthood's potential being here, it has brought Henrietta itself and the community into the political chaos as known as the abortion topic. You guys are well aware, but I just want to say, whether someone is pro-choice, pro-life, pro-abortion, having just either this board here or just allowing it does put Henrietta in this political chaos, whether it's protests or from either side, and there might be more police calls, as we mentioned before, and just a lot of other chaos, especially with the court stuff going on and the larger scheme of things national wise. I just want to make sure that people are aware that this can actually harm Henrietta's community as far as just a ripple effect of it all, because of the political tensions right now. And I just want to make that aware. And I was just curious if the board had any, I don't say understanding as like a better term, but any like, I guess, prep as well as that kind of backlash that might happen in the community, since it is tied with this organization being present.
So again, I guess I'll raise a question. Should any town be allowed to disallow any application just because someone might be against it? If that's so, there would not be a Chick-fil-A or a Hobby Lobby in town. When they came in, there were a lot of people against them because of a number of their stances and organizations that their founders support. That was not taken into account because that's not part of a land use decision. There are people who believed Henrietta would be worse off because they're present. Has it in any way decreased the amount of people who come to Henrietta, development that's in Henrietta, all the other stuff? No, it has not. I just don't see how we can basically say, well, if someone's against something, we have to turn it down, even though the law says otherwise. That I don't believe in mob rule. I really don't. So I don't know what else to tell you.
That's all right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. What's up, Rick? Next up, we have John Bramlett, followed by our third online, and then followed by Dr. Bill Morehouse.
Good evening. Thank you for hearing from the people here. My name is John Gramlich. I'm with Caring Choices Pregnancy Help Center. We've been in existence for about 17 years with 2 centers and a mobile. My challenge to you tonight, and I know you keep going to the land use, but I think there's more to it. I think you have an opportunity to vote your conscience tonight. I think you do have that right. I think the voters have put you in that place for that reason. And I want to talk to just a couple of points. In that 17 years, one of the key things that we do as part of our organization is we do post-abortion counseling. So almost every year we do multiple post-abortion classes for both men and women. And those stories are confidential. What I can tell you is that the men and women that go through those stories, it's often 20, 30 plus years before they can have that conversation about that abortion. The devastation in their life, their ability to parent has been compromised. Their marriages have been compromised. Post-traumatic stress disorder, all a portion of the post-abortion experience. And that's not the experience for every person, but it is significant. And as I challenge you to vote your conscience, that's something you need to think about because you're bringing that in a greater way into Henrietta. Another point I want to talk to you about is that I've heard Planned Parenthood folks talk about the fact that they do pregnancy counseling. They do. The facts are that 97% of pregnant women that go into Planned Parenthood have an abortion. They are outstanding at counseling. They're excellent at it. 97% of pregnant women that go into Planned Parenthood have an abortion. And I can tell you, and this Casey gave a couple of stories. I'm going to give a couple of stories from standing outside of Planned Parenthood and being there with our mobile unit, we do ultrasounds and pregnancy tests and STD testing on the unit. And I can give you 2 stories. There's more. A young woman goes into Planned Parenthood looking for prenatal vitamins. She's counseled that she's really not fit to have that child. She walks out of that location with abortion pills in her hand. She comes across the street to our van because she engaged with one of the counselors on the side of the road and is in tears about it. That is not what her desire was when she went in. That's one story. Another story is of a woman who was on the table for 45 minutes in Planned Parenthood crying, saying, I can't do this, I can't do this. She was treated very poorly. She came out. She came over to one of the advocates and eventually went on to have an ultrasound. And one of the questions that was asked her, why did you come to us? She goes, you're the only person that has smiled to me today. So those are 2 stories that I can give you from our side. A statement I want to talk to as well is, Supervisor, you made this statement. Where would it be worse? That was a statement you made, whether B1 or B2. Where would it be worse? And so what that statement says to me is you're admitting that you're allowing a service that's not good for your town into your town. You may say,
That's not actually what I'm admitting, quote unquote. It was a question that I asked, and what the issue is, was a question asked to people who are opposed to this facility. I'm not saying it's bad. There are people opposed to it. There are people who are opposed to Chick-fil-A. There are people opposed to Hobby Lobby. There are people opposed to gun shops. There are people opposed to a lot of things, right? We've had a ton of recent mass murders, right? We still approved a gun shop special use permit, right? Even though there's a lot of people who would be against it. Why? Because in New York State, those are legal. We did it. So
I would just go back.
So again, going back to that though, I would ask the same thing. I wouldn't want that gum shop to be next to someone's house because the potential of those people who are against the gun shop, I wouldn't want that to happen. I'm not a fan, to be honest, of many of these older districts that are right up against houses because the proximity of businesses cause problems for residents. I do have a problem with that. That's, you know, it's funny, sometimes Henrietta gets mocked for its Jefferson corridor, but I'll tell you, I like that corridor because where I live, not far from here, it's almost a bucolic setting, and it's a 1.5 mile drive, and it's a shopping mecca. So I love that separation. I think that's an important separation. I think it is especially important for what I will refer to as controversial businesses. That doesn't mean that they shouldn't be here, but it does mean that there are controversial businesses.
Well, my ask to you as members of this board is that you would vote your conscience tonight, that you would really think, is this the right thing for Henrietta and the right thing to support the people of Henrietta? Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to call up a representative from Planned Parenthood to address the 97% number. Is there someone from Planned Parenthood who would like to address the 97% number?
What do you say, 97% of the people that,
His claim was 97% of the women who come in for counseling end up getting an abortion.
yeah, that's patently false. That's just, I don't know what, I would like to see it. I would like to ask him what his source document is for that fact. Because I can't tell you off the top of my head, but I know it's much lower than that.
Right.
And it's, you know, people come in for options counseling and we provide that for them. And it probably would be different from affiliate to affiliate. Yeah, no, that's not right. It's incorrect.
If I may, I'll also ask.
It's incorrect. They also, the other thing, they said that they left with the pills, right? And they don't leave with the pills. Mifepristone is only given at our affiliate if you take it in the room in front of the provider. It's not something that you leave
Please
with.
don't outburst.
So there's just, you know, I don't really want to go tit for tat, but there's just a lot of, like, I would wish that they would have to provide a source documentation or a reference point for what the things are that they're saying, which I did in the documents that I submitted to you all.
If I might also ask, a couple of anecdotal stories were shared of some individuals. But if I recall correctly, there was a fairly significant longitudinal study that was done between women who were able to access abortion care.
Yeah, it's
and
called the
those who-
Turnaway Study, that is what you're discussing. Yeah.
Yes, and there was some pretty significant life changes, I believe, for those who were able to access. The results were pretty significant between
Yeah.
those who were able to access the care and those who were not able to access the care.
Yeah, economic and psychologically and life trajectory.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is your name, you got to submit a card, sorry. Okay. Next up, we have our third online person, followed by Bill Morehouse and Lois Verde.
Marina, you're all set.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. My name is Dorena Hayes, and I have had a personal experience with both Planned Parenthood as a patient and also a personal experience with the Rochester pro-life groups. When I was 15, I was raped and I was taken to Planned Parenthood for a pregnancy test with my mom. When I was alone in the room with one of the Planned Parenthood employees, I told her I was raped. This young lady did not say a word to me, and she wrote something down on her paper and left. And when she returned, she said, my test is positive for pregnancy and she'll get my mom. I soon had an abortion, and no one, not even my mom or Planned Parenthood, mentioned my rape or pregnancy again. Again, I was only 15. I became depressed and afraid to be alone. I became promiscuous to find a boyfriend to protect me. It only led to 2 more abortions after that. I am now 46 years old, and it still haunts me to this day what I did. and I regret my abortions. I wanted so badly to heal from these hurts. And one thing I thought of was a memorial to my babies, like the ones you see on the side of the road when somebody dies, flowers and crosses and notes. I put one on the public property next to a tree, next to Planned Parenthood. It didn't take long for an elderly man who worked at Planned Parenthood to come and rip the memorial down. And as I cried out to him and asked him why he was doing that, he told me that he had to and walked back into Planned Parenthood. I was devastated. I put up the memorial again, just to have it repeatedly torn down, not only by Planned Parenthood, but by a city employee. I always wondered why Planned Parenthood sign says care no matter what. They didn't seem to care for me after my abortions. And even when I was sad and trying to heal, as a woman, I find this very upsetting, especially when they're constantly mentioning women's care, women's rights, etc. Now, let me tell you about my experience with the pro-life community, and many are here tonight. And if you can hear me, please listen. I've had never, ever felt so much love from anybody, especially a group of people who have embraced me and helped me get help to heal from my traumatic experiences with abortion. I was about to schedule myself for a fourth abortion when a young man I was dating mentioned he was pro-life and he doesn't believe in abortions. His mother is in the audience tonight, and I now call her my mother-in-law, and I married her son, and we have 7 beautiful children together. That abortion I was about to have more than 20 years ago. Well, she is also in attendance here tonight, along with her husband, and they are months away from having their first baby, my grandchild. This pro-life community has cared for women before pregnancy, after pregnancy, and even those like me who are post-abortive. When my memorials were taken and torn down, they helped to replace the flowers for me. And Planned Parenthood is not what Henrietta needs at all. Planned Parenthood disregards women after they so-called take care of their babies. And what Henrietta should have, if anything, more of women's centers who give out help to women in crisis. They give out free formulas, diapers, rides, assistance to women and their children, no matter what insurance they have or don't have. And as you plan for Planned Parenthood, please be aware it's not just a building with parking spots. It will diminish the Henrietta area. People who go to have abortions are not just regular people. They are people who are hurting, who are dropped off and sometimes left there by their ride. And when you get women who are repeat customers, there's usually a stench of marijuana in the air. They don't know how to cope. I have met several women like this. Some are drug users who come out shouting and crying, and I have seen that too. They are wounded and they're hurt. I know this desperation all too well. You feel alone. You feel like this is not what you want, but what are your choices? You feel dumb and ashamed for going for another abortion. If you really think abortion helps a woman or even need it, I speak from experience. It does not. It is not needed. It leaves a baby dead and a woman wounded. And when people say abortions ruin generations, and there is generations missing, how true it is. I couldn't imagine my life without my daughter Marie and my granddaughter soon to come. By the way, Marie was just graduated from RIT, helping the deaf community as an interpreter. And what a hole in my life and in Rochester's community if an abortion snuffed out her beautiful life. Thank you to all the pro-lifers here tonight for your love and support, and I will never forget it for you. Michelle Casey has said numerous of lies about how abortion helps women. This only proves that she is out of touch with low-income families and women like me. As I talk and meet with thousands upon thousands of traumatized women who are post-abortive women like me, many I also don't get to talk to choose to take their own lives because they're unable to cope. And if you look up pro-choices online, they seem violent and unhinged. It's only because they're hurting. I pray for them daily. Abortion is not healthcare. Just imagine if we replaced Planned Parenthood with a women's center who walk along them. This has proven to stop abusive relationships and repeat abortions. Not sure if Henrietta has the same policies as Brighton, but it was said they would not allow businesses that would diminish their town, for instance, like strip clubs and stuff like that. I know for a fact Planned Parenthood will diminish Henrietta. Thank you for your time. God bless.
I was having trouble understanding all of what she said. Is there someone who knows what organization she was referring to a couple times? Or if you're still online, could you answer that question?
Yes, it's the pro-life community. Can you hear me?
Yes, is it
It
Compass
is the
Care?
pro-life community. There's sidewalk advocates. There's also Women's Care Center, the Compass Care, all of those women who have helped me out very much is also Focus. and the pro-life, the Rock. The Rock.
Okay, thank you. I will just point out, we don't invite businesses to come to town. Okay, we didn't ask Planned Parenthood. They chose to pick a site in Henrietta. If Compass Care wanted to come to Henrietta too, that would be great. What's that? They're here? Well, there you go. They were obviously approved. I've never used Planned Parenthood or Compass Care. I know that's shocking you, but so there you go. So they're already in town. So
And like I said, like Brian, you're a board and you're able to choose what, you deem would diminish your town, just like Brian would not put in some other kind of businesses that would bring down their value. So that's all, my point was.
yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Next up, we have Bill Morehouse, followed by Lois Verdi and Bob Sleep.
Hi, Dr. Morehouse.
It's a privilege to be here tonight, and I am very, very grateful for your patience with this issue and your recognition that it's a one that's fraught with challenges. I'm a physician. I finished my postdoctoral training in 1973, so that gives you a little idea of how long I've been around. And 4 years ago, I retired after 45 years of practice in the inner city as a family physician. Primary care, adults, children, families, mothers, fathers, pregnant ladies, STDs, all of the things that Planned Parenthood talks about except one. And got very, very close to people, probably calculated about 120,000 visits, hospital visits, delivered babies, developed a federally qualified health center, which is active in Rochester in 2 locations and with many providers. I understand this business inside and out. I understand the business of medicine. I understand how it operates. I understand primary care, and I understand people. So when I graduated into retirement, I said, I'm going to use what I've learned with people. And people are absolutely amazing at rationalizing what they want to do and justifying it and coming to reasons why it's the good thing to do. That's how we end up with toxic charity in our society. That's how we end up with polarized things. This is a very polarizing issue, and it's why we're looking at it. This is not ice cream cones that we're talking about. This is not Chick-fil-A. This is not whether it's an auto body shop. This isn't about parking. This isn't a mechanical thing. This has to do with what's right and wrong. Is it right to terminate a pregnancy, or to encourage people to terminate their pregnancies, or to help them justify terminating their pregnancies? And if it's right, then there shouldn't be any controversy about it. But it's been legal in New York State since 1972, before Roe versus Wade, and it will be legal in New York State after Roe versus Wade. And in fact, the reason for having to expand Planned Parenthood is to accommodate people coming from other states who want an abortion. So the question here is going to be, are you going to vote your conscience and then justify it, which you can do, or are you going to vote without your conscience and justify that? Now, Steve, you've clearly indicated that it's possible to justify voting for this. Unless people see something inside that says, wait a minute, I can't sell my soul for this. I know it's wrong. I inside myself, I've got a gut sense, I just know that it's wrong. and you can't figure out why, let that speak to you. Let that conscience put a check. Whew, wait a minute. And then look through your lists of things and look at your various special use permit things, and you'll find a way to say no. It's there. You can see it. I can share with you from all of the lives that I've seen and taken care of. And if any of you, and if you came in to see me, either of you, I would love you and I would provide good care for you. I didn't have to agree with somebody to love them and care for them. And I would do the same now. And so I'm appealing to you, men and women. Vote your conscience and then justify it with the law. You have the ability to do that. And I'm going to say this. I'm going to say, if you vote against this, I want you to examine your consciences.
Please, hey, no, sir.
All right.
Stay at the microphone and address us.
Excuse me. I would like the Planned Parenthood supporters to examine their own consciences and say, whoops, wait a minute. It's oftentimes when a criminal is arrested that they come face to face with what they've done. When somebody is stopped, they go, oh, wait a minute, what am I doing? My hope and prayer would be that people would wake up, because this is not just a temporal decision. This is an eternal decision. This has eternal consequences. This goes beyond the grave. This enters into the moral realm of life and death after death. For those who commit things and those who approve of them and support them are subject to the same judgment. Please, please examine your hearts. And then awkwardly, it would be the most amazingly courageous thing for each one of you to say, something inside me says, brothers and sisters, we have to say no. God bless you as you decide.
Thank you. Okay, so let's be realistic.
Just-
Go ahead, sorry.
For the record, Dr. Morehouse was my pediatrician, so that's how long Dr. Morehouse was practicing and delivered my first child.
So just to be clear, the town board does not have the authority to change the laws of New York, right? Albany, that lies in Albany. When we were discussing whether we were going to opt in or opt out on cannabis, there were a bunch of people who said you shouldn't have cannabis legal in Henrietta. We don't have that choice. The state made it legal, right? We don't have a choice to make abortion illegal in Henrietta. That's not a choice. Even if we deny this special use permit, it does not keep Planned Parenthood out of Henrietta. If they go buy a location in a B2 zone, there is zero town approval necessary. They buy it, they move in, they're in Henrietta. So let's just be clear about that. This does not, we have no authority to stop them from being in Henrietta. We don't. So again, anyway. Okay, next up, we have Lois Verde, followed by Bob Slurk, followed by Erica Dewey. Lois, if you could pull the mic down to you, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
There's a couple of things. First of all, we did collect some signatures, and I think, did a miraculous job considering we had such a short time to throw anything together to try to get any signatures. We did get almost 800 800 signatures against the Planned Parenthood in town. So I do have them here. Unfortunately, I don't have them all because I forgot to bring my own so, that are at my house. So, but I will give these to you, but it won't be today because I want to make photocopies. I did notice that you conveniently left off in the 294 catch-all phrase that you are putting Planned Parenthood under. I noticed that you conveniently left out the fact that there is an appendix that wipes out your catch-all phrase. And we talked about this last time. And I'm going to say something about Dr. Morehouse's, how you are justifying yourself with the law by nullifying the appendix. And I think that's a shame. I think you really need to examine yourself because the law is actually there for you to say no. It's there for you to say no. In addition, if you want to change a B1 zone to a B2 zone, it's required that you go through the rezoning process. You cannot take a B1 zone, which is meant for retail, and put a medical clinic in there just because you want to. That is why I believe that appendix is there, is so that it stops you from being able to do that, to just put any building in it. Without that catch-all phrase, you have basically no difference between a B1 and a B2 zone. What that is allowing you to do is put anything you want, anywhere you want, and claim it's the law. That's wrong. That's wrong because to change a rezoning requires the public's input in how you reorganize our state, our city.
A special use permit is not a rezone, just to be clear.
I fully am aware of that. And that's what I'm saying is you're using this as a rezoning. That's exactly what I'm saying is you're using this catch-all phrase to rezone a B1 to fit what you want in it. And that's wrong. That's absolutely wrong. You have to go, if you want to put it in a B1 zone, you want to change it to a B2 zone, you have to go through all the process, which requires the input of the people of Henrietta. Okay. Next. I'm going to throw this in there. There is 4 abortion clinics, abortion facilities within the 5 miles. One is only 2.5 miles from the area in which you're wanting to put this one. And I'm glad to give you those names, but I will not advertise them. But I'll be glad to give it to the board.
Someone did provide the list.
Oh, they did? Okay. See, what have I missed from my list? Oh, the other thing that you're doing is you're justifying putting this in by saying you've used this code before. And therefore, you can use it now. That would be like me saying, I'm justifying that I robbed this bank because you did not catch me the first couple of times. Again, that's wrong. And actually, the Supreme Court now is battling that very thing because they improperly put in Roe versus Wade in the first place. And now they're battling it and they're discussing it, and hopefully they're changing it over because of that very reason, because the courts do not make law. And that's what they did when they put Roe versus Wade in the first place. So I'm appealing to you on every level that you do have the law. I'm going with Dr. Morehouse. Vote your conscience, vote the law, because it is on your side. It is.
Thank you.
I'm gonna rephrase that because apparently it isn't on some of you guys' side, but it is on the side of not having a Planned Parenthood in this B1 location. And I also want to point out the fact that you keep bringing up that it's better in this location than in the B2 zone. You can put a moratorium and stop them from going into B2 too. And I would suggest that you do that. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
So I will note that under the list of permitted uses in an industrial zone, for instance, there is nothing that says there can be a store there, not at all. And yet Jefferson Road is filled with stores in industrial districts. Why? Because there's a catch-all for any use permitted in a commercial district and not prohibited by 295-26, subject to all the conditions applicable to such uses in commercial districts, right? In this particular B1 zone, it doesn't say catch-all. It can't be anything and everything. It says another commercial use is required by a special use permit. That doesn't make it B2, because if it was B2, there'd be no special use permit. That because in a B2, no, you don't get to come back up. Sorry. In a special use or in a commercial B2 zone, no special use permit is required, right? As I said, in all zones, there are 3 categories. Allowed with obtaining a special use permit, and prohibited. Just because it's in the second category does not mean it's a rezone, even if it's a quote unquote catch-all. And as far as the, I agree, if we were doing it illegally, that's not a reason, but we've been doing it legally. Now, I've never said, you quoted in a letter to me that I said that it was in error or whatever. It's not. There is some self-contradictory, and I have a problem with the clause. And I do intend to fix that clause like it was fixed in industrial when we last worked on industrial. Because again, the industrial had that same quote unquote catch-all clause in the prohibited list, which basically said what she's referring to is there's a clause in there that says any use not specifically enumerated above is prohibited. Now this gets into the definition of what does it mean to be enumerated. One of the things enumerated, B6, is any other commercial use. Okay, so could a judge rule that that one is contradictory? Absolutely, a judge could rule that. Okay, but again, the way this town has always operated long before I ever sat in this seat is that basically you first look at what is allowed. If there is something specifically enumerated that takes precedence over what's the allowed, that quote unquote catch-all in the prohibited is just basically saying, if we don't talk about it, if it's not anywhere on any of the lists, including the ones that cross-reference other districts, if it's not anywhere on that list, then it is prohibited. That's the way this town has interpreted that. So again, I don't see it as illegal. I don't see it as a rezoning. We have a lot of medical facilities in commercial B1s and in industrial. We have a lot of retail and commercial buildings in industrial, even though that's not listed anywhere on that enumerated items. The idea that, you know, it's some of them we get very clear, right? One of the things that we recently fixed, because one could make the argument in the other direction. In a commercial zones, commercial B1, it made very clear, it said right up front, any retail business is allowed. Right, well, we had already said that retail cannabis is not allowed in just anywhere in a commercial B1 zone, that there were restricted areas. So somebody could say, well, I'm selling cannabis, but I'm a retail cannabis, therefore I'm allowed, right? Same thing with automobiles. We restrict dealerships to a specific area. So somebody could have said, you know what? I'm a dealership, therefore I'm retail. The way we always interpreted that is no, because there were limited areas where the dealerships could be. I looked at that potential issue and we worked and corrected our code. Have we gotten to that particular portion of code that has the arguably self-contradictory thing? No, we have not, but we do intend to get to it. One thing we were certainly not going to do is change the code while an application is on the table. So again, it's not a rezone. I know you want to paint it that way. This is not a rezone. In commercial B1 districts, medical facilities are allowed with a special use permit. So, well, then you better go tell U of R to stop construction at the mall because they're there. Okay, next up we have Bob Slurk, followed by Erica Dewey, followed by an online individual. Bob? Is Bob present? Okay,
Could be outside.
yeah, I'm gonna set him aside for a while. So next up, we have Erica Dewey. And again, followed by the fourth person online, and then followed by Paul Jason.
Good evening. My name is Erica Dewey. Thank you for giving us all a chance to speak here tonight. I know it's a long night. As you can probably see from my shirt, I am very much in favor of you approving this special permit. I'm not here affiliated with any organization. I'm not here to talk about facts and statistics. I'm just here as a lifelong resident of Henrietta who could have vastly benefited from Planned Parenthood services when I was a teenager. Starting from the age of 14, I suffered from premenstrual dysmorphic disorder, which is a more serious medical condition than premenstrual syndrome. But I was not put on proper medication for that until I was 18. My first gynecologist was in Penfield because there just wasn't one that I could see that was close enough here. Most of the medical places here are fairly new. I'm here as a woman who has had to have 2 cryotherapy procedures because of precancerous cervical cells, and had to drive myself home, bleeding and in pain from Penfield to Henrietta because there was not a place close enough to me where I could have a doctor, get an appointment. I am here as the best friend of someone who had an ectopic pregnancy, a very much wanted pregnancy that for obvious reasons needed to be terminated. And I'm here as a person, just a person who wants to have autonomy over my own body, a person who feels, according to the Constitution, that you cannot force another human being to put themselves at risk, even if it will save that person's life. You can't force people to donate a kidney to someone who's dying. You can't force people to give up part of their liver, even if it will 100% guarantee the life of a child. There's a reason you can't force people to do that. There should be no reason why women have to be forced to carry children. Particularly, I find it a little bit ironic that people keep bringing up that underage children would be able to receive services without parental consent. A 14-year-old pregnant, however, maybe it was just an accident, maybe it was consensual, maybe it was rape, who knows? A 14-year-old, they don't want to be able to walk in and make a medical decision about their own body, but they would be forced to make medical decisions for a baby for the rest of their lives. That just doesn't make sense to me. The more medical services, the more reproductive services are available to teenagers, to women, anybody, the lower abortion rates go. If you want to eliminate abortion, start with providing contraceptive, providing cancer screenings, giving people a place to go. That's what we need here in Henrietta. And I was going to say something else, but now I've completely forgotten what that was. I wanted to get all of that out. But Okay, so I guess since I can't remember what that is, I will conclude. Please just, again, this is, a lot of people here tonight have seemed to want to litigate whether like abortion as a right, that's not something that this town has control over, as you've said, Mr. Supervisor. This is just about whether or not to approve a medical facility in Henrietta. And I think that a medical facility of this nature in Henrietta is vastly needed. Thank you.
Next up, we have our fourth online person, followed by Paul, Jason, and Janelle. Can't quite read Glade. Thank you.
Janet, you're all set.
Janet? Janet, are you unmuted?
She is unmuted. Janet, we can't hear you.
Can I suggest we move to Paul Jason while Janet tries to resolve her technical difficulties? Go ahead, Paul.
Good evening. Thank you. For the record, my name is Paul Jason, Jasen. I'm here to speak in opposition to the proposed site for Planned Parenthood. As has been mentioned numerous times, the abortion clinic is not specifically listed as a permitted use for Zone B1, hence requiring a special use permit. And as has been already reiterated, they could seek approval or seek a location in an already approved spot. I speculate that they don't want to do that because the other healthcare providers located nearby in those other areas zoned for medical uses would not appreciate Planned Parenthood being there, and that would be a detriment to their business, as well as the residential neighborhoods that are close by. And specifically with the land use, we're talking about business use. So Planned Parenthood has an effect on the community, an effect on other businesses, and that must be taken into account and not simply discounted as being a frivolous question. Section 295-15 has prohibited uses for Zone B1 properties. One of them includes, and this is category E, cemeteries. So people may think that's kind of funny. The Planned Parenthood has not stated how they will dispose of the remains of these aborted children. So they simply say that they will follow the rules and regulations. That's not acceptable. Taxpayers, residents, the community should know specifically how these remains will be handled. They're going to be tossed out back, thrown in the dumpster, incinerated at a crematorium, body parts sold. This has been the case. I'm curious as to why a clump of cells, why we sell the body parts. Now, if they were chicken kidneys or beef livers, they wouldn't have any value. Because they're from human beings, they do have value, monetary value. And that's why they sell the body parts. I'm also curious if it's a clump of cells, how you can tell the gender of the child, if it's a boy or girl. Child in the womb, you can tell that very readily. So Planned Parenthood must clearly declare how the remains of these children are going to be disposed of. And not just simply, we're going to follow the rules. Because across the street, there's a Firestone, right? There's a car place. And they deal with hazardous material, right? They got oil, they got all kinds of stuff. And they can't simply say, oh, we're going to take care of it the way we're supposed to. That has to be proven. and documented and then followed up on by inspections. So hopefully inspections will occur. So I think the town planning board should require Planned Parenthood to declare unequivocally, transparently how they plan to dispose of these children. Section H of 295-15, prohibited use. Says all uses that are noxious, offensive. Well, certainly abortion is that. Dangerous or injurious by reason of production of emissions of dust, smoke, refuse matter. So medical waste is, kind of important to handle properly. And that's what they call these children, waste. Odor, gas fumes, noise, vibration, radiation, or similar substances. Abortion has a distinctive smell. Sticks on your clothes like smoke does. And then this is the key phrase in that. Or which constitutes a nuisance. So you can refuse this application because it is a nuisance, because other businesses will be disrupted in that area. Mr. Olek submitted a short environmental assessment form. In the response to question 5, part A, is the proposed action and permitted use under zoning regulations? And Mr. Olek answered yes. Well, it's clearly not, since we're having this hearing. There has to be a variation in the zoning, a special use allowed. So I see that you've already made up your mind.
Just again, in the thing, it says, right in the code, permitted with a special use permit.
Permitted with.
That
So
is permitted.
It's got to be talked about. That's why we have a hearing.
Understood that, but it is permitted.
Mr. Olek's response to question 12, part B of the short environmental assessment form says that this parcel is located in an archaeological sensitive area. And they say, this is just a handwritten response to the
70% of
Question.
Henrietta is in an archaeological, pretty much that entire area is in an archaeological, so yes, they have to check that box.
Yeah. And so that means it's sensitive, and that needs to be addressed.
They're not excavating, so therefore it does not need to be addressed. But even so, when we do the notice, it goes out to the county. If anybody feels, so we just had that with another development. You heard it if you were here for the earlier stuff with the spot that SHPO came back and said that area cannot be disturbed. SHPO made no such declaration. And again, they're not actually excavating. It's an existing building. So there's no disturbance that really gets into when you're moving earth, that type of stuff. But like I said, over 70% of the town is located within an archaeologically
Sensitive area.
Yeah.
And so that justification is that there's no disturbance of the site.
Again, it's not justification, it's how that law is applied.
Well, the site there is important to the indigenous people, right?
That's not necessarily true. Again, the
Well,
one that
that
was,
needs to be explained. I would think that should be explored, because performing abortions on that location desecrates that site to the people who used to be there. And I would think that somebody might want to ask these groups, whoever involved in this location, performing abortions there would be okay or not okay. Because there's many types of actions that we can perform that desecrate these sites, that don't take into account the feelings and the historical history of these people and how they've been hurt and abused and kicked aside and pushed away, just like these children in the womb with no voice. And so this hasn't been addressed in any way whatsoever. And that's not my obligation, that's Planned Parenthood's obligation. The town board needs to have those answers. That's a requirement. And so I argue that they have an obligation to provide, not simply an obligation, but a duty to submit accurate and truthful applications to the town board, as well as accurate documentation. So I have Ms. Casey's letter here that she sent. Paragraph 3 of her letter entitled, "Letter from Planned Parenthood President and Evidence Statement." So this is evidence. And she states in paragraph 3, quote, "Everyone is welcome safely through our doors and leaves emotionally and physically healthier," close quote. Earlier testimony here was there's at least 5 people at the one location alone carried out on stretchers by ambulance to the hospital. So were they physically and emotionally healthier leaving? This is opinion, right? This is a person's opinion, not facts, not evidence. So when Ms. Casey states all these things, this is opinion. It should not be relied upon. In the safe but out of reach document that she submits, I'll quote here, "Years after seeking an abortion, people who were denied," so somebody wanted an abortion, couldn't get it, right? They were denied it. "Had worse health, reporting more chronic headaches or migraines, joint pain and hypertension, high blood pressure, than those who have had an abortion." So this is what they're submitting as evidence, as proof, medical proof that somebody who didn't have an abortion is reporting more headaches, more migraines, more joint pain, and more high blood pressure than people who never had an abortion. The footnote reference. Side effects, physical health consequences, mortality associated with abortion and birth after an unwanted pregnancy, right? So it's not a peer-reviewed study of any kind, just somebody's anecdotal observations. Not evidence, not proof of anything, just somebody's opinion. Flip the page. Transgender, non-binary, gender non-conforming people need abortion care. Tell me I need an abortion, right? I'm gender fluid. I'm possibly a man, possibly a girl. I can get an abortion. Does that make sense? Is that truthful? I cannot get an abortion. I'm not a woman. Often said, I'll hear about body autonomy. Planned Parenthood employees are required to have vaccinations. Apparently, a bodily autonomy doesn't apply in that circumstance. Applies only to the things we want it to apply to. So back to more of the land use. Planned Parenthood does not collect or pay sales taxes. This location is suitable for retail businesses who collect sales tax and pay that to the state. And that money supports the community, supports the town, supports the state, supports Monroe County. And so we have other taxpayers who have to pick up the burden because we could have retail space in there and have stores that generate sales tax income and restaurants that generate sales tax income. And we could look, and I invite you to look at the Medley Center in Arundecoit. That used to be the Arundecoit Mall, and how they've repurposed that site and made it into something better than an old derelict empty spot. The RIT College has an entrepreneurship school. with these very resourceful young people looking to start new businesses, looking for that opportunity. And we don't reach out to them. Okay? We don't talk to those people. So there are clearly much better uses available for that property. Uses that'll generate income for the town. And that's one of the important uses of the zoning laws, is that we have business areas that support the town. Because who's going to pay for the police? Who's going to pay to plow the streets? Who's going to pay for the schools? And so that shifts the economic burden to these other people, especially in that mall. Because their business suffers because of the controversy Planned Parenthood brings, because of the disruption, because of the extra traffic. All these variable factors. This location should be also required to pay property taxes on the full market value assessment of this location. It should not be given any tax breaks or tax credits. That shifts the tax burden to the remaining residents and commercial business taxpayers, forcing them to subsidize abortion. New York State, right? We have Medicaid, right? And so they apply for Medicaid every chance they get. Because as a non-for-profit charity, regrettably, Planned Parenthood does no charity work at all. If you go there and you say, I can't afford an abortion, you either go on Medicaid or it's cash or credit card. The easy payment plan. There's no charity. Tax breaks have not been disclosed, nor have campaign contributions from Planned Parenthood to politicians. And that should be disclosed. Taxpayers have a right to transparency and to ask these questions, get forthright answers for them. No traffic study has been done. They declare that there's going to be very little traffic change there. I don't believe that is true. I've personally witnessed people waiting outside before Planned Parenthood opens, waiting out in the car, waiting to get in. Not addressed in what they reported as the traffic needs. So they do have many walk-in clients who do not have an appointment. And many of these people arrive via Lyft services, right? They use an Uber or Lyft or one of these other ride-sharing services. So that causes increased in and out traffic. So people are just coming in, going out, dropping somebody off, coming out. Many arrive by bus. Sidewalk areas are non-existent on that side of the property and are insufficient to accommodate the increased pedestrian traffic, especially for handicapped individuals and during winter weather. Planned Parenthood should be required to install sidewalk areas on Jefferson Road. Many Planned Parenthood clients loiter in the parking lot waiting for clients inside or to gain entry for an appointment for walk-in service. And Planned Parenthood should be responsible for ensuring that those loitering refrain from smoking either tobacco or marijuana in the parking lot, which affects innocent bystanders.
Sir, are you close to wrapping up? Because we have a whole lot of people to get through.
Yes, yes, I am. They failed to include any plans for signage, and especially future signage. They indicated in some testimony that they're going to put a sign up. They didn't say how big, didn't show a picture. Doesn't say if it's illuminated, if it's a neon sign. All this should be required before approval. They failed to include any plans for fencing and security cameras. They typically turn the locations into high security fortresses. Again, nothing submitted. It's required and should be important issues that the board should consider and talk about, discuss, especially with the residents of the town. Planned Parenthood has failed to address any plans for security at this location. They are notorious for allowing violence against peaceful protesters and prayer groups. We see the Compass Care in Buffalo bombed, firebombed. Right? That's not an accident. It's not somebody who tossed a cigarette over there. That was an intentional terrorist attack. not by our side. So they need to address security in the area as well. And not burden our police officers to handle all of these calls, these nuisance calls. And again, I refer to the condition that says if this is a nuisance, that it's not allowed to be required here. I'd like to reiterate again how they are required to list how they are going to dispose of the remains of these children. So I'd like to summarize that Planned Parenthood is not a good neighbor. They should not be in our communities exploiting our young people. And you should reject their application and declare Henrietta a sanctuary city for life, as we've seen declared throughout the entire country, sanctuary cities. And I think you have an obligation and a duty to do that here. To declare Henrietta not have abortion clinics or Planned Parenthood. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, before the next speaker, we're going to take a break, but we're going to take a break before you're up. So, but I just want to address a few of the things. Well, again, that I will be blunt, that went a bit long, but a couple things, only a small fraction of the B2 zone along Jefferson Road is medical. So the idea that the people don't want them there because it's going to affect the other stuff, that the other medical, whatever. Just to put their ambulance visits in perspective, we have had more ambulance visits to town hall than they had at their multiple sites. So it happens sometimes. We've had a person trip, we've had a person, I don't know how many of those were due to medical, or how many of them were due to sometimes, like I said, people, we had somebody who fainted and passed out, and it wasn't even during reassessment time. So as far as the non-taxing, I don't know their taxable status, to be honest. That doesn't come into play in that regards. The property is taxed. It does pay property tax. They're renting, they're not owning. So it does pay property tax, pays its full property tax. I will point out that there were other groups in there. There was a church in that exact same plaza. I don't believe they're still there. They weren't generating sales tax. So again, in the U of R Medical Center, not only are they not paying sales tax, but they actually bought the old Sears building and the wing, and they're building a new facility, and none of it is paying property taxes. So again, medical facilities do not pay property taxes. Does it shift the burden? Sure. Just to put it in perspective, when you add churches, medical centers, universities, schools, everything else, over 20% of our properties do not pay property tax. That's, again, we didn't create those laws. We don't get to decide who does and doesn't pay tax. We don't get to decide who does and doesn't pay property tax. That's under real property tax law from the state. Our whole ability to govern is through the state. We are not autonomous. The town is created essentially, derives its authority from the New York State Constitution. So again, when it comes to things like real property tax law, we have to follow them. The one thing I will ask someone from Planned Parenthood is to talk about disposal of biohazard. I will point out, we didn't ask U of R, who is going to be doing surgeries and removing tissue, and they have to deal with blood. We have a ton of medical facilities that have to deal with biohazards. We don't generally ask them how they deal with it, but because there's been what sounds to me like a gross mischaracterization of how biohazardous material is handled, I'm going to allow Planned Parenthood to address that if they so choose.
Yes, I can do that. The Article 28 regulations require us to dispose of medical waste in certain ways. I know you'll notice, like when you're in the doctor's office, there's certain things they put in the red sharps containers and there's certain things they throw in the garbage. And it's sort of just like that. So there's things that they consider, like if you have a gauze patch and it has a little bit of blood on it, you can put it in the garbage. If it's soaked with blood, you have to put it in a red bag waste. And so the products of conception would be considered waste that would go into red bag and is removed by a vendor who takes the waste off site for eventual disposal. So it's not something that we deal with on premises, and it's something that a third-party vendor deals with. Same with our syringes and other medical waste.
Thank you. And finally, I'll note that your characterization of seeker laws, the previous speaker, are a bit off. I'm not going to go through all of that. But you're wrong in terms of how you characterize some of the seekers. So seeker is state environmental quality review. Okay, with that said, we're going to take a break. We're going to take a 10-minute break. Hopefully Janet has been able to fix her audio difficulties, and she will be first up, followed by Janelle and Jerry Bennett. So thank you. We will reconvene at 10:17. Thank you.
Call the order. We're way over.
Complete, people, please resume the seats. The people, please resume your seats and quiet down so we can continue the hearing. So next up, Janet dropped off, but we're going to take the next online individual.
Courtney, you're all set.
Hi, how are you? Is this on?
You're on. Go ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name is Courtney Finnerty at 30 Mar Drive here, a resident in Henrietta. I'm not sure if is there a video portion of this or you just speak? I wanted to, this was important for me to stay up late tonight to be able to speak to you. I wanted to thank you all for being public servants and sitting through this rather painful evening. Some of these speakers have been. I wanted to thank you as an LGBT person here when I have come repeatedly to this board in the past and requested your support for Pride Week, and not just for hanging a flag, but also for stating your support for the LGBTQ community and, you know, signing a proclamation saying that you believe that everybody in this town deserves to be treated equally and to have the same access to services and not be discriminated against, and that we want to affirm our support for a diverse and vibrant community. As part of that community, I have to say that there's a large portion of the community that relies on Planned Parenthood, not for what everybody has been talking about for most of this meeting, abortion, over and over and over again, abortion. Yes, they offer this as New York State says it's legal in New York. However, it's a healthcare provider and one that is very few that will offer gender affirming care. And it's really important for this community to be able to access this care along accessible routes, along a bus route, for people who lack transportation, for people who lack health insurance, and for people who may have all those things but may not have a doctor who's affirming of their identity. Planned Parenthood has provided many health services for this community that just far beyond abortions, that are incredibly important to this community, and it would be a huge asset to have here in the town. So one of the things that I want to compliment you on is that something that I've been very proud of as a resident here in Henrietta is that our leadership, not just Steve Schultz, but across the board, regardless of your political party, have been willing to step outside maybe what your party ideology typically may say on a certain topic and say, we want to do what's right for our community. And we believe that everybody deserves to be treated fairly and to have access to jobs and housing and so forth, everything that you put in that proclamation. And I have to include in that this is a healthcare service that would be very beneficial to this community and an asset. And I'd say with all of the people who have ranted at you tonight, all the horrible things that they feel this place may happen because of something they don't believe in, it does a lot of good for a lot of people. It's an asset. So if people are really uncomfortable with this, they don't have to go to Planned Parenthood. They could go to their own doctor. They can go to their own women's healthcare center, or the other places that you said are also exist in Henrietta. There are other options. This provides one option for many people to access care, health care that they need. And that will only be an asset for more people to have more options. And isn't that what we're all about here in Henrietta, is providing the best standard of living and the most options and the most care and the best school district and all these different things to embrace our diversity. And this is one place that embraces people who can't afford to go to doctors otherwise, people who may have a different gender identity and can't find non-discriminatory healthcare. This provides a resource and asset for that community. I haven't really heard that spoken about here tonight. So I want to ask every one of you on the board, just for a minute, forget about whatever your political party says, your ideology, anything of all these pressures that you're getting from all around, and just look at it as you have an opportunity to provide an asset here in Henrietta, and you have a legal way to do it. You have allowed special use permit to allow you or MC take over part of a wing here in Marketplace Mall, and you have allowed special use permits to allow businesses or medical centers that may not be in their traditional zone or whatever to happen, because it is a benefit to at least part of our community. And now you have an opportunity to do that again. So forget about whatever your ideology is and all of the manipulation and pressure coming from people to ask you to check your morality and ranting about other communities that they're not even a part of. And just look at it as you have an opportunity to follow the law, first off, because it's completely legal for you to take this special use permit and allow somebody to come in. And I also want to ask that you don't waste more taxpayer money on going to court and trying to defend a bad decision. So if you think that Planned Parenthood has a really good case in court to be allowed to be in that place, and you know that that could win if it goes to court, please don't waste my taxpayer money again in Henrietta. We've had that nonsense in the past where leaders have made bad decisions that have ended up costing this town and going to court for it. Please don't do that. Follow the law. If you can take a special use permit and apply it so that we can have an asset in this town that will help some residents, and other residents who don't like it don't have to go there, then just do it, vote for it. Let's put all the craziness behind us and provide an asset here in town that is following the law, that is within the rights of the law, and not waste taxpayer dollars on trying to defend it because of pressures from everybody. And I want to thank you for putting up with me, because we have some kind of croup or something in our house and my voice is pretty much gone. But I appreciate that all of you, regardless of how you vote and regardless of your ideology, being a public servant and staying up until 10:30 at night listening to all of these residents go into their impassioned stories. So thank you for giving me a couple of minutes. And I just thank you so much for your support and other things that I've come to this board on. I hope that you'll do the same thing again and just do what's right to give people access to more resources and make Henrietta even more convenient and accessible
Courtney, I
for more
appreciate it,
people.
but you're starting to repeat yourself, so we're getting long, so thank you.
Okay.
And, okay, so as a reminder to everybody, we've had a couple speakers go long. We still have over 30 people who still need to speak, so try to keep your comments short and try not to repeat. I thank you, Courtney, for your words. But like I said, let's try to keep moving. So next up, we have Janelle, followed by Jerry Bennett and Nathaniel Woodworth.
Hi, I'm Janelle Glody, Mr. Supervisor, and board members. We've heard a lot tonight about abortion, but you know what we haven't heard is the other side. I don't have a PhD behind my name. I can only speak from my heart. My husband and I are adoptive parents. Going through years of infertility is a very painful thing. It can either make you bitter or better. But by the grace of God, we are so grateful for the women that made the choice for life so that we could be parents. There's nothing like it when you go years. I was 25 when I found out we couldn't have children. And we were married 13 years before our first daughter was placed in our arms. There's nothing like it. I told all my kids, we were given 3 beautiful girls by the grace of God. And I told my girls from the beginning, you didn't come from my body, but you came from my heart. I can live without a womb, a uterus, but I can't live without a heart. Every child that's aborted has the right to breathe, to live, and to be loved. For every child that is aborted, there are families out there that would give their life to be able to have one of those children. But by the grace of our Savior, Jesus Christ, we had the blessing of 3 beautiful baby girls. Our first daughter is 35, and then we were blessed with twin baby girls. And they were praying, please don't separate these girls. And we were right there. When we found out, they were circulating our profile at the adoption agency, and their biological mother chose us out of a handful of prospective adoptive parents because because she thought we would be the best choice, and we already had an adopted daughter. And she had a choice to change her mind over a period of time, whether it was, I think it was 30 days. And she relinquished that right to change her mind before a judge so that we could have them in our arms for Christmas. There is another side. And I haven't heard anybody talk about the pain of infertility or the blessing from God to be able to adopt a child. And when we held those babies in our arms, it was more than physical. It was physical, emotional, and spiritual, because we gave our pain over to our Savior, and He gave us the desires of our heart. All I ever wanted in life was to be a good wife and mother. And by the grace of my Savior, I am a mom. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, we have Jerry Bennett, followed by Nathaniel Woodworth, followed by June.
Thank you. My name is Jerry Bennett. Couple points to share. I feel like a whereas, therefore. By looking around this room tonight, I've noticed that a lot of moms and dads decided to let us here in the room grow and develop in the safest of places, my mom or our mom's womb. The legal notice for tonight stated to allow Planned Parenthood to operate a medical office servicing as a diagnostic and treatment center and a safety net provider. I'm going to camp out on safety and net. I'm reminded the Hippocratic Oath ascribed to by doctors states to abstain from all intentional wrongdoing and harm, to either help or do no harm at all. So let's take a look at the safety net. Pick on the word safety. My definition, thanks to Funk and Wagnalls and Noah Webster and people like that, protection, freedom from danger, risk, injury, to avert or not cause injury, danger, or loss. Safe from undergoing or causing hurt, injury, loss. And then net, to me, seems to be like the opportunity to provide an element of protection or prevention. So I didn't quite hear that piece covered tonight so far. The lack of safety leads to danger, distress, peril, jeopardy. Sounds like a nuisance. Town board meetings and other municipal meetings often open with a prayer or quiet time, as we did tonight. Appreciate that. Many of us have taken an oath by placing our hand on the Bible to tell the truth. So I'm going to quote from the Bible. Psalms 139 states in verse 3, "You, God, formed my inward parts. You knitted me together in my mother's womb. Praise you, for I'm fearfully and wonderfully made. Your eyes saw my unformed substance." And in Psalm 127, "Behold, children are a heritage from the Lord. the fruit of the womb as a reward. So Planned Parenthood may have met all the requirements or restrictions, depending which way you look at it, as far as land use, property use, traffic flow, building security, floodplain runoff, hours of operation. Not sure about disposal of body parts, though. May I remind all of us, this life-ending service, which we're calling abortion, flies in the face of human dignity, decency, this community's quality of life, and the Word of God. It's far from safe for the unborn baby, girl, or boy, who, by the way, has no choice, not to mention mom, who may be going through some trauma. Thank you.
Thank you. Nathaniel, next we have Nathaniel Woodworth, followed by June, and then another online speaker. No, I'd prefer not, sorry.
Okay, all right, fine. You know what? These are model babies. I'll just do what is going to happen to them in real life. So thank you for staying so late, everyone here. This is fantastic. My name is Nathaniel Woodworth. I'm not a professional, not a biologist, but I do know what a man is. I do know what a woman is. I know what a baby is. Okay. I'm glad we opened up the Pledge of Allegiance and prayer. I'm not sure who exactly we prayed to, so that was a bit pointless. Okay. I know Congress actually opens up and prays to Jesus Christ. Okay. I wish you guys would do that as well. The big thing about why we're here tonight, why are we actually here? Okay. We're talking about a business proposal. These guys want to move into town and construct a business. I got to ask you, as the town of Henrietta, why did Brighton turn this down?
They didn't, actually.
Okay.
They voted it, they approved it unanimously, just to be clear.
Okay, so why are we here in Henrietta talking about this thing? Because I don't know all the facts, but I know it's not going up in Brighton, correct?
They again, the business transaction, they didn't come up with it. They currently operate in
Okay.
Brighton, but the new location is yeah, it was basically a disagreement with the landlord, I guess.
Interesting. Okay. Now, you mentioned the word business, and the lady to my left, okay, the question was raised, how many abortions have been done, whether locally or in the United States? All right. There's a Burger King down the road. I'm sure if I called the manager tomorrow, he knows exactly how many Whoppers were served. How come she cannot give us an exact number, how many abortions were done? That blows my mind. As a business owner, I would want to know exactly what's going on. The key operative term that abortion does, or the main objective of Planned Parenthood, is abortion. Okay, that's the priority of their business. If it was healthcare and reproductive rights, it's a non-word in this. Okay, and I apologize for being so tired tonight, guys. I'm way past my bedtime. I apologize for that. But this is crazy. We're talking about a business here. Okay, and like the doctor said earlier, we're not talking ice cream cones and hot dogs. We're talking human life. So it's amazing to me that we're even talking about this. So we live in a country based on revolution in the law, okay? That law was given us through the Constitution, okay, based on Isaiah 33:22. Madison wrote that, bringing that out of scripture. We live under Levitical law. So I learned right down.
Sorry, I've got to
Yes,
interrupt.
sir.
We do not live under Levitical law.
It's
We
based on
do
Levitical.
not.
I said based on Levitical law. Okay. And that's factual. Okay. And all you guys have Google in your pockets. You can look up all sorts of facts and figures. Okay. And do the history of Madison, do the history in this country. Okay. I took a couple of business law classes down the street at MCC. It was really frustrating because every single time we did the homework, oh, it's a big gray area. Okay. But the one thing they did stress, okay, the law is meaningless without ethics. So when you guys say the law says we can do this, fine, write every law you want. Okay. But if you don't have ethics, good luck with that when you stand before the Lord. Okay. So you all have a responsibility. And again, we're talking about the sanctity of human life here tonight, guys. Okay. So moving right along. Okay. I got to take a moment to breathe here for a moment. Okay. The Constitution guarantees life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. We're talking about life here. Okay. Again, we're not talking about hot dogs or ice cream cones. We're talking about human life. Not one of you people, these people or you people, have talked about the babies that are being aborted. You're killing a baby. Okay. It's crazy. If I was a 7th grade science teacher, I would have lost my job years ago because we can't talk about ethics. This woman on the video thing a couple minutes ago, you know, you have the law. You have the law. Well, of course you got the law. We can write any law we want. We're getting ready to see Roe versus Wade overturned in a couple of days. So the law is meaningless, guys. you've got to come down like the doctor said. What is your heart telling you?
Just to be clear, if
Uh-huh.
Roe v. Wade is overturned, it does not make abortion illegal. It leaves it
Correct.
up to the states. And New
Correct.
York State has made it very clear that abortion remains legal.
That's why we live in the United States of America, United
Understood.
States. Right.
Understood. So if
Right.
that's the case and you don't like living in a state without that supports abortion, there are going to be plenty of states that abortion is illegal and you're welcome to move to them. I mean, that's
Correct.
You say that's what's great about this country.
Right. That's why we vote.
Right.
That's why we do things like this. And education is key. All right. So anyway, all right. So the gentleman over here mentioned earlier, okay, about safety. The guy in the blazer, the sport coat a few minutes ago who really ran long, he made a lot of good points about that. What about the biological waste that's going on? You know, how safe is it for the babies? You say one woman walks in there, she's carrying a life in her womb. That life is terminated. So how safe is this really? Okay. So I got to ask you too, Councilman Schultz, you mentioned you got kind of emotional about this tree. What was the family's name? Rotramili, I apologize if I pronounced that correctly. You got emotion about losing a kid, okay? Let's say you guys put that tree up in the next few weeks. I go down.
It's already up.
Okay, what if I go down after I leave this office tonight and rip the limbs off that tree? What are you gonna do to me?
You're going to be arrested.
Right. This is an infant. This is a 12 to 14 week baby model. Okay, I'll hold this up for people to see me behind me. Okay, this is actually what's being aborted. The woman over here said that 13 weeks, okay, they abort. Do you guys know what happens in an abortion? Have you ever seen the movie Unplanned? All right, basically they go up, and this is what cracks me up about these guys. They don't have to call ambulance because you don't have a freaking doctor doing the operation. Okay, you might have the term doctor, but he's got a vacuum cleaner. Okay, he pulls the freaking head off of this thing. Then every limb, okay, they have this little baby had arms and legs and toenails, okay, and a heart. Okay, if this is a female, she's got every ovary that or in her ovary, every egg she's ever need to have a baby. You're ripping these things apart. You guys should be ashamed. This is a baby, and you're doing this. Okay, I'm gonna put it right in the trash like you guys do. So when you're on your way out, you know, call whoever, transport that out, medical waste. So this is amazing, guys. When you cast your vote tonight, you really do need to do what the doctor said. And I don't care what ethics, what religion, what you're at, even if you're not a believer, you're killing a baby. And you guys will stand accountable for that. Because we all still will stand before the Lord. And you wonder why our country's so messed up? This is why. Because there is a black and white, there is a right and wrong. There is a God. He loves you. He wants you to make the right decision. So I guess that's it. I want to finish up with that. Again, it's all about the sanctity of human life, guys. You
Sure.
make the call.
Sure. Thank you.
Yep.
Two quick things I want to point. The reason we do a silent prayer is there is a separation of church and state. Not everybody in Henrietta believes the same. Hey, you had your chance. Let me finish. They basically, it doesn't mean separation of church and state doesn't mean that, you know, as I always say, freedom of religion doesn't mean freedom from religion, but we cannot, as a state, we cannot push a particular religion. Many of our founding fathers were religious, many were not. Some of them were somewhere in between. If you look at some of the, Thomas Jefferson is a classic example of that, a man of faith, but not of religion. So in Henrietta, we have a lot of different faiths, not just Christianity, not just Judeo-Christianity origin. So we believe that people should be able to say a prayer, and we hold that. But we don't lead a prayer because that religious choice is up to the individuals holding the prayer. In terms of Levitical law, there's a ton of us, like I'm wearing a cotton polyester blend. I'd be in violation of Levitical law. I see people with tattoos, they'd be in violation of Levitical law. Levitical law, if you actually read it, it's about the Levites who were the priests. How many women out here have sacrificed a dove after menstruation? Oh, by the way, that's required in Levitical law. There'd be no doves left in the world, right? So don't try to claim we're on Levitical law. If you even go through the 10 commandments, there's only like 4 of them that are actually laws, maybe 5, right? Do not, you can't get thrown in jail for taking the Lord's name in vain. You don't get thrown in jail for operating a business or working on a Sunday. You don't get thrown in jail for disrespecting your parents, on and on. So like I said, don't get me wrong. Many of our founders were people of faith, but they very much separated. We are much more based on British common law than we are on religious law. And oh, by the way, this is the United States. Not every state in the Union is based off of British common law. Go down to Louisiana, it's based off of French common law. So even there, we're not consistent within the states. That is one of the great things about the United States. We're not all the same, and you have choices, and you can choose to live in a state that aligns with what you believe. You also have the right, because we're a democratic republic, you have the right to elect the leaders who will pass the laws that you wish. We're not passing a law here. We are applying an existing law, and we are under an obligation. And no, I did not swear on a Bible. Not because I have an objection to a Bible, but it has no bearing on the oath. You have a objection to, well, anyway, I'll stop here. So, okay, next up we have June, followed by our fifth online, followed by Mary Cannon.
Denise Fairbanks had been sexually abused by her father from the time she was 13. He forced her to share his bed nightly. When she became pregnant at age 16, he took her to Planned Parenthood and forced her to have an abortion. Seeing a chance to escape the abuse she had endured for 3 horrible years, she told the staff that she was being raped. Instead of helping her, they ignored her pleas and refused to comply with Ohio's mandatory reporting law. According to the lawsuit she filed against Planned Parenthood and several of its staff 3 years later, Denise tried to put an end to this abuse by informing a Planned Parenthood employee that she had been forced to have sex and to do things she did not want to do. Planned Parenthood and at least one other of the defendants did not report their knowledge that Denise was a victim of sexual abuse. After the abortion, Denise was sent back to the same abusive situation where she remained for another 1.5 years. More than a year later, Denise's basketball coach found out about the abuse and filed a report with authorities, which led to her father's persecution. Planned Parenthood settled Denise's civil lawsuit, Denise Fairbanks versus Planned Parenthood Southwest Ohio Region, case number 07CV68441. Sage Lanza was convicted and sentenced to prison for having a 3-way sexual encounter with 2 minors, a 12-year-old girl and a 14-year-old girl, when he was 18. When Lanza got the 14-year-old pregnant, he and his father drove the victim to Planned Parenthood, where, according to the affidavits, Lanza forced her to have an abortion against her will. Planned Parenthood gave her the RU486 pill to induce the abortion. Apparently, Planned Parenthood failed to notify the authorities of the suspected abuse, as it was the 14-year-old victim who finally alerted the police 6 months after she was taken in for the abortion, was sentenced to 10 years in 2018. Reference North Central Connecticut, the Journal Enquirer, man accused of getting Enfield girl 14 pregnant, 2016. Man imprisoned for sex with underage Enfield girls, 2018. Enfield Current News, Enfield police arrest Florida man on sexual assault charges involving minor, 2016. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have our 5th online person, followed by Mary Cannon and DJ Robinson.
Carol, you are up. If you could unmute yourself. Carol, if you're still there, please unmute yourself. Would you like to skip to the next online person?
Sure.
Marie, you are up.
Can you guys hear me okay?
We can.
Perfect. Okay, I just like to quickly talk about Margaret Sanger, the founder of Planned Parenthood. Somebody made a comment earlier about how she wasn't racist or something like that. And honestly, that is a total lie. She is well known to be supportive of sterilization for people with mental illness. She has repeatedly called the Black community the N-word. She spoke with the KKK to advance her birth control movement, especially in her article called A Better Race Through Birth Control. She says giving birth control, giving people birth control, the unfit, will voluntarily eliminate their kind. So today, 13% of the Black female population bears children, but 38% of the Black community have abortions. A Black woman is 5 times more likely to have an abortion than a white woman. And now in New York City, a Black baby is more likely to be aborted than born. Planned Parenthood often targets minority neighborhood and college towns. Clearly what they're doing now, trying to target Henrietta because they have MCC, they have U of R, they have RIT, my own college. And as a college student, I've seen this firsthand. Planned Parenthood had a tabling booth at our orientation my freshman year. As a pregnant college student who was also part of the Hispanic heritage community, I was Planned Parenthood's perfect target. As you heard earlier, my mom was also Hispanic. She was also the perfect target for Planned Parenthood. And I lost 3 of my siblings from Planned Parenthood. And this has had a drastic effect on my own life, and not just her. There is now less color in the world. My siblings are gone. Margaret Sanger's legacy is living on. There's now less color in the world. And just to finish off, I'd like to read a quote from Karen Stelzer, who is the chair of the board at Planned Parenthood of the Greater New York. She wrote this in her statement when they were removing Margaret Sanger's name from the building in New York. The removal of Margaret Sanger's name from our building is both a necessary and overdue step to reckon with our legacy and acknowledge Planned Parenthood's contributions to historical reproductive harm within communities of color. Margaret Sanger's concerns and advocacy for reproductive health have been clearly documented, but so has her racist legacy. So I just want to make that clear that Margaret Sanger is a clear racist. Even Karen Stelzer admitted that as well. So thank you. Oh, and sorry, one more thing. I just had a question. You asked earlier
Next
about.
up, I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry.
I thought you were done.
Yeah, sorry. I had just one question. I don't know if any of the Planned Parenthood members are here, so I'm just going to ask the board to ask what those ambulance calls were for in the first place. Like you said earlier, the town board or the town hall has had more ambulance calls from people falling down the stairs or whatever. I guarantee you that those ambulance calls were not from stupid, just unnecessary things. They were from medical surgery. So I just inquire you to ask those questions.
I'll be blunt, I'm not going to ask that question. The reason for even bringing up ambulance is that there's a number of people in emails who said that the increased ambulance traffic was going to be problematic. So regardless of why, the numbers just don't bear that out. So thank you. Next up, we have Mary Cannon, followed by DJ Robinson and Marika Toscano.
Good evening, Supervisor Schultz and town board members. My name is Mary Lou Cannon. I am a Henrietta resident for the past 33 years, and I'm here to voice my opposition to Planned Parenthood locating in the town of Henrietta for a couple of reasons. Number one, New York has the highest abortion rate of any state in the nation, more than twice the national average. This is according to the Guttmacher Institute, a Planned Parenthood research arm. New York already has an increased number of facilities providing abortion, currently 252 such facilities. And I do realize that need was not part of the permit that was being looked for here, but I have heard a lot of people tonight talking about need for certain services. I, for one, and this is just my opinion, I realize that may not have any import to you, but I do not feel that we need to be more than twice the national average for abortions. And why is that? Why do I think that? I did hear one of the Planned Parenthood professionals speak about the products of conception. What is the product of conception? It's a human being as far as I'm concerned. So another question that I have is, I heard a few, not Planned Parenthood folks, but a few other folks in support of Planned Parenthood saying, talking about the different services that they provide. I heard one person say prenatal care. I don't think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think that Planned Parenthood provides prenatal care. I don't know. Colposcopy was another one. I don't know if that is provided either. So, I know that there are services that are provided, but I don't want people to think that services are provided that really are not. So if there's clarification that has to come from that, let's have it. So the other thing is that the New York State's Reproductive Health Act, and I realize again that this facility that's going to be here is not most likely going to be doing late-term abortions, but they are allowed throughout the law that we have in New York. I know that we can't control that. This is just the atmosphere of things that we're getting into. And with that being said, neither Henrietta nor any town or area in New York should be open to another abortion facility. The hope of progress grows dark when we think it is productive for anyone to kill or support the killing of an unborn, alive little children. Abortion at any stage of pregnancy destroys a human life. The spread of abortion, including the later term abortions, which again, I realize they probably will not do here, is something that civilized society should be working to stop, not to continue. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next up, we have DJ Robinson, followed by Marika Toscano, followed by Online Sixth. DJ? Okay, thank you. Next up, Marika Toscano. She had to leave. So I guess we're to online number 6, followed by Cuevas Walker and I can't read the first name, Lester. Camille, I don't know, I can't quite make out their handwriting, so.
Carol, you're up.
Can you hear me all right?
We can, glad you were.
Thank you.
Your issue.
Thank you so much. 4 weeks ago, Supervisor Schultz, you spoke about in response to some of the religious overtones of some of the speakers, you mentioned that you were Mohawk.
It's not correct. My grandfather was Mohawk.
Oh, your grandfather. That makes you a little bit, doesn't it?
It does not, because my mother was born before my grandmother remarried.
Gotcha. Yeah, well, that really touched my heart because my maternal great grandmother was Cherokee. She was Mary Risen and daughter of Chief Risen's son. That makes me just a little bit indigenous, but my husband reminds me that it's enough to actually own a casino. Yeah, so, but Native peoples cherish the earth. We value natural habitats and all living beings. Abortion removes a living human being from its natural habitat. I think we can all acknowledge that. You know, it removes a living human being from its natural habitat. That's pretty straightforward. Abortion is kind of a rape of the womb. It's kind of a sexual strip mining. It really violates a woman at her very core. Abortion also violates the native tribal juvenile code. And we were talking before about wanting to put our resources down and to identify our sources. The Tribal Juvenile Code, Chapter 5, Section 1.05, it reads, quote, "A child conceived but not born is to be deemed as an existing person so far as may be necessary for its interests and welfare to be protected in the event of its subsequent birth," unquote. So children are viewed as sacred. It is a cultural value embedded into the very soul of Indigenous people. And it is instinctive to preserve life. Philomena Lakota, who's an Indian cultural and language expert, she told the magazine Indian Country Today that there is not a word for abortion in the Indigenous culture's language because, quote, "our values do not include that word." She was she also, Lakota Cheryl Longfeather of the Native American Training Institute says that for too long, Native peoples have been harmed by the white population's insistence on the use of consumption of alcohol and drugs, and that has harmed our youth. So Lakota Cheryl Longfeather asks, are we also to be reduced by selling us abortion? Abortion is just not heard of. And in the Patrick Lee, who's a law professor and former judge at the Oglala Lakota College, says, aborting or terminating the life of an existing person violates tribal law, unquote. South Dakota, as you may know, has one of the largest and most numerous Indian reservations. 15% of its population is Indigenous people. In February of 2006, that state passed a law to ban abortions except to save the life of the mother. The law made even abortifacients for rape and incest illegal. Within weeks, the Oglala tribal president, Cecilia Fire Thunder, pushed back by raising money for a Planned Parenthood. And she was actually suspended and then reinstated. And then she was impeached twice. Prior to her impeachment, the tribal council voted 16-0 to allowing a Planned Parenthood onto the reservation. There is no abortion clinic on any reservation in the Dakotas today. In 1890.
Could you start to wrap up, please? We've got a lot of people to get through.
Yeah, well, in 1890 in Wounded Knee, there were 300 Lakota people that were murdered there. And abortion is like another Wounded Knee. It's a disease that is foisted on Indigenous people like myself by a whole culture that exploits the earth and leaves our spiritual selves behind. And so I ask you, in honor of your grandfather, and in honor of the sacred lands upon which Henrietta stands, I ask you to honor the tribal people. Thank you.
Carol. I will say this country would be much better off, in my opinion, if we adopted the indigenous belief that we do not have rights, but we have responsibilities. So it's a very different culture, one that I think we as Americans could learn a lot from, irrespective of specific beliefs. It's that idea that you have a responsibility to your tribe, to your people, to your community, not that you have rights that are protected and guaranteed and all the other stuff. It's a kind of a different thing. And the last thing I will just note, do me a favor and do not buy a large parcel of land in Henrietta and open a casino. That's the last public hearing that went well into the morning, like this one most likely will. So thank you for your feedback. Next up, we have Cuevas Walker, and then followed by the Lester, whose person handwriting I can't read, followed by Kathy Castrella. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Cuevas Walker. One thing my dad used to say, he say, some people think their position some people think their purpose is in a position. And once they start thinking their purpose is in a position, they forget that they're a person. In these kind of situations, it's so easy to just go to our professional way of thinking and, in our position, and we start speaking from our position and we forget about us being a person. And Bill Morehouse was all right. He delivered my first 3 children. And my kids is 9, 7, 6, 2 and 7 months. So check it, right? So I was young. I'm 40 years old, believe it or not, right? So back when I was 20 or 19, had me a girlfriend, right? So, yeah, right? So she told me she's pregnant. I'm like, oh, word, okay. So she's like, I want to abort it. I'm like, okay. So I get on the phone, call Planned Parenthood. I said, so, she told me about getting an abortion. How much this thing is? She said, $400. I said, $400 for what? Like, I was walking back to her house. I said, nah, man. I said, I'm already broke. I mean, we ain't finna do all this stuff, man, for no, nah, I'm good. I'm good. So I'm talking with her. I'm looking at her. I say, I don't want you to get no abortion. I said, I really want to raise this child. Let's raise this child. She was all for it. And she said, I don't want to raise a child. I'm like, please do not abort this baby. Okay. You wasn't forced to do nothing with me. I wasn't forced to do nothing with you. I said, please don't abort this baby. We on the bus. Please don't abort this baby. We get off downtown. Please do not do this to me. We get to the hospital and she does it. And they told me she's done. So I walk in there. They didn't get the baby. They didn't scrape up the remains. They just left it on the Petri dish. And I'm seeing this chopped up baby. And to be honest, that's when I started going to jail. I was at the Brighton. I don't know how many times I got locked up in Brighton. I got locked up in the city. I started to distance myself from my family because one thing I don't understand when it comes to when we talk about abortions, I know Planned Parenthood do a lot of other services, but we know most of the funding comes in for abortions. And I don't care if your honesty is wrong, just be honest. That's my main thing. We may not like your honesty, but man, never, 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 never put on a tuxedo without wearing deodorant, because the closest we get, we're going to smell the onions. We're going to smell the Whopper on you. And my thing was fathers, dads, it's never really thought of when it comes to this stuff. And we sit back and we say, well, 75% of the people love that they had an abortion. 60% of the people, the Black community, walks inside Planned Parenthood with a smile on their face. 40% of the people says, yes, we like the condoms and everything they get. I just made all that stuff up. That's how easy it is to make up numbers that sound important. I made all that nonsense up with those numbers. I like cases, I like faces, and I want to see how it's related. Seeing that baby chopped up, it messed me up. I'm not gonna lie. I ended up getting locked up 11 times from it. I know being Black, we only supposed to be traumatized by gun violence. I never been shot. You know what I'm saying? I shot a gun in the air at one time, but what traumatized me as a 20-year-old man was when that young lady did that, and I was not even considered. I was not even considered. And that one of my proudest moments was holding my son for the very first time. I was so proud of that moment because I'm like, this is what I was robbed of years ago. I'm not a tattoo guy, you know. I have one tattoo, and it's this on my arm for my daughter that was aborted. And what kills me about, you know, Planned Parenthood is I'm not mad that they do the other services. I'm not mad at that stuff at all. Is when they try to make up abortions as something small. Man, it traumatized me. And I wouldn't even look at a baby. I wouldn't hold a baby. I wouldn't do any of that stuff. But when I held my son for the first time, you know, Dr. Morehouse was in there. I remember holding him and was like, yo, this is mine. Then my second one, then my third one, my fourth one, my fifth one. And even now, I run a not-for-profit called Go Ministries. I work with at-risk youth. I have a clothing center, a food center, a resource center to help people get their GEDs. And starting in September, my wife and I will be opening up a pregnancy care center to educate a lot of young women when it comes to having a baby. Maybe when we say Monroe County, I know we're talking about the city. Let's just be honest. And I don't know if we start to think that a single Black mother, as I heard someone say earlier, they have to stay with that violent man. I'm not violent. I don't punch women. I don't even fight. I take martial arts. I only fight in the ring where it counts. I never hit that woman. But to be seen as a violent Black person because she's getting an abortion and say if she keeps that, she got to come back to me. When we come up with these statistics, have you been to the places where they play basketball at? When I bring all my kids wear capes. I wear a cape. My son, when they was having those riots, I held a sign up outside the police department when everybody was rioting. And I said, I'm praying for you. One of the officers came out and I said, we ended up having a conversation. We ended up doing a prayer outside of a facility. He said, I got to go teach my son to ride a bike. And he ended up dying that same day, right? His name was Aaron Coletti. I was out there with a sign. Me being Black, I was supposed to say, screw the police. I'm like, no, I'm a man that's all about love. I really take my walk with Christ serious. You understand? I don't condemn no one in Planned Parenthood or works for Planned Parenthood, but I do condemn aborting babies because I know the beauty of life. So when I got home that day, my son said, Dad, you know we're all superheroes, right? I said, yeah, you just got done watching Avengers. He's like, no. He said, and our superpowers are in the words we say, because death and life is in the power of the tongue. So when I'll go to the basketball court with all 5 of my kids. My one kid, his name is Captain Bold. My other one, Captain Brave. My daughter, Captain Pretty Girl. My other son, Captain Fearless. My youngest is Captain Mighty. I'm Captain Courageous. My wife is Miss Wonderful. Right? We go to the basketball court and all them young Black men, they say, yo, I wish my girl didn't get rid of that baby. I wish that didn't happen. He said, I wasn't even thinking at that time. All I'm saying is this. I have never, on my 40 years on earth, have ever heard someone say, oh my gosh, Dad, Mom, I'm having a parasite. Never. They say I'm having a baby. When I say I'm having a baby, for every father in here, embrace that. I want you guys to think about every man that was going to walk out just like me, hurt, torn, and realize that I don't even want another baby in my life. I'm not mad at Planned Parenthood. I'm not mad at any of these people. If they ever need to come to my clothing center, if they know people, if you know folks from the Planned Parenthood that need food or clothes, Go Ministries every Monday and Friday, they could come get food. They need a GED, they could come get a GED and tutor for all that stuff. But I will wrap it up with this. Whether we like your honesty, at least it's honest. Whether we hate you, whether we love your honesty, at least it's honest. And I want every person in here to just embrace the fact that every single woman that's getting an abortion is not being beaten by the father. There are more men out there, whether you believe, I don't care what the radio says, I don't care what the TV shows, there's a lot of Black men out there that's desiring to be fathers whose hearts are broken. You know why a lot of these men start to play women and sleep around? Because then when they want to be faithful to one, they got rid of that child. You don't believe me? Go down to the hood and ask them. Don't use numbers, start using cases and faces. But I want every person in here to start thinking about the fathers. Think about that one time when your wife or your girl or whatever said, we about to have a baby. How proud you felt as a man. Now imagine that same one saying, I'm going to Planned Parenthood and you can't do nothing about it. God bless y'all.
Senior Miss Lester, could you please state your first name?
Oh, sure. It's Cecilia.
Cecilia.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry, and that's really hard to follow Cuevas there. Can you hear me okay?
I can.
You know, I want to bring back the discussion to the effects on the town, because I know that that's your first priority here. I do live in Brighton, so I was there for everything that went on last summer. And I saw all the demonstrations that took place outside of the Planned Parenthood location, outside the town hall. And I wanted to tell you a little bit about what I saw there and how I don't think it's a fair comparison between Planned Parenthood and Chick-fil-A or Hobby Lobby, because it's really hard to argue the fact that Planned Parenthood is the most controversial organization in this country. And not only that, they'd be coming here at the most controversial time for abortion in history. And so everywhere Planned Parenthood goes, there is the sustained presence of activists and unique expressions from these activists. The businesses and patrons surrounding Planned Parenthood will see images of aborted children from pro-life protesters. What we saw last year in Brighton and what we're seeing now around the country is any indication, there will be pro-abortion advocates exposing themselves, screaming expletives, and participating in public imitations of sex acts. I know you couldn't hear this from in here. I spent most of the night on the lawn. Every 2 minutes there was laying on the horn. Every 2 minutes there was screaming, sometimes in favor, sometimes against. But I can tell you, sitting right there, I could hear clear as day, MFer. Could hear it clear as day, okay? And this is consistent with the complaints you hear from people on University Avenue. They are regularly at City Hall talking about the noise, okay? I know that Michelle Casey was asked about ambulances. I actually heard the bigger problem is police presence. And I would like to hear, how many police calls that they get a month, because I do know that in Brighton, when Morris Wortman opened his clinic, there was 199 calls in 5 months, okay? So, and another factor here is that there are pro-abortion people that are vowing to commit violence against pro-life people, and pro-life people are well-meaning here. I think who does this? Who stays here this long? This is a lot of people. And you're going to continue to see, this is just the beginning. You're going to continue to see people coming here all the time, being a presence in Henrietta all the time, okay? So where they go, where else do pro-abortion people find them but outside of Planned Parenthood? And Planned Parenthood Federation of America has not denounced either the recent violence that we've seen in Buffalo, and they haven't denounced any threats of violence that, even the FBI is following. I also, lastly, I just wanted to speak to some of the comments that Michelle Casey made tonight. I actually really appreciate that instead of just vaguely, talking about dishonesty, she actually came out and said certain things that she thought should be addressed. And so I don't have time, and I don't want to take all your time addressing all of these. If you go to Feminist Choosing Life of New York, you can see most of these issues addressed, but I will cover a couple. 80% of Americans don't support abortion in all cases. When she says that, she's talking about ectopic pregnancy. Nobody here is trying to prevent a woman from getting treatment for ectopic pregnancy, which does inadvertently end the life of a child. We're here because we oppose choice, elective killing, right? Because when there's a choice, it means there's an alternative to the killing, right? The 6 in 10 women that seek abortion are mothers. No, it's 10 in 10. All women seeking abortion are mothers because there's a human being present in their womb. There's an offspring there, okay? That's a fact. So when they talk about products, a human being can't be a product. You want to talk about the Constitution? A human being is never a product. They're never an object, okay? and that kind of image, balls of cells, you find that on their website when they're talking about early pregnancy. I mean, that gives the idea of a differentiated or a non-differentiated clump or tumor when this is a whole human being. There is no evidence that it lowers the poverty rate. She's referring to a Turnaway study that Erica Bakioki debunks excellently, but basically there's shockingly low cohorts of women that participate in this. In that one particular study, there were 292 women, and 61% of these women walked away from this study at baseline, and they didn't even get all the financial information from the women that remained. And what is ultimately disproves that point is that the poverty level for women in this country has flatlined since Roe. It's the same, okay? It hasn't helped women. We could talk about poverty too. I don't want to go too much on further, but we would agree with you on that. These stats that everybody accepts, it's 70+% of women are getting abortions because of financial constraints, because of limited resources. So it's just strange to say, like, they're asking you for help in these ways and you're giving them this other thing. You're saying you have the social responsibility to rid yourself of your child. And so that's why we're here. It's not because we want to control anybody else's body. We're here for women that need another person there to back them up, to help them. Obviously this isn't about autonomy if they need you to say yes to their being here, right? The decision ultimately falls on you. And so I would ask you, for the businesses that surround this area, for the people that are regularly patrons of that plaza, myself included, a lot of people here included, do not bring the front line of the abortion debate to your town. It doesn't make any business sense. Doesn't make any business sense. Ask the people in that surrounding area. They're going to tell you they don't want to see those things. And, if you want to see who we're talking about here, this is a living. Here, I'll show you. It's from a pregnancy app.
Please don't approach them.
All right, fine. It's from a pregnancy app. There's a living baby right there. That's who they crush. Thousands every day. But you're not our enemies. It's the idea is our enemy, and we'd happily have a conversation with you at any point, outside of here. But thank you.
Thank you. And just to be clear, a comparison is not an equation. It doesn't, just because you compare one thing to another does not mean you're saying they are equal. But I will also point out that to the people who are targeted by the organizations that Chick-fil-A and Hobby Lobby financially support, they have a much different opinion of it than you do, because I'm not sure. It doesn't sound like you're one of the individuals targeted by those organizations. So I get it. I'm not trying to say they're equivalent, but again, it is another organization that is also protested. Are you guys in greater numbers? Today sure seems to indicate that, but I can compare 1 to 1 million, right? Comparisons are comparisons, not equations. Okay, next up we have Kathy Costarelli, and then we have Bill Keenan, followed by Deanna Joy.
Good evening. There's been so many things said, and I could just say so many things, but I just want to kind of stick with some of my own experience right now. My husband, Spiro, and I lived in Henrietta the first 7 years of our marriage, and we dealt with a lot of things in the town here, so it's kind of interesting to be here right about now. We have some flooding issues in this area. But we started our family of 4 children, and our second child was special needs. And there's been a lot of people talking about abortion. And as we mentioned, there's some other cases involving it, people that can't have children. We were parents with special needs child. And so for us, our child Melody is like the hub of our family. Everyone really loves her and cares for her and just wants to be involved in her care. We have 2 of our children that are able to work as ComHab staff, and they love doing that. So it's a blessing. It's a real blessing to have a child with special needs. And a lot of times it's the child that they just say, oh, that child just doesn't really matter. That's just, the world's thought, that they just kind of throw away that child and just think, we can just abort that child. We were kind of given that opportunity. And when we were going for our ultrasound, And we said, no, abortion would never be an option. We're Christians and it would never be an option. So we totally declined that. And we're very glad that we did. And we found out, she's 25 now, we found out that 90% of people abort their children once they hear that. So that was appalling to us. We just recently did a walk for life in Highland Park area and through the Frederick Douglass area center. And Melody walked with us the whole 2.5 miles. She has Down syndrome and autism, but she walked with us and she loved it, smiling, took lots of pictures. It was a blessing. It was another blessing for us. Again, I just want to go back to something. Embracing diversity doesn't mean killing babies. That was something that was said here too today. There's just so many things I could say that were said, and I just kind of want to reiterate a few things. Maybe I'll get a chance to do that, but I did want to read a case study. And back to one more thing before I do that, is that women do have options. Okay, there are many women that do want children, many families that want children, they can't have children, or many husband and wives. And Compass Care was is an organization here. We did the Walk for Life with. And Compass Care was burned in Buffalo. There was very little media coverage about that. Okay, so is that something that we want to show people, that these people that are trying to actually burn down the Compass Care, that's trying to give women options, we want to show people that that's okay? No, it's not okay. It's never okay. We want to give women an opportunity to be able to have choices, because we are in America, and America is supposed to be the land of the free. Okay, we're not supposed to get our freedom taken away from us. Our constitutional rights include choices. And most women don't know that they have choices. So they just go along with the flow and they just think they just have to take the child's life. And that's not true. So women have choices, and it's never right to burn down a building. It's never right to burn down a Compass Care building. And so
Just
that
to be
should.
clear, everybody here agrees with you.
Okay,
100%.
okay, I just
That's
wanted
not-
to,
no,
there was very little coverage in the media
well,
about that.
we're not the media, so they were here earlier.
So we have the responsibility to protect life, okay? And we are really wanting to do that. And so I'm glad we're able to do that here tonight. And I do want to just present this case here. This was in Los Angeles, BA 382225. Edgar Ramirez had been raping his 13-year-old daughter for 4 months when she became pregnant. When she was taken to Planned Parenthood for an abortion, the victim made up a story about having a boyfriend her own age who got her pregnant. Rather than reporting possible abuse because 13-year-olds can't consent to sex, the abortionist advised the victim not to have sex for 3 weeks after her abortion. However, court documents showed Ramirez resumed having sex with her a couple days later. A few months later, Ramirez got his daughter pregnant again and took her to Planned Parenthood for another abortion. After the second abortion, the abortionist implanted an IUD to prevent additional pregnancies. But again, there was no indication that Planned Parenthood reported any suspicion of abuse to authorities. Ramirez was finally arrested several months after the second abortion, and only after the victim's older sister, who had also been sexually abused, reported his crimes to the police. I'm really concerned that doing this abortion center is going to propagate more violence in our city, more violence that we don't need here, more child sex trafficking, and we need to stop it. And I think that that's where we need to look at our consciences, and we really need to see ourselves before God and say, what do we really need to do as a people in the United States of America under God? So thank you for letting me speak tonight, and I do pray that you do not have this center.
So I'll also remind people, it's approaching midnight. We still have about 15 speakers. So again, if you can keep it brief. Bill Keenan.
Thank you.
Followed by Deanna Joy and Carrie Perham. Go ahead.
I'll be brief. Thank you, Supervisors Schultz and Board. At last month's info session in this room, I asked you if you would hesitate to approve Planned Parenthood's land use requests if they were killing 3-year-olds. It was a hypothetical question, and you, Supervisor Schultz, responded, no, that's illegal, killing 3-year-olds. And of course, that's understood. So I was trying to get at the arbitrariness of when it's okay to kill a child. Tonight, I ask you to consider what limit, if any, you would personally place on current legal killing of children in New York State, which now allows killing of children up to the day of delivery, 40 weeks. At what age would you say we can't allow this certain age of a child to be killed in our town? Just something to ask yourself. A baby's heart starts beating around week 6. Planned Parenthood President Mrs. Casey told us tonight they will perform abortions in their new site up through 13.6 weeks. That means these babies had beating hearts for at least 7 weeks when their lives are terminated. So you have to ask, are you okay with this? And how do you decide that? Would you be okay with 14.6 weeks or 15.6 weeks? So that's just one question you have to ask yourself. She also said that child killing is more than 99% safe at Planned Parenthood. Well, I think that there are thousands of Planned Parenthood clients, products of conceptions with formerly beating hearts who would disagree with her. Ms. Casey also said something such as, if you don't like abortion, don't use our services. I remember that line was used last month by someone else, and a Black woman sitting in front of me in the chair here said, that's like saying, if you don't like slavery, don't own a slave. Lastly, Ms. Casey used the Turnaway study to defend abortion services that they provide. But one finding from this study has been ignored by many pro-abortion activists and the media. The study found that women denied an abortion adjusted well and changed their minds about wanting one. Only a week after being denied an abortion, over a third of the women no longer wanted one. 5 years later, 96% were glad they didn't abort. This seems to indicate that most women's feelings about their pregnancies and their babies change over time, and the vast majority of women adjust when they cannot get abortions. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Deanna Joy, followed by Carrie Perham and Tom Burgo.
Hi, my name is Deanna Joy. I'm co-director of Rock Level End Abortion. And I'm just here to share a little bit of who we are, what we do, and why we do what we do. Then also share a story that might be a little bit difficult to hear. Who we are, Rock Level End Abortion, is a sidewalk ministry devoted to reaching out to everyone entering Planned Parenthood with love, information, and support. We recognize the right to life of all human beings, regardless of their race, color, creed, age, or dependency. We value the women who enter Planned Parenthood, and because we value them, we value their children. We stand against the violence of abortion and the abuse of women. We are advocates, not protesters. Why are we there? We are to be where abortions take place, to support, affirm, and empower women, and to save their babies, to offer true choice, and to stand in the gap for women and men who believe Planned Parenthood and killing their child is their only option, to inform people that there are better options for healthcare, to provide information on the availability of free goods and services, to make sure people understand whom they're giving their business to. For Planned Parenthood is the abortion business. They oppose any and all restrictions on abortion, regardless of trimester, and they support laws and encourage behaviors proven to be detrimental to women. To remind the community what science affirms, children die there. To take action against this grave abuse of human rights. To educate anyone who will listen that the lives of the unborn matter, for the same reason the lives of their mothers matter. For the same reason we're outraged by bigotry and human trafficking, because we hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. What we do, we pray and try to demonstrate the love of Christ. We train and organize people to be sidewalk advocates. Our training requires all those on the sidewalk to reach out and love. We want anyone going into Planned Parenthood, client and or worker, to feel comfortable coming to us for information, support, or to just talk. We offer help and support to any woman in need. Our Mom Mentors group, a result of our effectiveness on the sidewalk, has helped moms who have chosen to keep their babies in multiple ways. We have given baby showers, helped with rent and housing, made car payments, done laundry, driven women to appointments, helped with childcare, bought groceries, provided Christmas gifts for their families, helped with employment, budgeting, and filling out forms. We lend emotional support and direct them to social services or charitable organizations that best fit their needs. Now I'm going to move into sharing a
Deanna,
story.
You've been speaking for a number of minutes. Could you either wrap it up, or if you're going to bring this thing up, you're going to have to. move
Yep, I'm going to
quickly.
share a story right
Make-
now.
Please make it quick.
We're going to refer to the victim of the initial, with the initial R to protect her privacy. In Washington, George Savannah had repeatedly raped his minor daughter and impregnated her when she was 14, 16, and 17 years old. Each time he got her pregnant, he took her to Planned Parenthood and forced her to get an abortion to cover up his crimes. One reason Savannah was able to get away with his sexual abuse is because Planned Parenthood repeatedly failed to report the suspicious incidences to authorities, even though the victim was below the age of legal sexual consent. The first time she was brought to them, because Planned Parenthood failed to report the first, second, and even the third time Savannah brought his daughter in for abortion, he continued to rape her several times a week for seven horrific years. The fact is that Savannah's daughter R discloses that she had been sexually abused. The state argued Savannah with 4 domestic violence sexual offenses. At trial, R testified at length to the abuse. R states that Savannah raped her for the first time when she was 14 years old. She recounted sexual abuse that continued for the next 7 years. This case, R testified that she became pregnant 3 times. And in this case, Savannah took her to Planned Parenthood for an abortion. Records from Planned Parenthood confirmed that Savannah took R to the clinics for these procedures. The case is ongoing in the Court of Appeals for the state of Washington, and the case number is 7492421. In closing, please take into consideration this and other incidences of what potentially can be brought here to Henrietta with Planned Parenthood's expansion. Also, I understand you have a job to do and a decision to make that is before you. I ask you to really think about the decision and what is at stake here. If this moves forward with your consent, you will be held accountable to a higher power, which is God Almighty, to answer to, and even blood on your hands. Please make a choice that your conscience will allow you to sleep well at night. I know, Supervisor, you already mentioned that Planned Parenthood is coming regardless of the zone. So to repeat, make a decision that you can, your conscience is clear and you can make a choice that you're able to sleep well at night. Thank you for your time and God bless you.
Thank you. So again, let's try to keep stuff a little shorter than that. Next up, we have Carrie Perham, followed by Tom Burgo and Brenda Cody.
Hi there. Thank you guys for, all your patience and time tonight. I have a really quick question before I start. Is this on YouTube Live right now? Or no, is it not?
I think,
I didn't
I
see
don't
it.
know if we've been
Oh,
having
okay.
problems with our YouTube account.
Oh, okay.
So
I was just,
it is
yeah.
on Facebook and it
Oh,
can have,
good.
or not Facebook, sorry,
Yeah.
Zoom. It can have
Yeah.
over 500 people on it, but it is being recorded.
Oh, it is. Okay, good. That's all I was wondering. Okay, so hi, my name is Carrie. I'm on the board for Feminists Choosing Life of New York. We're a statewide human rights coalition that engages in grassroots activism to promote pro-life feminism and the core principles of nonviolence and non-discrimination. I live in the city near Park Avenue, and as a woman who seeks the services that women's healthcare facilities offer, I can tell you for certain that Planned Parenthood does not provide comprehensive healthcare around, and there are several facilities in and around Rochester that do. Planned Parenthood is simply not needed in Henrietta. Planned Parenthood will mislead you into thinking that they offer full service healthcare, but it's time to be clear. The only difference between Planned Parenthood and a federally qualified health center is one thing, and that's abortion. Planned Parenthood is not needed for healthcare services. Planned Parenthood is not needed for reproductive health care like STD testing or birth control. Planned Parenthood does only one thing that you can't get anywhere else, and that's abortion. And you still have that. There's already, as you know, you said this tonight, 4 abortion clinics in Rochester that are within 10 to 15 minutes of this location. And I also have with me tonight these brochures, our organization's Women's Guide to Healthcare brochures, which lists 15 total comprehensive healthcare options located in and around Rochester. So is that really not enough? I know that we've stated that, but I think that I do think it's plenty. If you think about it, there's a lot of towns around here that don't have a Planned Parenthood, Webster, Greece, Penfield, Fairport, Arundecoit. So why is it that they don't have an abortion clinic? And perhaps it's because the Planned Parenthood in Rochester already experiences several noise complaints to the city council from neighbors due to peaceful protesters needing to use voice amplifications to help women. And of course, due to the honking that, that people do as they pass by. So this is really what's in store for Henrietta, not to mention all the pregnancy resources across the country that are currently under attack by abortion rights activists. They're all over the news. In Buffalo, we've stated that one tonight, was firebombed. That happened also in Oregon and Maryland this year. Supreme Court justices' lives are being threatened if Roe v. Wade is overturned, and abortion rights activists have threatened to bomb, St. Patrick's Cathedral in New York City. In addition, Wisconsin, there's Molotov cocktails thrown at a pro-life group's office. So there's so much heat around this issue, obviously, but I just think you need to take a look at the numerous healthcare clinics that there already is and ask yourself if it's really what Henrietta needs and even what I need. Henrietta is a hub for business, family, and activities. It's not a place for this uncivil violence that occurs inside the facilities to the baby children, and also, of course, the potential violence and chaos that will ensue outside the facility along the streets. So I just encourage you to pick a better fit, for this location. I think there's better opportunities that location can serve. They really don't value mental health, and abortion is pushed on the women there. And women really,
wrap up, please?
I'm sorry, I'm almost there. Women just deserve better than the trauma of abortion. And to conclude, I know you're stuck in a difficult place. We've had bad immoral laws in the past, laws relating to segregation, sexism, but people let these things continue for too long under the excuse of the law. And it really, I don't want it to go too long here and for the people in this community. So I hope that you hear us a little bit today and just pick a better option for us women. So thank you.
Thank you.
Would you be interested?
We can leave them on the podium and just, yep, thank you. Okay, next up we have Tom Burgo, followed by Brenda Cody, and then Laura Shelton. I don't know if she's still downstairs or if she's come up.
Hi, as you said, I'm Tom Burgo. Thank you for giving me the time. I'm a pastor in Brighton, and I lead a ministry called Finding Freedom and Forgiveness Post-Abortion. We help people to recover from the devastating effects, men and women, of post-abortion syndrome in their lives. First of all, it's said that abortion is safe, but it's never safe for the unborn baby. It is always devastating. It's been said that 90% of abortions occur during the first 13 weeks of pregnancy. 100% of the people in this room went through that first 13 weeks of pregnancy. That's how we started our lives. An embryo and an adult are human beings. The only difference is time and nutrition and the way that they are treated, the way that they live. There's a number of negative effects of abortion that occur often well after the relief of the crisis pregnancy has ended, sometimes years later. Some of those effects are women who have had an abortion are 3 times more likely to commit suicide than women in the general population. Teens who have had an abortion are 10 times more likely to attempt suicide and 4 times more likely to be successful in their suicide than other teens who have not been involved in abortion. The rate of deliberate self-harm is 70% higher after an abortion than after childbirth. Women who have had an abortion are 81% more likely to have at least one significant mental health issue than women who have not had an abortion. Women who have had an abortion are 34% more likely to develop anxiety disorders and 110% more likely to engage in alcohol abuse. Post-abortion syndrome grips people, men and women, with things like guilt, anxiety, avoiding children and pregnant women, depression, suicidal thoughts, flashbacks, inability to bond with children, difficulties in relationships, eating disorders, and so on. In addition, as people have said, sexual abuse of minors is often covered up by abortion. So a few people have given some testimonies. I'd like to give a short one. One woman said, after going through and understanding what she had done and dealing with it properly, she finally understands why she was never able to relate well to her daughter or her granddaughter, and that relationship has now begun to change positively. Another woman said she was in spiritual bondage due to not acknowledging my unborn child as a gift from God with life within him. Bondage that led to many years of self-destructive behavior. I was taught from medical staff, friends, and family that it was normal to have an abortion. Mind you, I was in my second trimester at 17 years old. The medical staff told me my baby was only a mass of tissue. Years later in medical school, I learned I was deceived. My baby had a heart, nails, hands, feet, face, and I killed him. I was devastated for years. All I wanted to do was forget and die. I learned that I had committed a grievous sin against God. I felt I deserved every punishment on this earth. I was so hurt and knew for sure that God will punish me for eternity. She lived with this for many, many years until she finally received the healing from God. She said, today I can honestly say I'm free from the lie and bondage. I feel different. I feel a relief in my heart and soul. All of this trouble in her life was brought about because she chose to have an abortion, because she chose to end an innocent human life. I understand that there are many, many, many difficult circumstances present during a crisis pregnancy, but none of them justify the termination of an innocent life. Thank you. If you allow abortion, the blood is on your hands. Thank you. God bless you.
Next up, we have Brenda Cody, followed by Laura Shelton and Cynthia Walker. Brenda? No, Brenda? Okay, next up, we have Laura Shelton, followed by Cynthia Walker and Nan Porter. No, Laura Shelton. Well, these help with our time at least. Cynthia, next up, Cynthia Walker, then Nan Porter and Jean Horvath. Sorry, you said Cynthia left? Nan?
Yes.
Great.
I'm Nan Porter. Supervisor Schultz, Henrietta Town Board. I'm a 21-year resident of Henrietta. My concern is the history of unreported sexual abuse of minors by Planned Parenthood. In the case of a 12-year-old who was brought there because of sexual abuse, Planned Parenthood failed to notify the authorities, and she had an abortion, went back home, and the abuse continued at home. And she was brought back 6 months later for another abortion. And at that time, the suspected abuse was reported, and the abuser was arrested, and the lawsuit filed on behalf of the victim stated that because of Planned Parenthood's failure to report the abortion, She was subjected to continued child molestation and sexual exploitation up and until she came for a second abortion. Only after the second abortion did Planned Parenthood notify authorities. And of course, we know that medical providers are required to report all cases of suspected sexual abuse. The court found Planned Parenthood negligent for failing to report the first incident to Child Protective Services and reported that Planned Parenthood defended not reporting the first abortion because it does not follow that the negligence caused damages. And no reporting would have been required if she had been 8 months older. And these type of cases are extremely important. Not only did they not report the abuse, they did not report the 12-year-old's abortion to her parents, but instead performed it at the request of her 23-year-old abuser, who was not her legal guardian. And we have to rely on our medical providers and all those mandated reporters to protect our children. Planned Parenthood took no responsibility for the continued abuse of this 12-year-old. They claimed that they weren't negligent because the negligence didn't cause damages. And if she had been 8 months older, no reporting would have been required. So I won't dwell on the trauma and the risk for self-harm and trauma later, but I do respectfully request that the town of Henrietta does not allow this organization to conduct business here.
Thank you. Gene Horvath is left, which means Addison Stephen Jr., followed by Lily Gandel and Ginny Geffel. I'm sorry if I'm butchering names. Addison had to leave. Okay. Lily Grandel, followed by Ginny Geffel, followed by Nicholas DeFonso.
Hello, my name is Lily Gandel. I'm 23 and I grew up in a liberal pro-choice household, and it was a huge part of my beliefs to be pro-abortion. My dad, Dr. David Gandel, was an abortion provider and an OBGYN in Rochester, New York, up until his unexpected passing last March. He was closely associated with Planned Parenthood. In this way, I was very close to the industry and the happenings within it, seeing disturbing things like baby body parts that I grew desensitized to over time. Every day outside of Planned Parenthood, you will see prayerful witnesses defending the lives that can't defend themselves from open to close. We offer safe alternatives to those entering and exiting the Planned Parenthood premise, as well as talk to pedestrians and drivers in the community about the sinister origins of Planned Parenthood and the continued genocide of the unborn taking place within its walls. The presence of these pro-life advocates is certainly felt, and I can promise that this presence will be felt every day, every hour that this next abortion clinic is open. I will not be a silent daughter of this generation. Lives were lost, human beings put down. My father was an instrument of this great injustice. I believe my father now knows better than any of us what a grave matter this really is. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Ginny Geffel, followed by Nicholas DeFonso, followed by Bethany Shoemaker.
Hello, good evening.
Please, yep, there you go.
I
Could
just
you
want
move over so you're more in front of the mic? There you go.
Okay.
Thanks.
I want to talk to you about some of the about sexual trafficking and the inability of Planned Parenthood to report it. Okay. According to Dr. Cecilia McIntosh, president of the Rochester Regional Coalition Against Human Trafficking, human trafficking is the fastest growing and second largest criminal industry in the world. Planned Parenthood has played a major role in the aiding of sex traffickers and child abusers. The following are testimonies from Planned Parenthood employees revealing a systemic culture of criminal behavior and non-compliance to the law. This gross willful disobedience has caused our most vulnerable children to suffer at the hands of their abusers. Sue Thayer, former Planned Parenthood manager, Storm Lake, Iowa, states, "We were all required to be mandatory reporters, but if we saw a case, questionable abuse, or even for sure, I mean, this kid is being abused, we really were discouraged from calling it in. Just because they didn't want to have the trouble, the angry parent, the angry boyfriend, whatever it was. So more than once I was told, no, that is not reportable. You don't need to call it in." Monica Klein, former health educator who worked with Planned Parenthood, states, "Planned Parenthood workers adopted don't ask, don't tell policy. If we don't ask how old her partner is, we don't have to tell. And so Planned Parenthood actually allows victims of human trafficking to continue to be victims of human trafficking, and they're okay with that." She went back to her office and told her supervisor, "Listen, they're admitting that they're not going to report cases of statutory rape." Catherine Adar, former Planned Parenthood employee, testimony reads, "So many things would happen in that counseling room that really bothered me. There'd be girls coming in with their abusers. Against all protocol, the abuser would be led into the counseling room. That was where they were supposed to be separated from whom they were with, and men were never allowed back there. But with these young girls, they'd be allowed back there. Even if they knew, even if I went to the manager, I said, look, there's something going on here. She would say, she's better off with the abortion. We can't do anything about what's going on at home, but at least we can give her the abortion." Board members, this is only a sample of testimonies that shows that Planned Parenthood's last concern is for their patients, and least of all, for the youngest, most vulnerable girls. This is not an organization we want or need in our community. We have heard very few cases where Planned Parenthood did not report child abuse and were caught. Only God knows how many have gone undetected. Planned Parenthood has a systemic disregard for the law. You have the law on your side to vote no to the special use permit. Thank you.
Thank you. Since we're down to 4 cards, we're going to continue past midnight, but these will be the last 4 speakers. So Nicholas DeFonso, followed by Bethany Shoemaker and Aisha, I think is how name is pronounced. Go ahead.
Good evening, board. My name is Nicholas DeFonso. I'm a long-term resident of Henrietta, and currently I'm a professor of psychology at Roberts Wesleyan College. Prior to my beginning at Roberts Wesleyan, I was a professor of psychology for 27 years at Rochester Institute of Technology. I oppose this application for Planned Parenthood coming to Henrietta. I oppose it on the basis of a number of psychological, social, and moral grounds. I won't go into detail because of the hour, but I would like to add my support to say there is some scholarly depth to much of the talk tonight about the long-term psychological negative sequelae to abortion. and also to the, what I believe will be a negative corrosive effect upon our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up, we have Bethany Shoemaker, followed by Aisha and Janine Navano. Bethany present. Okay. And Aisha, am I saying that right? Oh, is Aisha here? No. I see no hands raised online, so. Okay, Janine, sounds like you have the last speaker for this public
Thank
hearing.
you, Supervisor Schultz. Thank you, Councilwoman Sifronic and Councilwoman Wilsner and Councilman Page. And I have a hard time with your name, but Belanaka.
Blanca, yeah.
Well, thank you so much for listening to us this whole night. And I love how you responded to everybody. Thank you for approaching those things because we all are so passionate about this. And certainly I know that we're talking about zoning issues and those kinds of things are the things that you're covering. But we're talking about life too. And we're talking about a baby who has a heartbeat. We're talking about a child who has body that's fully formed at 12 weeks. So we're passionate about it because it's not medical waste as been purported. I ask you to consider looking at the higher law for one thing, thou shalt not kill. And this is a decision that goes beyond the laws that you're facing. But I'd also ask you to consider the fact that how you vote also reflects on you because you will be enabling this abortion clinic, but you will also be enabling the loss of life. So it's a heavy responsibility that you carry today. And I understand your responsibility to the town, but also it falls upon the town. Being that it falls upon the town, is it possible to make it a referendum? Is it possible to make the people vote? Because initially you said that we aren't really fully representing the people of Henrietta. So is it possible that the people of Henrietta could fully express their opinion on this action?
So that's not what I said. I said it is that we are a democratic republic, not a straight democracy. So all decisions up here are not made by popular vote. This is, again, if on a legislative decision, you could go out to referendum. I do not think legally you can go out to referendum for a decision on a special use permit. We've discussed a lot of things in attorney-client privilege. That's not one of them. If you would like, we can go have that discussion to find out what the case is. But like I said, it just, no, he's made clear, you can't have a referendum on.
That's one. The other thought, even an amendment to, I know you said in the midst of a petition that's being put before the board, you're not going to go around and change the law. However, I would ask if you would consider tabling this until Roe v. Wade is voted upon and presented, because then abortion will be against the law if it goes through.
That's again, not what Roe v. Wade, overturn of Roe v. Wade says.
Well, it could be in some regard illegal to have abortions until it returns to the state. So in this case, if it's against the law and you're putting an abortion clinic in Henrietta, is it possible to table this until the laws have been established in the land?
So my answer would be no. If abortion becomes illegal, they will be shut, or at least that portion of their business will be shut down. So if your thought is that after Roe v. Wade is overturned, that there's going to be a federal law that outlaws abortion, if that's the case, they will no longer be able to perform that services. If that means they go out of business, that means they go out of business. But again, just as I'm not going to table a gun decision for a special use permit until the new laws come down from Congress, it's just, that's again, an unfair, in my opinion, an unfair burden to place on this particular application. I understand where you're coming from, but like I said, if what you say is true and that abortion does become illegal in the United States, then it doesn't matter whether they got the permit now, they will not be able to perform abortions in the United States if that's the law.
So we have a lot of information that you've been given showing that this is a person, this is a life. I believe that you have the ability to choose to have sex or not. You have the ability to use birth control, which is readily available in the schools. All the kids. I mean, there's been information saying that people don't have it, but we also know that Medicaid covers a lot of this, and a lot of the people who are poor will be able to get medical services for any sexually transmitted diseases or those things which Planned Parenthood is purporting we don't have. In our community, we have all the things that Planned Parenthood is providing. I ask that you not allow Planned Parenthood to be in this community, because the blood of the children will fall upon this community as well. So I thank you so much for your time and your graciousness in so many ways. I ask that you vote against it.
Thank you for your feedback. Thank you. As that is the last speaker, I'm going to close the public hearing for special use permit application number 2022-013, Planned Parenthood of Central and Western New York.
Supervisor Schultz, could we just quickly take like 2 minutes just to respond generally?
Well, when we actually go through the thing, we will have an opportunity to ask questions, and we will, again, for that portion, I will allow you to address some of the stuff, and as well as any questions that the board might have with regards to some of that stuff. But before we do that, we're going to take another, I need to hit a bio break. So 5, 10 minutes. What do you think? No, it's getting late. There was a choice. 5 or 10. 5 is fine. Okay, so we're going to take a roughly 5-minute break, and we will reconvene. We will then have discussions. We will ask the applicant about some specific things. Although one of the things I will say is, again, there's a lot of stuff that's, I will say that there's a lot of stuff that no matter what testimony, whatever numbers you give, you're not going to change minds in both directions. So let's try to keep it pertinent. And again, ultimately, it is a land use decision. I know people in the audience don't want to hear that, but ultimately that's what it is. So again, we're going to take a break for 5-10 minutes, and then we'll reconvene. Thank you. And for anyone who might be leaving, I'd like to thank you for your participation tonight. I would like to thank you for generally obeying the rules, having really cogent and intelligent discussions. They may not always have been on the subject of the zoning laws themselves, but again, I'd like to thank you. It just shows that people can disagree and still have good discussions and not devolve into screaming matches and cursing and other stuff. So I thank you for a good practice of democracy tonight. Okay. Ready to reconvene. So before glad I didn't shut this down. I just realized.
What is this?
Is that's the approved version?
That's the approved version.
Okay, and then
The
we'll see.
denial one is.
Next, yep. So just so people understand how this is going to work, we're going to put forth, I'm initially going to put forth an approve resolution. If we don't get 3 votes for approval, then one of the other council members is going to put forth a deny resolution. And we'll, so basically for either the approval or the denial, it requires 3 votes. Quite often, you know, when special use permits come in, if there's one that we're clearly no one's, usually it's not so on the fence like this in terms of, usually it's pretty clear as to up or down. But this one, I honestly don't know which way it's going to go, but so but the way it works, like I said, is we have a motion on the table and then we'll have some additional discussion. We'll ask some questions and then we'll vote. So fellow board members, I have resolution 14-221, 2022 to approve the special use permit application number 2022-13 for a Planned Parenthood Medical Diagnostic Center / medical facility.
Second.
So as I stated previously, regardless of my opinions on abortion, and I certainly do not agree with the latest New York State abortion law. When I look at the factors, when I look at what we have done, not just in commercial B1, but also in commercial B2 and industrial, where they do have the, you know, whether it's any retail or any commercial or those types of clauses, those have always taken precedence over any use not otherwise enumerated as prohibited. So when I look at the, you know, potential impact, I do look at, you know, would I rather see this here than in that plaza than a commercial B2? I do think so. Now, with that said, there's one commercial B2 where I think it would fit well. I just don't know of any vacancies in that particular one, and that's in the Red Creek Medical Center, because again, there's no houses nearby. That's the problem, is most of the B2s and certainly all the places of where there's vacancies that I'm aware of are right next to people's houses. Again, I personally don't feel that the threat of protest is a reason to deny. I think that is not fair for applicants, and it basically can be, that could then be used arbitrarily to deny anything and everything. And so when I look at all the factors and I wrote up I basically wrote up the assessment behind that decision, going through the 10 points of that were the 10 factors we're supposed to look at when we're considering a special use permit. Again, that how I personally feel about abortion is not one of those factors. I know there's a bunch of people who say I'm going to hell because of that. That's between me and God. I don't see how you get to speak for God. I can sleep well at night knowing that I applied the law equally and fairly. Again, if you want to see me help change the law, put together a large campaign and raise money for me to run as governor, and I will happily push to change the law. Although I'll point out that I'm a believer that it's a comparative rights in early on. But there's a lot of stuff people spoke out against it. I don't disagree with you in terms of the practice but again, that's neither here nor there. This is ultimately a land use decision. So I would like you know, again, for Planned Parenthood, if you do wish to address a couple of the things, I ask that you keep it brief. And again, we not go too far down some of the rabbit holes. And I don't want you to talk about the pros and cons of abortion. If it's just about more about inaccuracies about your organization.
So,
Make sure the mic is there so you can hear. Yep.
so good afternoon or good evening, board members. My name is Allison Bartlett. I didn't get a chance to introduce myself earlier. I just wanted to, we've heard a lot of objection tonight, and not a lot of it had to do with the actual land use aspect of things. And that's really the decision in front of the board. So I just want to take a moment to briefly bring it back to that. I won't repeat everything that Christian said at the beginning of the meeting, but I just want to quickly go over the factors. And when I talk about the factors, I'm not going to read them out, but I'm referring to the factors in 295-54 of the town code. So factor A, there's already numerous medical facilities within the vicinity. This has been covered. The board has brought this up. We're all aware of them. With respect to B, the project is consistent with the comprehensive plan because it's introducing a new use to a currently vacant area, which is one of the key priorities of the comprehensive plan. It also aligns with the purpose, intent, applicable design of the area because there's no exterior changes to the building, so any design standards are really not applicable. There was discussion tonight about this being a nuisance. The factor is whether the nuisance is by reason of the production or emission of dust, smoke, refuse, poisonous substances, odors, fumes, noise, radiation, vibration, unsightliness, or similar conditions, or will contaminate waters. None of those will occur due to this facility. And then with respect to any crowds, the discussion tonight, there's no actual data in the that was said tonight about any support for crowds or how that might how people may come. And the question is not whether like there might be somebody that comes to the facility, it's whether there's a material hazard created by the potential, or actually not the potential, but the actual existence. And then whether the use will create any material adverse impacts. We have already addressed that the project is a type 2 under seeker, so it's already been determined not to have a significant adverse environmental impact. There's nothing about the conditions of the site that make it unsuitable, and the comprehensive plan update in 2021 even acknowledged with respect to factor H that there are adequate public utilities and infrastructures and emergency services. And so I would just like to end by quoting the 4th Department, who acknowledged that the inclusion in a zoning ordinance of a use permitted by special permit is tantamount to a legislative finding that the use is in harmony with the general zoning plan and that it will not adversely affect the area. Consequently, any issuing body is required to grant a special use permit unless reasonable grounds exist for the denial. So
What were you quoting there?
the 4th Department, it's 105/82nd, 1057.
I'm not familiar with that term in the 4th Department. Oh, okay, sorry. I thought, you know, like, what's the press, the 4th?
Oh,
No, okay.
sorry.
4th Estate, I think is what it's called, right? Okay, questions from the board? I'll go by order of seniority. Millie, did you have any questions or comments?
I don't have any questions. I just, I think I just have some comments. First of all, I appreciate the community engagement here. I think that this is for sure the most engaged that we've seen the community come out for any of our decisions. Over the past couple of years that I've been on the board, there have certainly been a number of very difficult decisions. I've often had to vote on things that I did not necessarily agree with, including things like a firearms store, a gentleman's club, and other things that I did not personally agree with, particularly as someone who has always been a very strong Christian and holds dear my faith in God. You know, over the years, when I first registered to vote, I registered in the Right to Life Party. And then when that party went away, I decided that the Democratic Party really aligned more with my values and with my faith. And over the years, as an adult education instructor, I've had many women who have shared the stories of their abortion and of their need for reproductive care. I've had many individuals share their need for gender affirming care. And I believe that it is not my place to judge. And I don't believe that government should be involved in a private healthcare decision and intervene between an individual and their healthcare provider. Moreover, this is a land use decision, and the argument for approval is far more compelling than any argument for denying. If this was a dental clinic, I don't think there would be any question as to whether that was going in there. If this was another urgent care clinic, again, I don't think that anyone on this board would deny an urgent care clinic going into that facility. If it was any other healthcare clinic going in there, I don't think that anyone on this board would raise their hand against that particular thing going in there. And not that long ago, we did approve the orthopedic center, which is located in a mall in a B1 zone district. So for sure, I feel strongly that this would be positive for Henrietta, and that it is something that is needed and that it complies with the law.
Thank you. Millie? Anything you want to add? Oh, sorry, Millie, just spoke.
Lisa?
They changed positions on me because Millie had a cough and wanted to be able to turn away from everybody.
Yeah.
So sorry, Lisa.
I also want to thank everyone that has shown.
I don't think her microphone is on.
Sorry, that is one of my downfalls. I always do that. I want to thank everyone that's been here as well. I want to thank you for your opinions and for your insight. As Millie said, this is extremely a difficult decision. I am also a Christian, very active in my church, and very active, in a multitude of things. It's difficult for me because I've been a member of this community my entire life. And I was voted by the people in this community to represent them. And in talking to people in emails and conversations, there's definitely been a definitive one way or the other. And it's difficult making a decision when you represent people. And I can say that I have asked this question over and over again. I was elected to represent you, the people. And the decisions that I've gotten from people in the community is to vote this down. I've asked our attorney those questions, and I've said, what do you do? And I've been told over and over again, it's a land use decision. And I've listened to all of you that stood in front of me that are Christians also saying, you've got to make your decision with your maker. I understand that. I totally do. This is really difficult. I honestly am really struggling with this, and I understand that it's a land use decision. And I understand that you've brought things in front of us in reference to that. I also have spent numerous nights sitting over in that plaza watching who has gone in and out of those facilities. I spent 2 hours over the weekend just sitting out. And there's a multitude of restaurants over there. And I've sat outside those restaurants watching who's gone into those restaurants and who's come out of those restaurants because I've been told it's a land use decision and I want to see what's going on over there. So I've sat there on 3 different occasions just watching the traffic through that plaza to see who's going in and who's going out. And there is just a lot of small businesses in there, family-owned small businesses. So one of my main concerns is that, is this going to take away from these small businesses where I'm watching families go in and watching different people go into these businesses, is going to take away from their business? And we can say yes, we can say no. But at the end of the day, if it doesn't fit in with their clientele in that plaza, are they still going to go in? So it's a definite struggle with me. I mean, I'm really struggling with this. We all have, I know we've all spent hours and hours going through emails, going through information that's been given to us. It's important that we represent you. It's important that we make the right decision. And that's what we're trying to do. And we appreciate all of you staying till 12:30. We had decided we were going to stay till what we needed to do to hear you because we represent you. And I just want to thank you all for your participation.
Thank you. Rick?
Yeah, I'm in a similar situation. I'm a devout Roman Catholic, Knights of Columbus. This has been the hardest decision. I've been on the planning board for 9 years. This is my 9th year on the town board, and I've volunteered in many organizations within the town. This is by far the toughest thing. I've spent sleepless nights. We talked a lot about zoning. You all mentioned some people had concerns with the zoning. I would suggest to you that the concerned citizens that have come here, we could have put it in a brand new zone that nobody ever heard about, and the protests and the feedback and the emotions would still be the same. Whether it's B1, B2, industrial, residential, it wouldn't matter. The issue is you're dedicated to the issue. I will say that I didn't sit for 2 hours in the plaza, but I did interview the two most closest commercial enterprises. They both are owned by people that English is their second language. They're, I think Muslim is their religion. There's a Muslim halal, I think it is, food store there. And then there's the Namaste restaurant or buffet. Very nice. People were just exceptional when we interviewed them. I think we got in trouble because they got a mandate from the owner of the plaza not to talk to anybody about, none of the employees are supposed to speak to anybody about the proposed application. Neither one of them knew it was coming. And one of the gentlemen that was there said to me, he goes, "That doesn't fit here." He says, "My kids work here. Our customers come here. That belongs in a medical situation like Red Creek or Senator Keating Boulevard, or at least in a standalone home where there's some privacy for the people that are accessing." So I do have, my biggest problem is the nature and the character of what it might do to the mall. And I understand, I wish Governor Hochul was here because it's so difficult when the state wants to become the abortion capital of the world to bring people in from other states. So I'm just telling you the things that I struggled with, and it's a tough decision. It's very, very hard. And that's my thoughts.
Joe?
Thank you. And again, I could not echo my fellow board members more in thanking everyone that participated in this process. So that is participating at the last public meeting we had. That is the number of people that communicated with us directly via email, and certainly that participated here tonight. I'm going to say some similar things. I am personally opposed to the idea of abortion from a moral standpoint. And this is one of those difficult decisions in which, after consultation with our town's attorney and having an opportunity to take a look at all of the different things that go into the characteristics, again, sleepless nights, certainly want to echo that also. I did take a swing at writing a resolution myself right here. I took a look at all of the different characteristics. I also felt like the idea of its consistency in scale and character with those uses permitted is the strongest argument to reject this. And I do want you to know also that one of the things that we have talked about in front of everyone is the fact that we do think this is going to wind up being litigated in some way. Whether that is going to be because we deny it or because we approve it, I think that there is an expectation of that. And one of the things that also is playing on my mind when I move away from the moral issue is, as a representative of the people in Henrietta, do I have an obligation perhaps to also protect the residents of Henrietta against a lawsuit for which we could very conceivably not win in court? So these are the different things that I've been thinking about as I've been coming to my decision.
All right. Any further discussion? Or should we call the vote? Hearing no further discussion, please call the roll.
Councilmember Safranek. I don't think your mic's on.
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Bolzner,
Nay.
Councilmember Page,
Nay.
Councilmember Belanca,
Nay.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye. So the approval resolution does not pass. Joe, would you like to put forth the denial resolution?
Mr. Supervisor and fellow board members, I have resolution number 14-221/2022 to deny the special use permit application number 2022-013 for a Planned Parenthood Medical Diagnostic Center / medical facility.
Someone, you guys.
Seconded.
Thank you. Is there anything anyone would like to add? Obviously, it's all the same discussion.
I would, if you could, please, again, just define for us the grounds for denial.
Joe, I'll let you tackle that if you'd like.
Yeah, absolutely. In part A, I talked about this as being inconsistent with the character and uses of those in the neighborhood in which it will be located. Specifically, this is a retail shopping plaza. I would like it noted that in our commercial B1, it says the principal purpose of B1 commercial districts is to provide for businesses that meet the local day-to-day shopping needs of residents and visitors. I didn't think it met that particularly well. As I was going through also, I still do have some of the concerns that have been brought up by a lot of the residents right here that are specific to the actual nature of the plaza itself. I'm worried about, again, traffic situations. I know that that's something that has not yet, we haven't seen a study on that in any possible way. I'm worried about the opportunity for waiting and picking up of surgical patients and really the lack of any sufficient drop off or pickup area in that situation. And for those reasons, I voted no.
I fail to find particularly the parking situation very compelling. It is a very large lot with plenty of parking spaces. And in terms of the location, the retail location, again, I'd like to emphasize we do have other medical clinics that are in retail locations, particularly the mall. And if there were, let's say, a dental clinic going in here or another urgent care clinic, would this really be something that you would be denying?
Okay, any further comments? Then hearing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Safranek,
Vote of nay is.
Correct. A vote nay says you do not wish to deny.
Okay, nay.
Councilmember Bolzner,
Yay.
Councilmember Page,
Yay.
Councilmember Belanca,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Hey. So your petition for special use permit has been denied. to continue after we're done here. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
I heard Rick motion first, so I'm going to use Millie as my second. Hearing no objections, meeting adjourned. I'll assume it wasn't for my wonderful hammering of the gavel and that it was the decision.
You don't get to gavel that one out. That one should be gavelled out.
They don't get my humor.
You should definitely gavel that one out.